Good evening, everybody, or good morning, or whatever, wherever you are in the world. This is Damian Maynard, and I don't know exactly what we're going to talk about tonight. I know we're going to get on the air with Blood Red Truth and maybe have a little conversation here. Hope everybody's doing okay tonight. Oh, Blood Raw Truth. Duh. Welcome to our second night. Let's get this up.
What's up?
How you doing tonight? Can you hear me all right?
I can't hear you. Hold on.
No? How you doing tonight? Oh, hold on. Can you hear me all right? It's not going to work.
Why can't you hear you?
Hold on.
I think you have to plug in something.
No? How you doing tonight? Yep. Hold on just a second here. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me all right? It's not going to work.
Why can't you hear you?
Hold on.
I think you have to plug in something.
I am plugging in. You doing tonight? Yep. Hold on just a second here. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me all right? It's not going to work. Hold on.
I think you have to plug in something.
I am plugging in. You doing tonight? Yep. Hold on just a second here. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me all right? It's not going to work. Hold on.
I think you have to plug in something.
I am plugging in. You doing tonight? Yep. Hold on just a second here. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me all right? It's not going to work. Hold on.
I think you have to plug in something.
Whoa. How's that?
Yeah, that's better right there.
All right. I'm going to turn on the Bluetooth here.
Wheat, come join us, Wheat.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
What is going on here? I should be hooked to Bluetooth.
It's fine right now.
Okay. Good deal. How's your evening?
Oh, that's great. Just relaxing, taking it easy.
Good deal.
How about yourself?
I got a few hours of sleep today, and all right.
You get some more sleep in.
Nah, I need sleep.
Your brain needs sleep.
My brain is constantly running, even when I'm sleeping. Anyway,
Yeah, that's true.
it's like crazy.
You got to recharge.
Yep.
Got to plug in. I'm gonna pop the chat out so I'm not looking at the video.
I am. Yep, looking at the video now. Thought that Bluetooth was gonna set up. How are you tonight, guys? I see you in the chat room.
I'm a Terminator.
Hey, there's Sherry.
Sherry, come join us.
Glad you guys can make it. What do you want to talk about tonight, Blood?
We can talk about whatever. I mean, hopefully we get some more people in, get some more ideas flowing.
Yep. We got the hangouts open. I'll put my number in the room. Anyone want to call and chat? More than welcome to.
You have a call-in number?
I do. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you can just post a link in the chat.
I'm just putting my number in it. Fuck it. I know who's here.
Yeah. What can we talk about tonight?
You know, I think that we should touch base on the boy a little bit. Today it was mentioned that today is a month since he was killed, and all of us have gone over footage and whatnot, and we all know the truth, and the truth is still being hidden from the majority of the public. And I think I really wish that people would wake up to the fact that this is a travesty, really, in America. We have several individuals that have been imprisoned who don't belong there, and we have a very, very good man who was killed for his beliefs. And you know, when I watched that footage, it was almost surreal, you know.
Yep.
I
You could feel it. You could feel the energy going on.
absolutely, it's beyond that even. It
Yep.
really was. It's kind of like being there, you know. I can't imagine for a moment what he felt like when he was giving up. I mean, he had his hands up, and they just surrounded him, and I can't imagine what the family feels like. I mean, I can, but I can't at the same time. And
Yeah.
I hope that they get some justice out of this. Truly, I hope that the people who did this are brought to justice. I hope that um, the people who are wrongfully imprisoned right now, Pete and everyone, I hope that some justice is brought to them and that they're released. I mean, they don't belong there. Honestly, they're not criminals, and I see a lot going on in this country right now that people have committed some really atrocious things, and they're not being reprimanded at all. And I think that this is all just one giant travesty.
Yeah. We really have to focus on what we can do to, follow in his footsteps on that path that he was walking for truth.
Yes. Not only that, justice. That's that's really what it comes down to. They were seeking justice for Americans that were being um, forced forced upon to give up something that they had owned, and um, that's what this all stems from.
Mhm. He was a true patriot, that's for sure.
Yes, he was. So, um, if any of Lavoie's family are watching, I just want to say I'm sorry, and that my heart really, really goes out to you guys. I I hope that you seek justice in this matter, and that it's fulfilled. That the people who did this are jailed themselves and taken away from the positions that they have, that they are able to um, not do this to anyone else.
I wonder what they've been doing about it since then. Like in the, I know Deb just gave an update on Rev Radio. Did you listen to that at all?
No, I don't listen to Rev at all. Not even a little.
Got some truth in there.
No, I went to their live feed one day and I didn't like what I saw, so I didn't go back.
Well, it's clear that hold on, I see. It's clear that the rest of America just doesn't really care. I mean, everybody's apathetic with all the technology and all the lies they've been eating. They don't know what to think. I mean, some people think that it was completely fake. You know what I mean? Like he faked his death or something, which is, obviously bullshit. But
Right.
that just shows you, how people are thinking. The majority of the masses are thinking. Why is that though?
Um, that's because they've been fed lies for so long that that they believe it. You know, it's
It's that public eye, that all-seeing eye of the public that they control. the morality and the mind of the masses through a lot of different factions.
Well, when they finally wake up, it's going to be too late, and it's almost too late now.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, we're coming to a point in time where, uh, like we were talking about earlier, that the things that are about to happen um, are going to happen so fast that it's going to take people by storm. And this incident in itself should tell people that they're not safe. Nobody's safe. Not anymore. We're not safe. Our government is completely tyrannical. They will do anything to keep people from fighting against them. And
See, I don't even know. I don't know. Sometimes I don't think it's like all our government. I think it's like the big money makers, and they just allow it to happen, But I'm
well,
sure
there are
I don't know.
big corporations behind all this too. Absolutely, there are forces that we don't see that are guiding the hand of the government with money, and that's what it all comes down to: money. Who's going to be the big person on the totem pole, and who's going to make all this money from taking land from people that own it, just like the family out in, I can't remember their name at the moment, but there's a family out that lives on the outskirts of Area 51. They've owned the property for 200 years, and the feds are trying to force them off their property too, so they can steal their gold and their mineral rights. And this is happening all over. It's not just in Burns, and it's not just at the Bundy Ranch. This is happening all over.
Yeah, all over the world. Seems like almost like it has to come crashing down.
It has to come to a head somehow. It's going to come to a head somehow, because that's the only choice that we have.
I really think if you like attach yourself to it, you're gonna go crashing down with it. That's what I think sometimes about paying attention to all this media stuff. Like, I mean, we obviously can't control what happens. I mean, we could stand up for what's right and speak our mind as much as possible to wake people up. It's about all we can do,
Right.
some of us truthers can pay too much attention to this stuff.
And my brain gets overloaded sometimes, but I don't think that we can fill ourselves with enough knowledge. I really don't. And when it comes down to it, all the things that are going on right now are leading to something absolutely huge. And when it does finally happen, it's going to happen, like I said, so fast that people aren't going to know what to do.
There's something going on with these gas leaks.
Oh, like in LA?
Yeah, and Texas too, northern Texas, and probably other parts of the country. Almost like they're trying to blow us up.
Yep.
We need to get some more people on here.
Hi, honey.
Hey.
What you doing? Okay. Right. That's exactly right. Wee's got it. She knows.
What are they talking about in the chat?
We said if they don't wake up and see the same boot on all our necks, they have no hope.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
that's a fact. That's what it is. We are fighting against the same Gestapo that Europe fought during Nazi Germany. It is exactly the same. It's no different whatsoever. They rolled in, they took everyone from their houses, they took all their shit and stuffed it in their own places and stacked it in piles at concentration camps. And that's exactly the same thing that they're going to do now. It's exactly the same thing.
I think they're just gonna do it at the psychological level, and that's what I feel like they're doing now. They just they just take out one person, and then it affects like the whole country psychologically.
Right.
I mean, all the people who are paying attention to it.
That was the precursor to the real takeover.
Spark something.
Yes.
But that's what they do all over the world. Like in every country they go in, they create civil unrest and stuff happens, riots go down and whatever, and then a new group takes control. But who controls that group?
Another group.
But you know, the people who have their hand in what was that?
A more dark and shadowy group. A group
or the same group that went in there and started all the trouble in the first place.
Right. Yep. So that's I just wanted to touch base on that for a minute because I've been thinking about it all day, and one of the girls mentioned it this morning. I think it was Friday or but I've been thinking about that all day long, and so I just wanted to say my little piece about that,
Mm-hmm. Do you have a chat room open?
I do.
Oh, I thought I had mics. I thought I had mics open.
If you go to my my channel, it'll show the live chat there.
Yeah, I thought I was talking in Mike's chat room, but I had yours popped up.
Oh, okay. Nope, I have a chat open. I did everything. I did with links last night and got it all set up, and hopefully it's buffering okay. Hopefully there's not really a buffer for it. I think I got that resolved, and I think I got the light out of the freaking screen, so that's not going to be flashing in people's eyes now. Except I shaved my head back down. So I know there's some glare off that. Sorry, guys.
Old shiny bald head,
Right?
squeaky clean.
It is too. Need a lollipop. Banta is supposed to be released from custody Monday. Was his name Josh? I want to say Josh Banta. I don't remember. Jeff Banta. I knew it started with a J. So if they're going to start releasing people, then they're not going to have any choice but to let Pete out too. And like Kenny said earlier, I think that when he goes to Nevada, he stands a good chance of getting the charges dropped because he wasn't carrying anything. And even if he was, Nevada's an open carry state. I used to live there, and but he wasn't, and he was there strictly to report the news, and that is one of our constitutional rights: freedom of freedom of press. So.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they said he was innocent, but he still went back in chains into solitary confinement.
Right, and if he's innocent, then what is he doing there? And that's the question that everyone should be asking. Honestly,
Trying to prove a point.
I know what they're trying to do, but they don't have a make.
Yeah.
They have absolutely no point whatsoever, except to illegally detain and imprison somebody for doing what we're allowed to do.
Trying to lock up the truth. The truth will come out.
Yep, and it's little by little and slowly, a little at a time. It is coming out, and hopefully, hopefully we can get this busted wide open, and the whole world will see it. Like literally, I would like to see some free press agents actually report the goddamn. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, you're there. Did you go away for a minute?
No, I'm still here. What'd you say?
Oh, I said hopefully we can get some press agents to actually tell the truth.
Yeah, we need to get more people out there instead of just sitting behind the computer screen like us.
Right. Unfortunately, that's quite a long way to travel.
I hate to admit it, but yeah, for sure. I wonder if we would get picked up even if we traveled over there, like if we were just going to the beach or something. Probably. Just by being in the chat room.
It's probably not. I don't know. They'd have to know everything about me, which they don't. So, because I'm kind of, as much as I'm out there, I'm still a little bit off grid. All my stuff on the computer's in my name, but as far as real life goes, nothing. There ain't shit in my name. And I know how to leave my cell phone somewhere. That's the problem.
chat room?
It looks good. We have Equine. Hi, Equine. Jim.
Hop on with us, Equine.
Got a bunch of people here, and most of them, like I said, most of them wrenches. I handed a bunch of wrenches out last night.
Got a wrench army in there.
I know, and you know, I think that's a good thing.
You might as well give everyone a wrench.
I want to keep a few unwrenched people just for looks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
But there's enough wrenches that if anything happens, that they'll be right on it. I know they will. So I don't have to worry about that. Page 1. Oh, gotcha. I see it, Lee. Well, good.
I'm talking to the chat, trying to get more people on.
What chat?
Your chat.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't know if there was another chat open, or I saw one of Scott's old chats, but one of he had something lined up. Either Scott or I think it was Spitfire actually had something lined up, and then it never went through. So
He doesn't come on tonight, right, Eric?
I don't think so. If he came on, I'd get a notification and I'd shut down.
For real?
Yeah, really.
No, yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, I'm not here to step on anyone else's feed or take anybody from anybody else. I think we're all supposed to be supportive of each other, and you know, I met everyone that I know here from Pete's Chat and from being at Santilli and Spitfire and Mike. So these people, as much as I like being part of the network, I'm not the network. Pete's the network, and Pete's the reason why we're all here in the first place. So I would shut down and spit if Spitfire did do anything tonight, which Jim says that Spitfire doesn't do Fridays. He doesn't think so. But if he did, I would shut down my chat and everybody could go over there. And when he's gone, I would come back over here and start all over again. And but really and truly, you know, this group of people, I met all these people talking in Pete's Chat. So that's who we're here for. We're here for Pete, and we're here for Mike, and we're here for Lynx, and we're here for Spitfire. And so we're all a group, and I'm just glad that I can give somebody a place to go when nobody else is up.
It's good to have a little truther community.
Absolutely, yeah, it is.
It's a needle in the haystack.
Call in.
Oh yeah, I meant to tell you that. Because this gives me horrible ADHD. So I have my iPad and I got my computer open too with the chat going. So I'm like,
Yeah, I got my cell phone right here, and it's
yeah, myself.
it's like having two computers, you know.
I need to have Scott's little setup that he has. He's like 3 screens.
Yeah, you have to have multiple screens. Well,
Yeah, for sure.
this is a stacked quad core. I have a stacked quad on this Dell, and so everything on here is like lightning fast anyway. And I think I got all the bugs worked out of this. So hopefully everything's running smooth and there's no lag and whatnot. And I think it'll be all right.
Can you play videos on your computer, like for the audience?
Yeah. All I have to do is put on a. Hello.
Equine.
Hi, Equine.
Hi, it's Becky. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hey, Becky.
Good. Much love to Damien and much love to Blood and all the patriots in the chat right now.
Much love to you too.
Everybody getting that okay?
Wanted to see if you guys had found any more information out on Mark or.
No, I think pretty much we're all of the same opinion. Mark's a piece of dirt.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's my opinion as well.
That's really all I need to know. I'm not going to waste my time looking for him or at him or anything like that. I just, as far as I'm concerned.
Don't forget to bring a towel. Like when you get out of the water, you need to dry off right away to avoid catching a cold. That's what.
Oh my God.
Awesome. Okay. Loving it.
Did I hear that?
We're doing
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh man.
protest in all courthouses on March the 5th.
Yes, I know. I think
So,
I think
yeah,
Clay.
I want to call out, make sure all the patriots are at their courthouses in force for Lavoy and all the ranchers and the ones in the jail.
That's right. I think Clay is going to meet me down here, and I'm probably gonna. I think should do that and do a shout out. I'm in South Carolina, so anyone in the South Carolina area around Charlotte, or I mean Charleston, or that area, go ahead and give me a ring. We can coordinate something, and maybe I'll meet at a coffee shop or something before we head down there and discuss our plans. And I plan on being there. I don't care if anyone else is there. I would be the only fucking person with a sign. I don't care. But
I'm telling you, Ohio's coming out in force pretty good.
That's awesome.
For the 3 weekends in a row, they've been to the state house. People coming from all different cities, going to their courthouses or going up to the state house the last 3 weekends. And I'm talking, 20, 30 to 50 people.
That's
and
awesome.
Doing overpasses. So
That's awesome. Leland said he was going to be there.
awesome. Leland, you're hilarious, by the way. Not sure if you're in the chat right now, but yeah, love you. Much love.
I know. I had a wonderful time last night. We BS'd all night.
It's like 5 hours, right?
Jim's too chicken to call in and talk. So Jim, get in here and talk.
I'm pretty sure. I think Jim was on earlier with Mike, right?
Oh, did he get on with Mike? Okay, good.
I think. I'm pretty sure. I saw, because I think I was in the room. I got in late, but I think Jim was there, and it was me and Karen and Mike.
Well, and I I also wanted to let you know I got a lady here that's on the East Coast who's been contacting me and wanting to write a series of articles concerning this. She's already has a publisher and has published before. I don't really want to give out her name yet, but I'm talking with her now, and hopefully we can get some articles rolling to where more of the Midwest and the East Coast and this information gets spread far and wide. We need people in force.
Right.
Peacefully in force.
Yes. But if we can't do it peacefully with force, then it's going to come to something else. And I think we all know that, honestly.
Yes. We are going to be watched when we step up. We must recognize that. We must recognize that our privacies are already invaded, though.
Right. And they're trying to further invade them.
Yes. So we might as well go ahead and speak up and voice our First Amendment rights loud and clear, whether they like it or not. And take a little bit of sacrifice to possibly having that black SUV drive past your house, or, you know.
I don't mind that. I'll give them a flying bird while they go past, too.
Me
I don't
too.
care. I have no problem doing that. And come on over, because you can't come in my house without a warrant.
Same here. I believe my husband don't feel the same. He thinks I'm putting myself on the line at times, but
Well, you know, that's what it takes to remain free, period.
yes, I agree. And
takes
he doesn't
balls.
argue with me on that. He knows I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and when I believe in a cause or I believe in something, and this has been coming a long time. It's so much more than the ranchers, and it's about the Constitution and
Absolutely.
our rights.
Yep. It's all about how are we going to stop a group of people from trampling all over us. And if we can't do that peacefully, then it's going to come to a revolution. I'll say it because I believe in the revolution.
If this generation was our grandfather's generation, it would have already started.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They would not have tolerated it to this extent.
And you know, and I believe that because I've traveled a lot, you know, I've been on the road a lot. I've been on, I wouldn't necessarily call it the streets, because I never lived in one town and was homeless, you know. And when I was traveling, I worked my way across, and I met a lot of really fantastic people. But I stayed in a few tent cities overnight, and I've met some people, you know, and they are worried about what they're doing from day to day. They have absolutely no clue what's going on nationwide.
That's the way it was planned. Consume us where we have to work, to sleep, to survive, to work, and not have the time to notice what was happening right underneath us.
Right. Well, I'm not one of those people.
Yeah, I'm not going to be a slave to the system any longer.
I'm not going to be a slave to anybody. They can take their money and shove it in their fucking ass. Because I'm not a slave.
No banks, no credit cards, nothing like that anymore for me.
Nope, I don't do banks. I have a card, but I don't do banks. I stopped doing banks years and years ago. They tried to screw me, and I told them to get screwed, and I still owe them like $1,200, and I don't give a shit. And but they purposely take the smallest amount checks, and then after you're withdrawn on your funds or whatever, overcharge or overlap on your checks, then they fine you or penalize you because you went over. When they held on to the checks as long as they could until you wrote those smaller checks, and then they added the smaller checks up, you know, it's all a big scam. So
Exact same thing happened to me. So, and I tried to make them an offer because they just kept on adding it up, and I just walked away from it.
yep, and I actually got a charge out of it, and I beat it in court, or I got actually a withheld judgment, which is the same as a not guilty verdict, and they kind of let it slide, I guess. But I had 14 felony counts hanging over me, and for misappropriation of funds, of all things. Somebody, I had a girlfriend. She closed the account. I didn't know that she closed the account. We had a joint account, and I continued to write checks, and so they almost stuffed me away, and I ended up getting like the once in a lifetime deal. You know, once in your life you can get a withheld judgment or a non-judgment or whatever they call it, and so there's no judgment passed on you. Not guilty, not innocent, not anything. It's just like swept away, I guess you could say. And
good news there. Good news there for sure. Yeah,
for
I
sure.
totally disagree with that. They let my ex-husband take my income tax return into my bank that he did not belong to, with just my name on it. Let him sign my name and cashed out $5K to him.
Yeah, see, he should have been put in jail for forgery.
Exactly.
I didn't forge my checks. They were my checks. My name was on them. So,
but the bank took no responsibility in it, yet you're held responsible for what you don't know your girlfriend did.
right.
Good thing you got out of that one.
I was extremely happy myself to trust that.
Look at all them in the chat trying to pick on each other to get on there. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm also, by the way, bought a whole big box of pocket constitutions. I'm trying to make up some. I looked for anti-BLM. They're similar to what the Bundys and them had on their shirts. Not finding them anywhere. Having some of them made up.
Nice.
And I also want people to remember that this is going to go on for a while, and it's coming up in just a few months where the BLMs are going to be trying to sell their Mustangs at every fairground around the United States. And that is going to be a key place for us to call out on the BLM.
Right.
Although a few months away, we must keep that in mind.
Yep. Well, BLM has been overstepping their boundaries for many, many years now.
Yes, and what the East Coast don't realize is it's not just the BLM. It's all wildlife refuge that are at stake here.
Yeah, National Forestry Service in particular.
Yes.
And
Environmentalists.
they can kiss my ass too.
Same here with me.
I go out crabbing.
I woke up to it about 7 years ago, and I'm not having any of it anymore. I've been fighting with the BLM over the wild Mustang for going on 5 years now myself.
Do you live out west?
Different topic, but
you must live out west.
I'm arguing with them on they hold horses up to 3 years in confined pens, and then under the cover of night, they sell them off record by the truckloads, and they go to Mexico for meat.
I believe that.
Yes.
I believe that. And I've seen wild horses out, and I mean, I lived in Nevada, I lived in Idaho, I've traveled all over the West. I mean, we used to drive monthly to to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and drove through Yellowstone National Yellowstone National Park. And I mean, so I've seen wild Mustangs in Nevada and Idaho, which Idaho doesn't have very many anymore, and Nevada is being depleted also. So
it's a different way. I mean, I understand the balance between the ranchers and them, but man, they kill horses as they round them up with the helicopters. The babies get left behind, and mothers get lost from their babies. And
right.
I mean, being sold off records. Come on. I mean, can't you even be legal about that?
Right, exactly. And no, I don't see how they're trying to protect wildlife when they're decimating it.
Kind of like Pete to me. What a hypocrite.
Right.
What a hypocrite. So, yeah. Well, much love to y'all. I'm going to let somebody else call in here. I just wanted to spread the news, make sure everybody comes out on force on 5th, please.
Thanks for calling in. You're full of truth.
Loud and clear.
Yep, I will be there. I will be at my local courthouse, and I will be making a stink.
Well, yes, I am too. So much love to all of you.
Much
You
love.
too. Have a
Good
good night.
night.
Okay, take care.
You too. Well, I'm going to hook you up, Leland. You don't have to use it, but yeah, I'm awake. Of course I'm awake. You got to do this.
Whatever happened to Fukushima?
I believe that it's still leaking. Honestly, Fukushima leaked all over the Pacific Ocean and went to Alaska and Washington and Oregon. And
I
yeah,
think another nuclear reactor just got damaged or something like that. Like it's leaking again.
or a different one maybe.
Yeah, it's a different one. So it's just gonna.
And
Should be great.
it's killing off the wildlife in the Pacific Ocean, which when the wildlife and the oceans are gone, then you have to be scared, because that is like I want to say upwards of 70% of all of the food for the world.
The Earth
Like-
is gonna have to like reset itself. You know what I mean? It's gonna react, or it is reacting, but
Yeah, it is. It's gonna kill us off before we kill it.
yeah, I don't know if they're just trying to like slowly ignite a big bomb or what. It's gonna be. I have no idea what's going on really. All I know is they're trying to keep the truth silent, and what they did with Lavoie proved it.
Right. And they're gonna hold us down as much as they can, and that's why it's eventually gonna happen that it's either gonna be they go away with peace, or we're gonna gun them down. One of the two.
Yeah.
I'm sure as fuck not gonna let them gun me down.
Wait, we don't. What? What were you talking about?
I said the government is either going to bow down to the people and be what it's supposed to be, or we're going to storm them. And for one, I'm not planning on being nice at that point.
Nah, that's what they want you to do, so they can use all their new little toys.
That's cool. They'll destroy themselves along with it. So bring it.
Or maybe it's somebody higher up trying to get us both to destroy each other, and maybe we're all innocent.
Right.
Who knows? I mean, you heard the federal agent that was at the airport when Ammon Bundy met up with him. He was talking to Deb, and he said they were there for all the crazy 9/11 conspiracy theorists. And that just shows you how, like, educated they are. So really, maybe they're just like innocent people, but we just need to educate them. They
It's
all
not
need
a
to
yeah. Well, it's not a theory.
go back to school.
Once you've proved that it's a conspiracy, it's not any longer a theory.
Yeah, but that just
It's not-
shows how uneducated they are.
Right.
They need to be a little bit more qualified for their job, especially.
Oh, hi, Sita. Hi, Ian. Where's it? I did not see that.
Anybody else want to call in? What about Leyland?
I'm sure Leland does not want to talk on the phone tonight. He's spent like 12 hours on the phone yesterday. Where's it at? Yeah, I know Steve and Ian. They're really good friends of mine in California, actually.
What are they talking about in the chat?
A bunch of different things.
Equan put me on blast.
Did she? She's like, he looks like a hippie.
I get that all the time. I think Leyland said he wanted to hop on here. Or I think he said he went to go get Cam and a mic.
And to all the fans that may be like lurking or whatever, I don't see any feds lurking right now. But if you listen to this, I'm not speaking for everyone here. When I say what I say, I am talking about my own fucking self. Like, if you think that you're gonna trample all over me, you are absolutely 100% wrong. Let's just make that clear. So I know some people that would concur with that, but I'm not gonna name any. And I will speak for myself though and say I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I think I did see, I don't know, it was Tita and Ian's. Where did you see that post, Jim? Wow. I'm still like scrolling up trying to see what people said.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what Michelle was talking about. I don't know if I said something she disagreed with or what.
I don't know.
This guy HBA, anarchy is the only natural way of living if you need a government to determine what is and what is not civil.
Where does it say that? Up. I I think it takes a little bit of nut to speak about some of the stuff we spoke about last night, Leland.
What were y'all talking about? You know,
I'm a little bit of man. I'm telling you what, we touched base on so much stuff last night. I see you, Grady. I'm not ignoring
hi,
you.
Grady.
I'm trying to see what you said.
Sugar said, "Let's make a date." I say, "Fuck you." What's that all about?
You can call when you want, Grady.
Oh, yeah, she needs to get on here.
She's not feeling like it tonight, she said. Oh, we got a call. And I think that's Leland. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hey there.
How's it going?
Good. How is it over there in Iowa?
I'm telling my speaker down so I can. This he Quinn?
This is Damien.
Oh, okay. Didn't know because I thought you was talking to Quinn, and I thought maybe you picked up the phone. I'm gonna put you on speaker.
All right, no problem.
Okay. That way I don't have to hold this damn phone up so close to my ear. You guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead and try that again.
Somebody's saying hi. Jay's saying hi on the bottom, so I guess I don't have to. Type. They can hear me too.
Yeah, you're pinging pretty good on there.
Okay. But I'm just kind of holding the phone. The speaker's on the back of it. The mic's on the front, so I'm just holding it directly at my mouth, and I can hear on the one side. As long as my voice is coming through, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
Excuse me, I got my time and chain ordered today. It's not going to be here until Tuesday. So I figured I'd take the tomorrow now. I told him my next door neighbors, he's having me do his roof.
Yep.
Blew that couple shingles off. I'm going to patch that up tomorrow. 10-minute job. Get him taken care of until winter gets over here. You know, I'm not going to start it until the ground thaws and gets hard again. I have to back up on his yard.
Right.
That's what that dump truck, I just back up right next to the house and throw shit all right in the truck. Four-wheel drive that high, there's not too many yards I can't get in.
Good. Turn down for what? That's right. Have you ever seen that video? That video is the shit.
No.
What's that?
That song, my ringtone is a song.
Crunk music.
Yeah. trap music, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's pretty good video. Funny as shit.
Hey, Leyland, you got a camera, didn't you?
I'm not catching you. I can't understand you on my phone.
Did you get a camera?
No, not yet. I told you I got seven channel stereo.
Yep.
I've got that hooked up to my computer and I got sound.
Awesome.
I just have to go out and get a camera and a mic.
Oh, okay. Should have one built in your computer. Unless you got an old computer.
That's a desktop.
Oh, okay.
That's why I got to get a camera and mic.
Yeah.
It'll be soon.
I know sometimes at Goodwill they have like there's some cheap webcams over there in the electronics section. With Goodwill Hunting.
Yep.
Get you a little $5 camera.
Oh, I'll have a good camera and a good mic so I don't sound like shit and look like shit too, huh?
I feel that.
I'm sure my wife is probably lurking right now.
Oh, okay. I'll better keep my tongue twisted, huh?
Oh no, it's all right. She's
No, I got about 4 hours of sleep this afternoon. Me and the dogs laid down here on the floor. I don't know if you guys have seen my on my channel, my slideshows. That's where the chair's at, up right by the front of the TV. That cot that's kind of up on the bench. That's where I sleep. And dogs are so small, she will not let me sleep up there without just tearing up, jumping up, barking. So I have to lay down on the floor and sleep with them. If I take a nap, she goes to jump off of that high up. She's liable to break a leg because she's such a small dog. So if I want a nap when the dogs are awake, I get down on the floor and I sleep with them. That's the only way I can get some rest. I got about 4 hours.
right.
I feel great. Don't think we're going to make it an all-nighter tonight, though, are we, Damon?
I don't know about you, but I might.
Yeah. Like I said, I got some work. I got a lot of stuff I got to do to get that together for the rally.
Right.
I still got to go out and get plywood. I'm thinking of painting it black.
I got a giant fucking box I'm gonna make into a sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I don't know how we'll do that. I'll have to check it out. I'm gonna have to wait till Monday and, like I said, call down to the clerk or whatever to see if there's a permit required.
You can call down there and they can tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just call. I would call the Chamber of Commerce or the City Hall, and they'll be able to tell you.
Okay. See, I got to get used to this when I'm on the phone. I don't have to type on the chat, and I don't pay attention to the chat.
Well, I'm trying to pay attention, but I got.
I know it's hard to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
To pay attention to the chat at the same time.
Yeah, it is. That's my problem. That's why I'm quiet here, because I'm sitting here trying to listen to you guys and then read the chat at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
That's I keep wanting to reach over and hit the keyboard, to talk to people that's on the chat. And I don't have to, because you can all hear us anyways. So all I have to do is answer you.
Right.
That's good. That's what takes getting used to. I might be able to do a little bit better job of keeping up with the chat. Like I was telling Damon last night, I'm a looking poker. By the keyboard and then look back up at the screen. Hell, whoever I was talking to was gone. I have to keep scrolling back up to stop the chat, you know. At least that's what it does on mine. On my computer. All I do is start scrolling back up, and that freezes the chat. Then I can just scroll back down at will until I get clear to the bottom, and then the chat takes back off again. Which is kind of nice, you know.
Jay Grady wants us to talk about Agenda 21.
Agenda 21 or 2030, because they're both the same. You know, I think they just threw that 2030 in there just to kind of throw us off a little bit. Agenda 21. I really don't think we're going to get that far.
Right.
So that 21, that's what they're planning on having done by 2021. We'll see here come next month. That asteroid is coming in, you know. Well, it's only going to be 19,000 miles away, but we haven't seen it yet in 3 years. Well, how the fuck do they know where the fuck it's going to, how far it's going to, or where it's going to be?
Well, they know because they can calculate with speed and distance and trajectory and all that good stuff. Where it's gonna, even where it's going to land.
Did you catch that on my
They've been saying an asteroid was going to hit for the past how many years?
Yeah, well, how many have actually come within the Earth's atmosphere? Like,
Yeah, there's been a lot more peeking through.
yeah. I mean, we're moving through an asteroid belt, so that's going to happen.
That's a distraction, though. We really need to be talking about Agenda 21, though.
Yes, Agenda 21 is.
That's already at the local level right now through city council and all that. It's been going on for the past probably 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. And it was already supposed to be implemented, but the government's really fucking slow at doing shit. So, because I mean, I heard about that in 2007, late 2007, early 2008, and it was supposed to have started before 2015, the actual takeover. And like I said, that was they renamed it Agenda 21, but really the plans are in Operation Garden Plot. If you look up Operation Garden Plot and you look up Operation Cable Splicer, which Operation Cable Splicer is a contingency plan, which the 10 regions, the 10 FEMA regions that we all have been talking about, each region will be assigned a governor, and those governors will carry out the presidential orders of the sitting president after Operation Garden Plot is implemented. Which Operation Garden Plot is Agenda 21.
Master calls. I got to take the dog out and I'm put him to bed. I'll be right back, guys. I'll just leave the phone.
No worries, Leland.
Yeah, like Link said, it's been going on for the past like 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been going on, and they're just very slow at doing shit. You know, they have to build what they have to build, and they have to, you know, they've got a whole lot of stuff that they have to do in order to prepare themselves.
They do little things like little smart grid on the gas meters and all that, so where they don't have to go out, you know, house to house. They can just use
read it from a telephone pole. Yep.
But that's really harmful for our health. Like it emits a lot of like harmful
rays, or
frequencies and stuff.
Yes, microwave frequencies. and what is that? Yeah, microwave rays. So essentially, it's frying your brain. It's making you sick. It's
Yep.
it's destroying your DNA.
And they're adding these little, I don't know what they're city. They have like apartment buildings on the top and shopping centers below it, and they're cramming everybody in the cities and
Right.
swiping up all the land on the outskirts. I think we're slowly just walking ourselves into the camps.
Well, and you can make a, you know, if you have a smart meter, we have a fucking smart meter, and I'm gonna build a Faraday cage for it. Period. Like, if you build a Faraday cage, it lessens the amount emitted by up to 95%. So you're getting way less of the microwave frequencies from it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a microwave frequency.
Well, it's no, it's I'm thinking of the wrong word there.
Yeah.
Let's see, I can find it real quick. That's not a problem. Da, 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 da. I love the internet. I love the internet. I hate it at the same time.
They're pushing people to give up cars and stuff like that and start taking the public transportation system, little railroads. Which it doesn't seem like a bad
That's what
thing.
it is. It's not micro. It is microwave. It's microwave radiation. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
So it's the same thing in a larger dose that you get from your microwave oven. And microwave ovens produce radiation. So, like when my microwave in the kitchen is running, my cell phone, my Wi-Fi goes down.
Dang.
Yeah, but if I stand, I checked this the other day. I shit you not. If you stand in front of it and put your phone right there, then it blocks the microwave signal enough that I can get a Wi-Fi signal. But if I'm just holding my cell out, it will completely kill the Wi-Fi signal.
That's weird.
Wow, we have freaking everybody in here.
Let's get them on the show.
Yeah, y'all want to call in, you can. Well, I guess not right now because Leland's on hold.
That's what I really think. The World War III is the war on us. It's been going on.
Yeah,
in every aspect of our lives.
The world war, the war on everyone.
Yep.
It is truly.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep. I can hear you. No, but if you have a smart meter like I have, I would suggest building a Faraday cage, which definitely you make it out of aluminum or steel, and it blocks many of those.
I think we should be covering our heads, to be honest, like they did back in the day, like back in like the Bible days.
Tinfoil hat. I'm gonna get me one.
I mean, you just got to cover your head because there's so much radiation going on. I think that's why they did it back in the day. I think they were probably running into the same problems.
You know, Weird Al sang a song called about a tin foil, right?
Weird Al. I
Aluminum
haven't
foil.
heard much of him. I mean, I've
Man,
heard the Amish Paradise.
last year.
Living in an Amish paradise.
He's got all kinds of music. I love him. I
Yeah, I
love.
know.
He had a great performance. I went to his show. So me and my wife went to his show last year, and it was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, he just came back into the limelight. I guess he finally said, F it, signed the contract in blood.
Okay, so I'm handing out wrenches. I thought I don't know where all my wrenches are. I think they got. I don't know what happened. They got
We having a
dropped.
troll problem in there?
No, I just want them there just in case because we're going to be here quite a while, and where I am anyway. I don't know how much time everyone else has this evening, but
I'm back, and I told you long time it doesn't exist. There's daytime and there's nighttime.
what's that?
Daytime is light, nighttime is dark.
Oh, I think that. Well, I see it this way. It's nighttime until I go to bed and wake up, and then it's morning. And if it's 6 o'clock at night when I wake up, it's fucking morning.
There you go.
So I got up. I went and laid down for a few hours. I got up around 6 o'clock, so it's still morning.
Yeah. From good till 6 tomorrow morning, 12-hour day.
I gave Robin a wrench. I think.
Yeah, anyways, when I was before Master called there, you catch that on the chat?
What's that?
I've always wondered how it would feel to be rich, and boy, I feel like such a nut. Because he wrenched me.
You got a wrench, Layla?
And I said I didn't want a wrench.
You can't see the wrenches, Grady? Lynx has a wrench. Hi, Lynx.
Brady's got a wrench. BRT's got a wrench. Lynx got a wrench.
I'll be right back, guys.
No worries. I'm gonna have to take a break here in a second anyway.
That's why I was in that other chat room. I said, where's all them at?
Oh, they don't show up in other chat rooms. This one.
Yeah, I know. Because Damon was on there and talked to them other mods on them other places. And we'll keep them trolls out of there. Let's see the first one come into the room, a room full of riches. Do you suppose they think they'll even have a chance to get a word one in?
Well, the people that I hand wrenches to are people that I trust and have talked to for quite a long time now. I mean, they're most of the people that I have as wrenches are already wrenches. They're wrenches in Peach chat. They're wrenches in Scott and in Spitfire's chat. So they're people that I know can carry out wrenching duties, if you will, and remain non-biased.
Right.
If I ultimately don't want somebody in here, I'll just kick them the fuck out myself.
That's right. So anyways, I got my speakers hooked up and all. I need the mic and a camera now, and I think we'll be set. It'll take me a couple days to learn the Google Hangout, But like I said, if you don't learn something every day, I feel lost. Like my day was worthless.
Right. Boom, you got trolls.
came back online. I went over to like Spitz channel or whatever, I think. And I came back over to the other channel, and the first link that I seen on the chat, I opened up a new window, you know, and it took me to the Google Hangouts. So must have been meant to be. Downloaded it and installed it. Tried my speaker sound.
Oh shit.
With my stereo. Got speaker sound.
Oh, damn, blood.
So I can blow all of our ears off if I want. When I get a mic, but I keep it turned down. That's what I said when I jump on the phone. Because I've been watching chat for ever since this started happening, you know, but I just ain't never logged in. Like I was telling Damien last night, I'm kind of like that hermit back in the hole, and I'm just peeking my head out. I'm getting farther.
Right.
He says, I hope you didn't take offense to what I wanted to vet you when you was on that chat that day. And I said, Damien, that day that you did that, I liked you right off of the start. I would like to know who the hell's coming in my house too before I start letting them do anything.
Right. Well, it wasn't my house. I was just house sitting. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, yeah, but you've been in there for a while, you know, and all the mods and everybody knows you. The different people that comes in knows you. I heard them jump on you a little bit. But hey, I like, because you had the balls to come out and do it. Even though it wasn't your room, you know. Hey, who are you? What the hell are you doing in here? You come in the chat or what?
Right.
I went over and looked on your page, and you don't have no profiles, no nothing. The only reason I started that YouTube channel.
Right, it's because you wanted to watch a video. Right.
Never went back. I didn't even know how to find my way back to it. It took a little bit.
I know, it's awesome. Most of my viewers are women, so
yeah.
I feel kind of like Mike did today.
Yeah.
I got all the hot Southern girls, and I got the women in here. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I figured if I'm gonna pull my head out of the cave, I just as well get set up and do it the right way instead of talking on this damn cell phone all the time, you know.
Yeah. Right.
Last night, the whole night, I started out with 9,000 and like 700 or 800 minutes. This morning it's 9,200 some minutes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was good talk though.
That's good. Hey, you know what? It was a good talk. We touched a lot of really good points.
Yeah. Got to know each other a little bit better.
Yes,
That's
Yanks.
what
I heard you. I do know how to invite you. Give me just a minute. We're going to get links on the phone too.
Oh, okay.
Or we're going to get links on here. Anyway.
That's what I said. You're ready on the chat room because I didn't know more than one person could call into you without being on video, you know?
No, I can get him on video right here.
No, I mean me, seeing as I didn't have video.
Right.
Because you was talking to BRT.
If you have a computer.
I could call in at the same time. It's not that I wasn't going to call. I just didn't know if I could. And I said, whenever you're ready. Then I heard you say, well, maybe you ain't going to call in.
Right.
You seen that? BS. I was dialing.
This chat's so funny. I love the chat.
Me too. I'll tell you what. A couple people. Man, it's so nice. Since I found you guys, my spirits has just lifted up so much higher.
Oh, we got Links. Hello, Links.
Hello. I didn't want to interrupt the phone call at all.
No, you're great. I think I don't think Leland wants to be on all night again. I think he actually wants to sleep tonight.
I don't sleep well anyways.
Honestly, I don't think anybody should be sleeping well considering how much danger we're all in of basically being arrested and thrown into indefinite
Detention.
detention. Basically.
Yeah, absolutely. That's wrong.
Yep. You know what? I sleep so light that if a hair hits the ground, I'm awake and looking.
Oh, not me. But if something unusual happens to jolt me, I'm awake.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If a hair hit the ground, I would hear it and I'd be awake.
Right.
That's how light I sleep.
Right.
But no, I haven't. I mean, for a peaceful night's sleep, ever since I ran into this and I found out what they're doing out there, it was right when Vietnam showed up there in Burns, you know. I haven't slept a good night since.
I've had like 2 good nights in 2 months. 2 good nights. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, my spirit's lifted up a hell of a lot higher since I found you guys in this chat room. Somebody said today, it'd be nice if everybody in the chat room just wrote how you met Pete, you know, Sam Tully, and
Right.
how I met him on my TV, the YouTube part of the TV, you know. It doesn't have chat on it. And at the start, when you watch one video, it would give you suggestions for different videos. That's how I found Pete's channel.
Right.
A couple days later, it was gone. I couldn't find it. But if you type it in up in the search box on the YouTube, Pete's channel comes up, and then if it goes away again, it's still up in the search box. So all I have to do is just hit search, you know, and his name's up on the top of the screen. I've been following him ever since I started YouTube on the TV.
Right. I've got all their channels. I've got all of them. And I used to have Dabu's channel, and Dabu's an idiot. So I just I totally unsubscribed from Dabu and everything. I don't even want to hear his stupid hole.
See, I watched all of them. When everybody got on Dabu came out and did that. I think that was fucking bullshit myself.
Yeah.
But I was watching at the time, you see. And I was only on the TV. And I had no idea that it even had a chat until I turned the computer on and went to YouTube website, you know?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Because I didn't know there was any chat in Pete's until, like I said, until I turned my phone and was looking at it long ways. Because if you turn it short ways, the chat doesn't show up. It's just the room, and or just the video. But if you turn it right side up and have it long ways, the chat shows up. And I'm like, well, fuck, there's a chat here.
How cool, huh? Yeah, after I seen that, I ain't had the YouTube channel turned on the TV since I found it on the web, you know.
Right. So what you got to weigh in on there, Links? Hello?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, right on. Good.
Is this sounding any better than I normally have?
Yes, that sounds fantastic.
It's a headset, so
Yep.
Well, see, I'm just on a net 10 phone, a Samsung phone.
Yeah, but
phone.
you're on speakerphone and actually going through my computer now. I'm not using my headset tonight. I don't even have it on. I don't even have it on. I actually
Yeah.
figured out how to use the damn computer. So
Yeah, so you don't have to listen with your headset.
no.
Well, see, that's what I was saying. That's what I've already learned how to do on the Google Hangout. It said speakers, test your speaker.
Right.
Put my stereo on and hit that little thing on it. Hey, it was ringing over all 7 channels.
Yeah, the chat says you sound real good too, Links.
excellent. Can Leland hear me at all here?
Can you hear Links, Leland?
Yeah?
Yep.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't have to get my voice as loud as I normally do for that.
Yeah, that's what I kind of like about the headset.
No, working out everything. I finally figured out what I did wrong with the live events. I'm starting a new one. I already started a new one for tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, my time.
Okay.
It's over on the West Coast. It should have the chat room, should have me be able to go in and everything. I didn't do the quick use Google Hangouts. I clicked another button accidentally, so it was wanting me to get a broadcast feed from my computer to send out there, and then they would record it, so it wouldn't be Hangouts anymore. It was all messed up.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, so Leland, you gonna stick with us? Why don't you get up here in the Hangouts with us? Come on, man.
He can. He doesn't have a camera.
Well, I don't have my camera going right now because it's a piece of shit, but
Hey, that's better than mine because I don't even have one.
true.
Camera on either.
I'm just thinking along the lines of I think I might actually make it a semi-regular thing, bringing in people from the chat room into the Google Hangouts, because that was a lot of fun. Don't you think it was, Damien?
Yes, absolutely. I really liked that earlier. It's comfortable. You're able to speak. Karen was kind of a little bit back. I don't know what was wrong. Maybe her mic just wasn't picking her up real well or whatever. But everything else sounded real good.
Now, to answer your question, you'll just have to take my wrench away and boot my ass out if you think you're going to get rid of me.
We're not going to get rid of you. Why would we get rid of you?
But anyways, I'm going to pick up the camera. See, because I'm just on a desktop computer with 55-inch TV for a monitor.
55-inch monitor for in-your-face stuff.
That's what I was telling you guys. I had 2 windows open. One of them is the pop-out chat, and my pop-out chat is about 2 feet wide, 2 feet high. That's half of the TV screen, and then the other half of the TV screen is the video. That's what I say. I'm kind of new at this stuff, and to keep
my
up with
God.
the chat,
I'll be right back, guys.
I have to look and poke. By the time I look back up at the screen, the people's gone.
Yeah, especially whenever the chat room's really, really busy.
Yes, hi, Karen. I see that. Anita's here. They got me a call in. Carol said I shouldn't stay up all night tonight, though.
So you're not planning to stay up all night again?
Oh, yeah, that 4 hours of sleep, I'm good to go.
No,
Around
okay.
200 minutes, I don't think we'll get done with that tonight.
So you're going to be able to keep Damien company then, huh?
Oh, I don't see why not. We didn't run out of nothing to talk about last night.
I honestly,
Yes,
I'll say it
the
again.
chat room and the other live stream was coming up. I said, well, when they start, we'll hang up. See you over at the other chat room.
Yeah, what we need to do is get a centralized chat room that everybody can go to, and then we just watch that chat room off of any of the live feeds.
Yep. That way somebody can stop there and check in, leave a message. Where's the chat room open? Just leave one standard room open for if anybody wants any information, you know, it's open all the time.
Exactly.
That's how I found Damien last night, kind of brain fart. Oh yeah, he said he was setting up Google Hangout. And I went over to clicked his name, you know, and it went over there and it said live stream, and I clicked on it, and I went back over to the open chat, the pop out chat. I said, Dee, he's over at we're over at Damien Maynard's. And she followed me over. And Damien and I never stopped. I said, well, if you're tired, I'll hang up. You can go to bed. No, I'm fine. That's all right.
Well, now that he's back, I'm not going to be able to say it because he's back and he'll hear it then.
What's that?
I was just going to say, I'm really damn proud that you actually stood up and started doing a video chat. Everybody seems to love it. I honestly am proud of you on that.
I'm really surprised, actually. I didn't expect it to be. I didn't expect it to be popular, and we talked about that last night, and it's. I just want a place for people to be able to come. You know, these most of the people that are in chat now are Pete's morning people, or Pete's evening people, you know, and I spent quite a long time now chatting with the people in there, and getting to know everybody and whatnot, you know.
Then a young upstart like me shows up and just jumps in and starts doing his own live shows. Yeah, makes you go, well, shit, I know these guys way better. Come on, I need to do a live show.
No, not at all. I know you've been around for a little minute, you know, but I wasn't even thinking about that. Not at all. I haven't been in chat for a long time. I've been listening to Pete for quite a while, but I hadn't really been in chat for a long time. I was listening or chatting before everything happened with LaVoy, but the whole fact of the matter was, you know, I just I enjoyed being somewhere with people of like mind, and most people in here are of like mind, and I like that. Yeah, it is like a family.
Just like a family sitting down at the dinner table.
Yes, it is.
With no phones in the hand, and actually being able to discuss situations with each other without fighting about it.
Right. And like I said, you know, the wrenches that I have in place here are all people that I know will properly take care of things if if I happen to go take a cigarette break, or if I don't catch something in the room, if somebody comes in here talking about Lavoy or Pete or Deb or anyone else, they can just kick them the fuck out because
Exactly.
I'm in my room.
That's right. I'm not gonna let somebody come in on my living room floor and take a shit right in the middle and
Exactly.
leave it there and not clean it up. I'm gonna kick him and his shit out of the room.
Right. And I thank you guys for being here, because without you, I don't have an audience, and I don't have a chat, and I don't,
Yeah.
So I really appreciate everybody just coming and supporting what I'm doing here, and I'm not really doing anything but taking up a little bit of slack,
Yeah.
We have Spitfires chat, and there's Mike, but everybody else has something to do, and me, I pretty much don't have shit to do. So why not do this? Because this is what is needed at this moment in time. And
Yeah.
so whatever it is that you guys need is what is really important to me. It's not even about me at all.
That's right. We're here to try to make you guys happy. That's always my number one goal. If somebody's down in the dumps or mad or something, I'm there to lift their spirits up. By the time they walk away, they're grinning and smiling.
Right.
And you don't even have to make a joke or make anybody laugh. It's just the feeling of, wow, that was a good show, and they actually informed us, or wow, I was part of that discussion. That actually will make somebody walk away smiling.
Right.
That's right.
So basically, guys, Damien's here. Oh, wait, Leland's saying something.
I said I agree with you totally.
As I was gonna say, and thank you, Leland. Damien's here. I'm here. Mike, Pete will be here eventually. We're all here to basically give you something to watch and be a part of and learn the truth. That's all it is. We are really nothing special. It makes us feel good to do this for you, but y'all can do it too, as long as you try to do the truth. Go
Right.
out, do it. Damien, he was nervous as hell last night on his very first show. That's why I jumped in. Now he looks almost like an old pro.
Do I?
Well, you're a lot more relaxed and calm.
I do feel a little better, actually. I didn't know how things were going to go, and I didn't really know the layout of everything. And honestly, I just wanted to make it the best experience I can for everyone else. It's like I said, I want the people in chat to be happy, and I want everything else to run smooth as far as the chat goes. So
Yeah, see, they all absolutely love what you're doing here. You're doing good, and that's why I was saying I was proud of you. I mean, I'm glad you're not like some of those people out there that are, oh, I gotta just keep people on and get more subscribers and steal all the subscribers from other people.
yeah, I won't. I don't tolerate that either. I tell people, even when we're in other chats, I'm like, hey, get the fuck out of here.
Well,
Yep, I'll tell you what.
Don't come over here trying to steal people, because
I don't want subscribers. I don't want no donations. And hell, I don't even give a fuck if I have any life. I'm
Yeah.
not here to see somebody else's subscribers. I'm here to put my 2 cents in for me.
right.
And I would say to them, if you want to subscribe to me, I wish there was a way that if you subscribe to me, that subscription for me would automatically go to people. since I found this chat, and I'm not on just the regular TV, hey, I am going to go out and get a camera and a microphone now. So you will be able to see me. I won't have to have the one of the better half worrying about my 10,000 minutes. Because isn't it that when you're on the Google chat, you don't have to call in? You know, when you're on, like BRT and Lynx is on,
Right.
the computer calls you. It's an internet telephone call.
That's what this is.
Yeah, see, I won't have to deal with your cell phone then.
Right. And you can just sit in front of your computer and talk.
Yeah. So yes, I'm going to go out and get a camera and a mic, and we'll be seeing you. I'm not going nowhere. Oh, I've learned so much off of this already. YouTube. See, that's what I said. I work for myself, by myself. I'm making up through the summer. Get all my electrical bills paid for the winter. Get the gas bills paid, the cable bills. Well, I don't have cable. Just internet and telephone. And then the water bill. You know, your basic monthly bills. I'm making up during the summer, and I prepay them through the winter time, so I can just sit in the house and do nothing all winter. You just well call me semi-retired. I work in the summer and I don't in the winter.
Yeah. Well, there isn't a whole lot of work on houses in the winter anyway.
Hey, up until I was about 43, 44, I'd jump up on them roofs and push the snow off and do them in the wintertime.
Fuck that.
That's right. When I started getting up there 49, 50, I said, bullshit on this. I'm too fucking old to be doing this shit. I'll do it in the summer. I ain't scooping no more snow.
Oh, I just because of that I was thinking, why don't you get Jose to go up and do it for you? But somebody somebody in my it was a possible troll, but somebody commented on my video with all you guys, and they had stated you don't spank a 2-year-old, and you know, you do swat them lightly on the butt. It's more of a psychological thing. But then they ask, are you racist? You sound racist, and blah blah. I'm sitting here going,
what?
Yeah. And then he's like, I don't care if you're racist. I just want you guys to be truthful on that. And you know what? I will state right here, right now, yes, I am racist, but not in the way you guys think.
I'm not racist. I'm fucking prejudiced.
No, I'll be racist.
I'm prejudiced against stupid ass motherfuckers, and I'm prejudiced against certain types of people, but it has nothing to do with color of skin or background or where you fucking came from. It has to do with the kind of person you are and how you treat other people.
Right,
absolutely.
but that would be considered some people that's considered a racist.
Well, they're fucking idiots.
Exactly, but this is what I tell people whenever I say I'm racist. I absolutely love white people. I despise white trash. I despise the derogatory term for white people, hunkies, whatever you want to call them. I like black peoples, but I hate niggers.
Well, there's white niggers too.
Those are wiggers.
White trash, niggers, they're all the same thing.
I like Mexican or Latin people. I hate spics. I like Asian people. I hate chinks and all them. It's the aspect of if they're stupid, they deserve the derogatory term.
Right.
But people will see that as a racist remark.
No, that's not racist at all. No, I don't see that as racist. Racist is really down to the core. It is a hatred against a people because of their skin color or their descendancy. That is what racist really is.
Oh, so you mean most black people I've met that automatically, because I'm white, they call me a racist because I'm white.
They're fucking
Which-
racist. Yeah.
They're actually reverse racist.
Yes.
Yeah, basically, it's nice and simple that way.
Yes, it is. And I mean, I have I wouldn't say a lot of black friends, but I have several black friends. And I actually have a black friend of mine. She's a black lesbian and a boxer. And we used to spar all the time. She's like, you know what? I really like you. You're not like all the other white people here. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, you're not a fucking nigger. And I'm like, well, that's good. But we used to smoke weed and drink and work out and spar. And, you know, that word is passe. That word carries no fucking meaning these days. And I hate it when people when they use that word and have absolutely no understanding of what it means. And I read the dictionary like twice, okay, completely through. And words have meanings, and people fail to learn the meanings of words. When they start using language, they distort what it means because they don't really know what it means. You know, they have this false belief that they understand the English language better than a dictionary. And I don't know, I go by Webster's dictionary or whatever you want to call it, you know?
Yeah.
But no, that's not racist.
You know what I tell people if they ask me if I'm racist? Hell no, I like salt and pepper. That's just about how far I take it too.
Now I've got
Because I feel like I've said, I love everybody. I
Right.
trust everybody. It just, you're gonna have to earn my trust. If you do something to make me not trust you, that's it. You're not gonna earn it back.
yeah, I don't associate with people that are like really racist. I won't associate with those people because they are not anywhere close to what I stand for. I am a prejudiced person though. I am prejudiced against people who are prejudiced against people for their skin color. I'm prejudiced against people who can't understand normal thinking. I
Can't understand normal thinking, cunt.
Yes.
I see Scott's in the chat room.
Hey, there's Scott. What's up,
Now-
Scott?
I will say I'm racist. I am completely racist against sheeple.
There you go.
I'm racist against feds.
Well, they are almost a race in themselves now.
They are.
And the only reason I've got my chat to the side like this is because at least that way it's flying normally. The flag there. But yeah, sorry.
Scott's in our chat. That's awesome. Wow, that's amazing. That's simply amazing to me.
Well, if he wasn't as busy as he usually is, I would say send him an invite or ask if I could send him an invite. But I can't because I don't have this. Oh, well.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't have that ad thing on it, so.
Oh, you don't?
No, only you do. You're God in this chat room, basically.
Oh, yeah, I'm not God. I don't even believe in God.
Yeah, you know, I had no problem in having Great Wapiti in because he had his views. And if we are going to be saying, oh, well, no, you got that strong Christian view, religion view kind of thing, we can't have you in here. basically we're no better than the mainstream media. So I let him get on. I invited him in and said, "Come on in, talk," and everybody got along fine, didn't they?
Yeah, I agree. We if we're to bounce ideas and thoughts and be what we really are supposed to be, which is we're you know, like I said in my little thing, and it's an extension of what was started. You know, I'm not trying to take over anyone's chat. I'm not trying to step on anyone's feeds. I'm not out to do any of that. I simply want to help spread the truth and to be a go-to place for all our listeners, for people that I've grown attached to.
When one chat goes down, another one opens up, so somebody's got somewhere to go.
Well, like I said,
we're the same thing together, all as one.
Right. No, like I said, I've really grown attached to the people in Pete's chat, and you know, they go to Spitfire and they go to Mike, and they bounce around to all these places, but we're all connected. All these places are connected, and that is the beauty of this, you know.
Right.
And I just enjoy being a spot that people can come. You know, it's kind of like my living room. If I had the friends that I had back in California or Nevada, they were welcome to come over anytime, day or night, and they always knew it. They'd have a place to go, and that's what I like about starting this. You know, they have a place to go. The people that I've grown comfortable with and talk to on a daily basis and bounce ideas off of, and I like it.
Well, hey, if you look at it this way, all of us, like I'm going to start a live stream. I told you, since I found this on the web, and it's actually got a chat room on it, and I've been monitoring chat. You know, that's what I said the other morning when I was on Mike's show. I said I've been monitoring Pete's chat, I've been monitoring Mike's chat. Everybody's against me. Religious this, politically that. And if we can't come together as a people and put our fucking differences aside, there is nothing that's ever going to change.
Right.
And all I see this doing is when I start one, and Damien's got one, and Mike's got one, and Spitfire's got one, and Pete's got one, we are all one channel, and we're only going to grow from there. Somebody else will have a channel, and it's all gonna. That's how the message gets spread out. And we're all working as one constant goal to get them guys out of there because they don't belong there.
Exactly.
And Lavoy, I mean, I'm still just so fucking tore up about that I'm just beside myself. And that's not supposed to happen in a country that I grew up in and I thought was so goddamn great, you know. No wonder I've been telling Carol the last 5 years that I see this country going to hell in a handbasket, and it ain't taking very long to get there either.
Right. I hope you all don't care. I'm going to step on my porch right here and smoke, and I'll be right back.
Go for it. Leland and I can probably keep them entertained.
Right on.
I don't see why not. Chevy says I'm back.
Now, everybody who's watching this has to turn their TV or monitor to make it so that my picture is straight on instead of skewed like this.
Everyone's on the call.
I'm well. I'm seeing his shadow. I'm watching his shadow. Oh, there he is. You know, horizontal stripes just isn't right for him. Oh, I'm looking at his screen and he's wearing horizontal stripes. He needs to wear vertical.
Like
Make him
this?
thinner. Yeah, make you thinner, man.
Oh, wow. It actually, the sound picks it up from there. I'm surprised.
Oh no, I'm not doing it with the mounts.
Computer.
I'm doing it with my XSplit broadcaster that I use. Mary, sorry. Go ahead, Leland. Sorry, I basically am just stepping over you.
Oh, no, you didn't. I'm just sitting there kind of watching the chat too and seeing if I can answer some chat questions. That's what I say. I'm going to have to get used to it because I want to grab for the keyboard, you know.
Oh yeah.
It didn't dawn on me last night that I can answer some of these questions without typing it on the keyboard because the whole chat room can hear me too. I just keep going back and forth that I'm only talking to Damien, you know, and the chat room can't hear me, but they can. That's what I said. This is all new to me.
Well, you know what's really awesome is that we have a really large viewer base tonight, and I really appreciate everyone coming over. I really do.
Oh, I'm losing you.
The best advice I've ever given anybody to whenever they're starting out a channel like this, and I had told this to you, Damien, just be yourself, and people will come to it. Be your true self, and
This is who I am on a daily basis.
there you go.
It's like I said in the other chat room. When they made me, they broke the law. There was only one of me, and there's no more. And the way I live then, I get along with everybody.
The world will probably thank whoever made me for not making another one of me. Really.
Well, evidently I've got a mini me in my incubator known as wife, so yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Well, I'm just thinking of mini me. I wonder how psychotic I could make this kid.
I don't think you're going to have to make him be anything.
Well, if it's going to be a daughter, I want it like Wednesday Addams and Tiny Tina off of Borderlands 2.
Tiny Tina's awesome.
Right, but Wednesday Addams and Tiny Tina mixed together. I want that as my daughter.
And emo to be like totally emo psychotic. I don't know. How would that be?
That'd be Addams Family in the end, I think.
Yeah, see, I don't really have very good sound on this cell phone.
I'm kind of far away, Leland.
Yeah, he's back there having a little bit of his wacky tobacco.
I see him in the doorway.
And when you get a chance, Damien, Scott would be willing to come in.
Right on.
Do you have him, or do I need to? You give me the link to here, and I give it to him.
Let me see.
Scott was one of the first 3 people I had on Google Hangouts.
Yeah.
I don't know if I actually. I think I.
All right. Just go up to where you got the mute.
I got it.
And you got him?
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, never mind.
Yeah, so I already have Pete's, Damien's, Lank's, and Mike Soror's. I already got them logged into the Hangouts. That's it on the other open chat that I was the pop-out chat. I said that I'm just popping in and out. I'm starting to learn that Google Hangouts. I'm just popping in and out, you know. But I I've actually got it in a reduced window right now.
I like that we can actually block people in here.
I was going back and forth, waiting for where's the
Hey,
live
there's
stream
Scott.
at, where's the chat open up at?
How you doing, Scott?
Oh no, he forgot how to speak. He's been working so hard that he forgot how to speak.
There he is.
Hey guys, how are you? How is everybody? This is a shock, Damien, to see your face. That
I
is,
know.
and apologize for the dogs. Outstanding. It really. The time that we've known you, I've always wondered exactly. I think that's the problem with texting and chat rooms and all that is that we wonder what everybody looks like, and we wonder, that stare at the eyes. And that is literally how I imagined you.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's good.
It wasn't necessarily the Mr. Clean, but I imagined the high and the tight, and that because you've always got kind of a forceful presence in the chat room. And dude, outstanding. Well done. What motivated this? I just came in recently.
Well, Pete's chat has been down, and I when I get up in the morning, I have my coffee, I go to chat, I talk with everybody, see what's going on, and see how they are, and that's kind of part of my comfort zone now. I've been doing it for quite a while, and when Pete was going to the ranch and or to the refuge rather, and reporting, I started really getting into the chat, because before that I really hadn't been in the chat too much. I'd been in a few times and whatnot, and
I remember.
and so
I remember your first night in there, actually. Just one of those weird OCD things, but I most of the regulars, I remember when they came in, like BRT. I remember when BRT came into the chat room the first night, we had it out, and that was a smackdown. So
yeah,
I remember
Ben was all over the first night I was in, and I was like, wow,
yeah.
like, what is all this? And then I just kind of sat back and watched for a little bit, and I'm like, well, they vet everyone that comes in here, and I like that. I fucking love that, and
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's not the vetting, it's the why are you here?
Right. I like that.
It's are you here to learn? Are you here to grow? Are you here to support Pete? Are you here to find out? Are you here to learn whether or not you need to grow?
Yes.
And it's kind of like hiring a manager. I can hire a manager that has the right interaction skills that can lead somebody. I can teach you how to fix a car. I can teach you how to shoot a gun. I can teach you how to run numbers. I can teach you how to program YouTube. I can teach you all the basic skill sets, but what I cannot teach you is your mindset. If your mindset's not right, I can't work with that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So these individuals that come into these rooms, we're protective of our family. We're protective of Karen and Sherry and Robin and BRT and all these individuals that we have gotten to know. You, I adore when you jump into the chat room because you've always got something profound to say and you're always there and interactive. I don't actually think you've ever said something critical to anyone that was not a troll.
No, and I wouldn't, because that's, I've spent a lot of time with people in my life. I've studied psychology for more than 20 years. I've studied social behavior. I've walked across the country twice for troops killed in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan. I met a lot of troops. I met governors and mayors and military officials and troops, and I do believe there's always room for us to grow. And my journey across the United States was a real journey of self-discovery in itself. I discovered what I was capable of doing as a human being and what my limits were and how far I could push myself. And I like interaction with people because it's important. And here in Pete's chat, rather, I get that everyone else in that chat has that sense of wanting to be something, part of something bigger, and that's really, when you got, I know you're really busy these days, and that Pete and Deb honestly need help outside of the chat too, and so when I found that there was a lapse in time where people weren't able to get in and conversate and communicate and whatnot, I figured, I'm listening to leaks and I'm listening to Spit, and they don't have a lot of time because they have other shit to do. And I'm like, well, I don't have other shit to do. This is what I do. And so I figured, I want to give everyone a place to be able to go when all that other stuff isn't going on. So this is me being me and helping where I can help. And I don't have any monetary funds to send Pete's way. But if something bigger comes out of this, and if I do decide to turn on that monetary bullshit that YouTube has set up, then I want that to go to Pete and Deb's way. Whatever. If Pete, I know some of Pete's counsel is coming pro bono, and but Deb, on the other hand, she needs a lot of support other than just moral support. So,
but before you jump on to Pete and Deb and promoting them, have you gotten into your introduction and I mean, because it sounds, you just gave me more in 5 minutes than I've been able to gain out of you in the months that I've known you. Did you give the viewers your background, your history, information about yourself? Where were you born?
Well, not the born part, but I actually asked him those questions last night because I saw him kind of being really nervous, and I didn't want him to get discouraged and quit. So I jumped on and was asking him questions. Okay, why are you doing this? He gave me a lot of good information.
This is your second stream?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, that is amazing, dude. To stick it out and ask John, he was nervous as all hell his first time. The ability to jump in front of a mic. 25 years ago, I popped in front of a mic in a radio station, and the general manager literally grabbed me as an 18-year-old, threw me in the booth, and said, "There's the music," and it was a wall of vinyl. There's the record players. Here's how you flip from one to the other. Here's how you spin one. There's the mic button. Have at it. And literally, I sat there for a good 5 minutes, just death clenched. What do I say? What do I, and it takes that moral fortitude that it probably took me about a dozen shows to get comfortable talking in front of people. So being that you're this fluid after just one night, dude, outstanding.
Thank you. And that really, you don't even know how much that means coming from you, Scott. It really, you have no idea.
Okay, just for the viewers to know, I flat out had stated, now that Scott showed up on your live feed, you hid the big time. Scott turns around and goes, laugh out loud, not at all, I'm just a guy. And then I go, but we all look up to you, Scott, even I do. And then you just say that when it comes from Scott, it means quite a bit. Just proves my point. Scott may feel like he's just a guy, but we all do look up to him. I even Spitfire and Mike look up to Scott because Scott is Scott. There's really no way I can describe it. Everybody else knows.
Right.
It's not that, guys. It really isn't. It's just I'm just a soldier in this army, and
It's your presence. It's the presence that you bring to the table. When you and when I watch you and Spit and Mike get together, it's grand. It's beautiful.
No, it's fun. It's fun. This has got to be fun for us.
Sure. Well, it is fun. It's fun talking to the people in chat, and it's fun being, I guess, a centrifuge for people to vet their feelings and information and all of that.
Stop thinking about the words and let them flow. Literally, you get that comfort zone in there and just have fun. Imagine you're on the porch with let's see, how many are watching right? 16 people. So it's you, me, and 14 other people. We're sitting on your front porch. It is your show. You lead us. Take us down the path you want to take us. Whether it's 9/11, whether it's chemtrails, whether it's talking about Pete and his arrest, whether it's talking about the individual, one of the final four was just released on bail. Did you see that one?
Yeah, and I just talked about that earlier.
Blew me away.
Yeah, what happened? I did not get this info.
Oh, hold on one second.
You probably know a little bit more than I do, Scott.
Hold on one second. Let me find the ad here real quick. I think Robin sent. Robin or Michelle.
I can call you back later, Leland, if you want.
No, you don't have to. I'm sitting here just enjoying the shit out of myself.
Oh, Leland.
I think about these chat rooms, this chat room, now that I found it. This kind of reminds me of a bunch of friends sitting out at the campfire, sharing their stories, sharing their experiences, and you're not going to have one person that knows it all. We're all coming together and sharing our experiences. Like I said, two heads are better than one. If you've got one person trying to concentrate on a problem, you're not going to get very far until you get more than one person in, so you can debate on how to do stuff and what's the best thing to do.
Right.
Not sit around and be bickering at each other over somebody's religion or their political differences,
Right.
If you want to solve a problem and you can't figure out how to solve that problem yourself, you invite more people in, and hey, I want more heads. Like I said, I'm not the smartest knife in the drawer. But I can keep a pretty good edge. If I can throw my 2 cents in there, I ain't saying that I know everything. If you've got a better idea, I'm really open to hearing it.
Right.
We should take the best idea and use that idea.
Yeah. Spot on, Leland.
Spot on. You're not going to get to the bottom of a problem unless if you can't solve it yourself, if you've got nobody else to talk to, how the hell are you ever going to solve the problem?
We can talk to ourselves all day long. We can talk to ourselves until we're blue.
That's what I'm just. This has lifted my spirits up so high since I found this chat room, and I've met all you guys and ladies.
And I'm actually glad to hear your voice as well, Leland. You've been in the chat room a long time, and it really transcends that whole texting aspect to get not just a face but a voice and a tone to your voice. So now that every time I see your words, I'll hear hear your voice speaking them in the back of my mind and know exactly how you mean the words. And there's a lot lost in the context of just text, which our society is completely fucked up. Damien, I put the information in the sidebar if you want to read that off. That's for one of the final four.
Oh, in the stuff that Robin posted?
Yes, that was from Robin, and she linked that over.
Seeing what now you guys are starting to cut out on me.
So, Jeff Banta, one of the final four at the refuge, was released this morning with conditions, of course. He's from Nevada, and unless the federal court orders him to come back to Oregon, he must also stay out of Harney County, which is bullshit. That's complete bullshit.
That's right.
But
You should go wherever you want to go in this United States.
25 people are facing federal felony charges relating to the takeover of the occupation of the refuge. Bana has a hearing scheduled in Portland next month, which, you know, Oregon doesn't have an extradition treaty. Oregon doesn't tend to extradite people, and I know this because, well, they don't extradite them out anyway. I know that.
Well, no, wait a minute. Let me throw a little thought in here. These are all federal charges under a federal court system that is enforced by the U.S. Marshals. So if somebody doesn't appear in court in Portland or New York or Texas, it's not like facing state charges in a state court. They're limited by state boundaries.
Then shouldn't they be in a federal courthouse and not in a state courthouse?
I thought they were.
Because Malheur is a county courthouse.
It's a county courthouse, but I was under the impression that it was a federal.
Not Malheur.
Malont.
Noma.
Yeah. However, okay, you guys have some weird names up there, but
It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
well, I do normally blame you, John, but
Blame Lewis and Clark.
Anything goes wrong, blame me. That's the general idea.
But here's the thing: if you're a federal if you're running from the feds, it doesn't matter what state you're in. They can come across state lines and pick you up. Doesn't matter whether you live in Nevada or Utah. So that's what I'm kind of at a loss here, that they're holding Pete because he lives in Ohio and he moved there recently. Okay, so he lives in Ohio. They send the U.S. Marshals out there, pick him up, take him back to Portland. If I committed a crime, a federal crime in Oklahoma, they would find my ass in Arizona, pick my ass up, and take me back to Oklahoma. It's a federal crime.
Right. Gotcha.
So I guess that's what I'm a little confused about with the whole statutes that they're laying with the bail hearings, and I understand not going back to the refuge. I'm sure they don't want to. But this guy was one of the
county itself.
Say again?
But the county itself? Why not the entire county? You know?
Well, they don't want to go back. They don't want them to go back and start kicking up dust again. So if they went back to the hotel, the Silver Dust or the Silver Spur that Pete was staying at, and stayed there, and then started continuing to talk to the town folk, then it's going to continue to stoke the fire. And I think that's the problem. The reason why they picked Pete up in the first place was to shut him up, because he was getting too many people talking. He was awakening too many people. Look at Lynx.
Yep.
Lynx, were you awake before all this? I mean, really awake and active? or were you just awake? Blinks?
I think we're delayed a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm only catching part of the conversation. That's why I'm kind of sitting quiet here.
Well, we got to get you into Hangouts.
What's that?
Got to
gotta-
get hangouts.
I see a whole bunch of whatever across Sherry's. Robin, Michelle, Karen, Scotty, That's what's going to take getting used to is watching that chat screen to answer questions.
Oh, I'm telling you. Hey, you know, and it's funny. I want to throw out a topic here. Have any of you guys actually, and for some strange reason, I jumped onto this topic here in the last 24 hours. Hey, my chat room's down, and it's on purpose. For the record, the chat room is down on purpose. Deb and I are working through some changes. We're restructuring, and basically, we're kind of going through the network that she and Pete are with. They've been playing a couple things on Talk Network that has gotten us a couple of copyright violations. I wasn't aware of it. That was my fault. I'm taking ownership of it. But it's one where Talk Network News has Talk Network has some songs that they play in their shows that I wasn't aware. I thought we had full 100% rights, and that was my bad. Anyways, point of it is, so we're re-networking. I've got a conference call set up with the production, with their producer tomorrow, and we'll get the chat room and everything back up once I've got full understanding of what is playable, what isn't, and we'll get that back up and running. Not a problem. Anyways.
Hey, I have a question related to that subject. Because
Yes.
I played a song last night, and somebody asked me about copyright protection.
Yes.
And actually, I played a song off of YouTube last night, and I figured, you know, it's public use because it's. I told the audience who it was and all that, but it's a group of kids who actually do some really fantastic covers. But I don't know the copyright laws and whatnot, but
as I understand it, if you give full credit beforehand, so if you put in your summary or you verbally stated, hey, this is Stone Temple Pilots with their hit song, blah, 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 if you give them full credit in the playing of it, and you're not making money off of that broadcast, then you're allowed to fully utilize it. It's when you monetize something and don't give the author, the producer, and artist credit that you start to cross that line, and that's one of the things that we're going to be discussing tomorrow.
okay.
It's been a really long time since I've been in a commercial radio station, so I apologize. I've slept since then. I forget when I've slept since then, but it's been a while. But so I stumbled onto robots. Somehow I stumbled onto robots. Have you guys seen the robot videos that are being posted on Facebook lately? And yes, I know evil Facebook. But have you seen some of the robot videos that have been posted lately? Because if not, I want to share my screen and show you guys this, because this is the beginning of the end. Okay, hang on.
So what kind of robots are we talking about?
Robots.
Like
Humanoid
manufactured robots by like China and whatnot, the ones that walk up and.
Yep. Yeah, just like that. Hold on one second. I'm going to find it because I watched this thing and I was dumbfounded. I'm sitting there going, are you bloody kidding me? This is, hang on. 20. Carry on the conversation. Oh, 1 second. Somehow I stumbled on this, and I don't remember how I stumbled on it, but it was just like, are you freaking kidding me?
I've seen a couple of those videos, and they were actually walking, and holding. I mean, some of the designs are really out there, but they're pretty awesome.
Oh, insanely awesome. I mean, like, their capabilities are bloody through the roof. But just this one that, oh, where'd it go, where'd it go, where'd it go?
Uh-oh, we're freezing up.
Did we freeze up?
Yeah, we're getting awful jerky. I'm losing you guys.
Try refreshing, Leland.
No, I mean on my phone.
Oh.
You guys are cutting in and out on my phone. The screen's alright.
Testing. There we go. My mic went out for some reason. I had to fix it.
Oh, okay. Anyways, not to change the subject or anything, but what we can do for Pete and the rest of them, you know, I was telling you I'm setting up my truck, and do any of you guys have? I want a picture of the top of the. I ain't gonna say what they call the routine traffic stop. One picture of that, because I don't know how to get the snapshot of it. You know, I want one picture of that.
I can take care of that for you.
Picture of the boy with his hands up, and then I want one picture where the boy is on the ground with that guy coming out from behind him.
You mean the one with the gun?
The one that came out of the timber behind him.
Yeah, he had a gun. Pointed right at his head.
I really think that was a case. And cause when he started backing away, getting out of the line of fire, he had his hand on his right hip like he was going for a gun in a holster.
He did.
I want them 3 pictures, and if you could, email them to me over at my Azure account, and I'm going to take them out to a print shop and have them blown up. Because I told you I'm setting up a big 4 by 8 foot sheet of plywood.
Hey, Leland, can you
And I'm
send
going to have them pictures backed on that.
Hey, Leland, can you hear Scott?
Yeah.
Leland, if you can hear me, give me the details specifically. Email me the details. I've got the footage. I just need to know exactly where to screen cut it and Photoshop. You know, I've got it. I can do it for you. You just send me the exact specifics of where you want shot, and I'll take care of it.
Oh, it doesn't have to be specific. Just one that touches the overhead routine traffic stop, you know.
Well, no. What I'm saying is just send me an email.
I'm going to post your email right here.
Thank you. As soon as I get some free monitors, I will absolutely take that. It'll take just a few minutes, and I'll get that over to you. Absolutely not a problem.
Well, it doesn't have to be right away. I'm figuring I can take that out to the print shop and have them blow it up to put it on that plywood. Because I'm going to have that plywood a 4 by 8 foot sheet up on top of my truck.
Hey, Leland, I'm gonna post Scott's email right now. Go ahead and take it down, and when you get the time, just write him an email telling him what pics you want.
That way I got it, and I don't forget about it, because if I don't have a reminder, I will forget about it. But I'll do it tomorrow over coffee. Is that okay?
No, that's all right. Just send me an email. We can email each other. Jay Grady's got my email.
I just posted Scott's email if you want to send him one, and it'll have your email right on it when you send it to him.
Where's that?
It's I just posted it. So look up.
Trust me, Leland, you don't want to rely on my side of communications, and that's not trying to be disrespectful or anything of that nature. I have the attention span of a ferret on crack, caffeinated. It's just
Okay, it's under Damien. It's under yours.
Yeah.
.97 at Gmail.
Yep.
Okay, I got a copy. Go ahead and take it down.
yeah.
Hey, Scott, does that mean you're hammy?
Yes.
Let me see.
Hey, who's that?
And that robot video is gone. It was this great video where this guy is beating the crap out of this robot, and it's gone. I can't find it.
Let me see here. I'm just gonna do like a test. Okay, I sent that a test email to .97 at Gmail.
Pointer.
The email that you just had up there, I just sent one.
Pointer? I thought it was point. .97?
R.
R point. Okay.
Papa
R.
Oscar India November Tango Romeo Niner 7.
I just copy and paste it.
It's okay.
Here, I'm gonna repost it. Leland,
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm gonna repost it because I got it wrong apparently.
It's all right, guys. It's not.
Roger. Right? Is that it?
Okay.
Roger.
Yeah.
No, wait, no. Leland.
I'm here. Oh, I gotta stop the chat. It keeps on moving on me.
There you go.
Point R. Okay. Thank you, Jim.
I got a copy.
No, you guys are fine, and just log it. Not a problem.
Okay, I'm going to my net zero now, and I'm hitting compose.
We're gonna confuse all the fucking trolls.
Yeah. Oh, hey, no, I'm loving it. It will decrease the amount of clutter in my inbox. I promise you.
I bet. Oh my God.
Where the hell is that?
It's got to be in your watched videos, right?
That's where I'm looking.
Okay. Good. Are you watching?
Yeah, I got a text message sent. But you should be getting an email then. But yeah, just anyway.
Okay, I got it.
Because I'm going to have the captions over the top of that.
Okay.
Routine traffic stop. And then one picture of a boy outside of the truck with his hands up, going away from the truck. And then the last shot with him on the ground with that guy out behind him, just after he shot Lemoy, whether it was with a taser or a gun, I don't care. But just one with the guy coming out of the timber and Lemoy being on the ground.
Okay.
And that's the only three pictures I really need.
Not a problem, Leland. I'll get that out to you. And yeah, happy to help. Anybody else has those kind of requests? Please, I've got all the video that I can possibly run across. If you need it, let me know. I'm more than happy to help.
Oh, I know it. That's why I'm asking for it. You know, because I'm just one guy in Cedar Rapids here, and it just doesn't seem like nobody's awake here. And I'm going to take them pictures out, blown up, so they're huge, you know, because I'm making a sign 4 foot by 8 foot.
Well, okay. I just got in and I heard Scott asking for more work. Is that it?
No, everyone's asking for Scott work.
But funny.
No, I just got back from using the restroom and all I hear, anybody else got something I need to do for them? Or I'm sitting here going, what?
Funny.
See, that's what we're breaking up because I'm only getting part of your conversation on my dumbass cell phone.
Okay. All right. So here's this, and it's 2.5 minutes long, and I'm going to share my screen here real quick. All right. You guys picking it up?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Don't worry about the
I'm
mystery.
on talking, I didn't even hear a word he said.
Tell me that thing doesn't look like a Cylon.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. Just watch and wait, because
There you go, now it's on full screen. Oh, lost it again.
I have to mute you.
And there goes-
I think that's the same robot that I told you that was on Weather Channel.
and there goes all the manufacturing jobs and the warehouse stocking jobs. No more stock boys for you. Now watch this. Okay, here's the part that gets me. All right, watch this. Stop teasing the fucking droids.
Wow, that's crazy.
They have hard drives, they remember, and they communicate with each other. This is how Battlestar Galactica started.
iRobot.
Right? You keep this is not how you build a relationship with your overlords.
Wow.
And I'm not being facetious there. If they're supposed to be integrated knowledge, meaning that they learn their environment and they learn that humans are going to beat the snot out of them, this is not how we want to start.
That's the one I seen. That guy pushing him over and that robot just got right back up and started walking again. That's on the Weather Channel.
Oh, Scott, you're just one of those crazy conspiracy nuts.
Crazy.
The robots will never turn against us. What are you talking about?
No, never. Seriously.
We haven't had so many movies and TV shows that pretty much show us how they will do it. No, they'll never turn against us.
You mean iRobot?
A lot of different movies, hon.
Well, you know, and it really is. It's a joke. I mean, you look at the new version of Planet of the Apes. Actually,
I love the newest version of the Planet of the Apes. Caesar's awesome, in my opinion.
Caesar was awesome, but Caesar learned. We took Caesar we underestimated Caesar's abilities, and we showed our inhumanity and the fact that we looked down on him as a lower species, and we treated him as such. And how did that work out for us? That's not how we want to educate artificial intelligence. And John, like you said, there are plenty of movies that show exactly that, where we treat it like a subservient species, we treat it like a slave, and the next thing we know is, oh my God, it's Dune.
Well, also you got to think about it. These robots, they're going to have access to those movies and shows also, but they don't have the automatic connection of, oh, this is just make believe, fake. They're going to see it and process it as it's real, and they're thinking that their ancestors were treated like shit, and they rebelled. So why shouldn't they?
Well, you make a valid point, and that was actually presented in The Fifth Element. Again, sci-fi, and it's Bruce Willis, but how did Lilu look at the historical documents with regards to man and war? She was terrified. She thought there was nothing of humanity worth saving.
Exactly.
Right, she was terrified of humanity.
And
all the cruelty.
And all the cruelty. And if that's how a sentient being looks at it, that has a heart, has emotions, has logical thought processes, take all the emotion away. How does an analytical AI look at it?
I would honestly have to say Mr. Smith or Agent Smith.
Like I said, it would be like iRobot.
Now, did you guys actually read the book?
Nope. I stick with sci-fi and fantasy, but iRobot is a sci-fi, so I might look into it.
It is. It's actually 3 stories. It's 3 independent stories. The movie with Will Smith was a conglomeration of the stories. It completely disassociated with the books. But Asimov's iRobot was a collection of 3 stories, and they're very short reads, short stories. You can read them in probably an hour. I definitely recommend it in the regards that it's what we need to go back to when we're dealing with this technology, whether it be robotics, whether it be cybernetics, whether it be artificial intelligence, whether it be genetics and gene splicing. These these rules are what humanity is failing. To quote Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park, just because we can do it doesn't mean we should do it.
Right. And have you seen the movie Galactica?
Yeah, absolutely. And
One where he was not a genetically modified person, but he managed to get in there with it. I'm not talking Battlestar Galactica. I'm talking just Galactica.
Oh no, I remember it. And,
okay.
And you're absolutely right. But there are plenty of them. I mean, look at the little cult film that came out a couple of years ago, The Island.
That was awesome.
It was awesome, but Pete did an episode on the Chinese black market for organs, and they're not far from that. We look at our society, and when we get to the point that these robots are capable of replacing all of us, they've got automated cars, they've got automated transportation, automated everything. They have gotten to this point of society where, and here's the thing, the reason why everything seems so frantic with world events and society is because over the course of our timeline, we have life expectancy going up like this, okay? Medical science is going up like this. So pretty soon, and that's not medical science, but the ability of medical science to keep us alive and prolong our tenure. So if we start off with this being the lifespan and this being medical science's ability to keep us alive, actually reverse that, this being medical science's ability to keep us alive, and we get to the point where they cross and our ability to keep us alive outpaces our lifespan, then we're going to get to the point where we're going to overpopulate the planet so fast that the planet can't sustain it, regardless of any type of manufacturing miracles that we can produce. And Trust me, there's plenty of them. The powers that be, the shadow government, those guys, they know this. And that's one of the reasons why they kept a lot of the medical science that really matters, the cure of cancer, the ability to fix us, secret and off the commercial markets. The reason is because they've got to increase their science on other levels, their robotics. For the last 2,000 years, the powers that be, your Illuminati, your bloodline, your royal bloodlines, they've always had one Achilles heel. The Achilles heel is the fact they needed mankind as labor. Meaning they didn't want to get out there and pick the grapes. They didn't want to get out there and hoe the fields. They needed us at least for labor.
As a slave species.
As a subservient species. Not necessarily slave, but they needed us.
Basically,
We're
they're the nobles, we're the peasants.
We're the peasants. Whether you call us whatever, we're still the peasants. And right now we're indentured servants. We're debtors. The aspect, though, is that all these sciences are starting to get into this nexus where humanity is starting to outgrow, medical science is busting through, robotics are busting through. They need technology to increase to the point where robots and science take our place so that they don't need us and they can go ahead and start getting us down to 500 million or 100 million or wherever that they find that happy median that they want and is a controllable society, because they still need us, but they don't need us in masses. They need one person to control a robotic farm that produces 11,000 heads of lettuce. That's what they need us. They need one person for a robotic farm and literally to do nothing. And the kicker of it was, 2 weeks ago I saw a Twilight Zone episode from the 1950s, 50s or 60s. It was black and white. It stated the same thing. It was this plant manufacturer who was replacing everything with computers, and he had just one guy. And finally the guy said, "Fuck this," and walked off, and it was just the guy, and his plant blew up. You know, and it was, I'm sitting there going, they knew about this 70 years ago?
Well, we know that they they tell us information through television. You know, they tell us the future of what they plan through television.
Yep.
Because you know what the television is? That tells you a vision that they want you to see.
Right.
Yeah.
What it's all about. That's all that TV is. And they've got it right on the head right there. It tells you the vision that they want you to see. Not proof media.
It is. Well, but that's one of the theories, is that they have a strange code of honor that means that they have to give us hints about what they're doing, or it's not fair.
Ethical
in their eyes. So the truth is there. We just have to see it, and we have to draw our own conclusions and figure it out.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely clear.
Yep.
Sorry, Leland, go ahead.
That's crazy.
So I was telling Damien last night, if you take all them old science fiction movies and you wrap them all up into a circle, and just tell me how many of them is coming to reality right now. And this is only the stuff that they want you to see. What are they hiding behind the door that we can't see?
There's nothing that they plan that is hidden. Like, for a good example of that is their plans to demolish our society. And the Georgia Guidestones are a perfect example of that. You know, they plan to take society down to a minimized number.
That's right.
And to keep it there.
That's right. I agree totally.
Well, and to answer your question, Leland, if you hear me okay, you're absolutely correct. Everything that has come out is science fiction, and you look at it, and there's plenty of rumors and theories out there that George Lucas and Spielberg and all of these major motion picture producers and directors were on the inside, and that they utilized Hollywood to temper us to get used to this. Because you look at the entire series of Star Trek, pretty much all of it has come to pass, including the warp drive. There was about 8 months ago, there was a release that NASA has created a warp drive.
Wow.
All of it. Every single thing that has been inside of Star Trek, the series, has come to pass, including teleportation. They're working on that as well.
They've worked on that for eons.
Right. So now, and of course, there is the theories that has already been implanted and that they have instilled it to the Mars base. Now, of course, this is all conjecture and speculative, and hearsay. But the concept of it is Leland, you're absolutely right. If we're seeing it on the commercial side, they're 50 years more advanced, at least.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep, that's true.
Probably 150 years more advanced than what they're showing us. Because technology doubles every year.
Well, and the fact is, they will not show us with our own eyes. They will not show us anything that hasn't been developed and used for 20 years already.
That's right. Just like there's no reason why we're having to use fossil fuel with all the energy stuff that's even on YouTube out there.
Now, you know,
it's all the corporations and that goddamn greed for money.
You know, and that's actually a brilliant point that you just made, Leland. That big corporation, regardless of what it is, has spent 100 years stifling any technology that is for the betterment of good. And I just watched the Nikola Tesla movie, and it just affirms it. But there's a story, and I'll bring this out. In the 40s or the 50s, Dallas, Texas had a wonderful light rail system. It was one of the best in the country. Tire manufacturers got together and got the city council of Dallas to rip out the light rail system so that they could sell more tires. It created the growth and sprawl concept of spread out to suburbia. But the tire manufacturers got the city council to rip out the rails and get rid of the light rail.
Yep.
That's supposed to better our society, and that's just one example of many.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many of them out there that you can't even think of them all. That's what I was getting back to with more than one person. You know, if you've got a problem and you can't solve that problem, you bring another person in. If two people can't solve that problem, then you bring three people in, and you work on that one common problem all together and come up with the best idea out of however many people it takes to accomplish your goal.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And I think back to Jean-Luc Picard's concept. Do you remember the episode where he had the time traveler that not the time traveler, the woman that was cryogenically in stasis for like a few hundred years, and they woke her up?
I think I remember that episode.
And he's walking down the path, and maybe it was a movie, one of the movies. It was one of the movies. The black girl that it was the one where the Borgs go back in time and they go back in time, and she's on the spaceship and he's explaining to her their society, and he explains to her that they don't have cash, that they're in it for their own betterment. And I think that's where our society is so screwed up. And I think that that might be the intention of reality show, of Facebook, of reality TV, of this social everybody is important concept, is because nobody is actually looking at life like they did back in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s, where after World War II, no, during World War II, everybody sacrificed themselves for the better
society.
for the betterment of society. They
Yeah.
gave up. They took on rationing. They took on the ladies went to work in the mills and the factories because the men went to war. It was every hand for the society, every hand for the flag. Everybody was a patriot. And after World War II, they attempted to instill the New World Order. Then, with the United Nations. The United States fought that, the American populace, and there's plenty of documentation to justify that. But the American populace was the only awakened, patriotic society on the planet that withstood it and would not have allowed it. And I think the powers that be saw that after World War II and said, you know what, we got to dumb these guys down. We've got to start decreasing the amount of nutrients in their food. We've got to start putting fluoride that dumbs them down. We've got to put this and this. We got to start controlling their education so they're not free thinkers. We got to, and it's been a slow degradation on many fronts, not just one, but on many fronts, to ensure that our population not only is physically, mentally, medically, socially distracted, deterred, and deferred from being able to stand up against the powers that be and to create a strong front. Now we are so at each other's throat, we're so self-involved, so narcissistic that we're incapable of standing with Pete Santilli and Deb Jordan. We're incapable of going to the Bundy Ranch and showing our support. We're not there anymore. We're ripe for the picking.
Right. Well, a lot of us are trapped in a life that we're not able to go do that either. There was
Interesting.
time.
Wait a minute. Interesting that you bring that up, Damian. Why is that?
Because we're too busy being subjugated.
No, expound, because you brought up a very good point that I missed. Financially, how is it that they have secured us financially?
With taxes and with raising everything, food and housing, and you have to work. You have to double work in order to make ends meet. And in a 4-person family, the parents are having to work overtime or 2 jobs each in order to make ends meet. So to make a mortgage payment and to make the car payment and to make the rent or the bills or whatever have you.
Exactly.
So you have to work doubly hard in order to have the kind of life that we used to have on a 1-person income.
Absolutely.
That's not even possible no more.
No, and the kicker of it is here's the thing, and that was very much a very well put together argument on our finances as individuals. Now we're now back to do you know the old saying, another day another dollar?
Yes.
Okay, do you know where it comes from? And it's okay if you don't, because very few people actually do.
I would say that it probably stems from the
Go ahead.
Depression era.
It's sort of, but a little bit further back. It comes from. Do you remember the old migrant laborers and the company store?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, So whether it be the railroad or the agriculture or miners or whatever it happened to be, but those industries had their workers on site, and they were remote enough where there was just one company general store, and it was managed and maintained by the company that they worked for.
Right.
Those workers would make, let's say, $10 a day. To buy the required produce and stuff that they needed to live, it would cost them $11 a day. So the old saying, another day, another dollar, is followed on by another dollar deeper in debt.
Gotcha.
And that was the thing, is that they could never quit the company because they were always indebted to the company. And that created that debtors migrant labor concept. Can you see any resemblance to what we are seeing in our society today?
Oh, absolutely. We're $20 trillion in debt.
True, but I don't mean on a society. Say again, Leland.
The government's in debt, he said. But the government takes all its money from the people.
Well, no, guys. I don't mean on a societal basis. I mean as a society. Okay,
As a people.
as a person inside our society. So after 9/11, 9/11 was a key factor with, well, let's start back in the 80s, okay? And this is going to be kind of a real rough shot, and I'm not going to give it as well as I normally do, but in the 80s, we had a major shift in our retirement plans. What did we have before the 80s? We had actual retirement insurance provided to us by a company. So we worked for a company for 20 years. That company bought a retirement insurance plan that if we lasted 20 years, that insurance plan would then pay us out, right?
Right.
In the 80s, we started flipping from retirement insurance to 401s. Same dollar, but instead of going to an insurance company that was then responsible for paying out, we took those dollars and sent them to Wall Street. You follow?
Yes.
Okay. In the 90s, we deregulated Wall Street. So we spent the entire 80s flipping everybody from insurance plans over to these 401s and IRAs. We spent 10 years shifting everybody's money over to Wall Street. Now in the 90s, everybody's money is over on Wall Street, right?
Right, and then they lost it all.
Well, then we deregulated it. Under the Clintons, we deregulated Wall Street. And that was what caused, and then we, of course, had the tech boom, which sent all the stocks just through the roof, right?
Right.
9/11 occurred. 9/11 did a number of things, but most importantly, the first thing that it did as an individual was it crashed the stock market. Stocks across the board just went belly up.
All over the world.
All over the world. Millions and millions of people lost millions and millions of dollars in their retirement. Unless you were 55 and older, it didn't really impact you as much as it, well, it just, I'm sorry, unless you were under, I'm sorry. If you were 55 and under, it really didn't impact you because retirement is down the road. We're never going to die. All right. It didn't bother me.
We're never going to see retirement either.
Right. But I didn't give a crap and I was sitting 3 miles from the Pentagon when it went up. It didn't impact me, and I didn't even think about the impact on Wall Street and the retirement plans back then. But here's the thing. That was the first stage of turning the frog in the cool water up one notch, all right? Because you start way out. So they hit our retirements. Anybody that had any substantial nest egg in the retirement plans, gone. And
lost totally.
My ex-wife's father lost millions, literally lost millions, and he was then living with her when I met her 10 years later. Point is, so that was the first stage. Okay, we're not even going to get into the civil liberties and all that crap. I'm just affecting creating the migrant worker where we are today. So they hit the retirement plan. Those that lost the retirement plan and were concerned, what they'd look at their spouse and say is, well, we still have our home ownership. We can sell our home, we can take the equity from our home and go and buy a condo in Florida, right?
Right.
So they lost it, but they justified it and said, hey, we're okay, honey, we're okay. We lost it, but we still have something, okay? That's fine.
Right. And then the financial break down.
And then the what?
Or the housing industry. I'm sorry.
The housing bubble. So right after 2003, 2004, the housing bubble started going up. People started spending more on homes. People started investing more on homes, and it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. So now you have people that had nest eggs in their homes. They were saying, "Oh shit, let's take this $200,000 that we've got invested in this home. Let's flip it and let's buy a better home, and make back our retirement that we lost." You see where I'm going?
Because we can pay a smaller interest rate on our home, and and then in 2000, the housing bubble burst, and that's when I lost my job. Actually, a good full-time flooring job. I paid 60 a year my last year.
I lost the business I had for 8 years because of it, and I owned the business for 8 years, and when the housing bubble burst. Anyways, point is, okay, so we lost our retirement, we lost the equity in our homes, and now you take that same guy or family that was a homeowner that had equity in their home, and you now foreclose on them. If they were lucky to have gotten foreclosed on at all and not stuck in a house that they were underwater in, they now become renters. So all that money that they were putting into equity in their home is now going to somebody else.
I think your dog wants some attention.
Yeah, she always does. She's the camera hog. But okay, so now you have, instead of building the equity in your home, you're now forced to be a renter paying equity into somebody else's home.
Forever.
Okay, so now you've lost your nest egg, you've lost your home, you're now basically living day to day. Fuel prices are going up.
Food prices are going up.
And now in 2009, 2010, we add on required medical insurance that if you couldn't afford it before, you now can't afford it even more.
But you know that they can only force you to pay for that if you file for taxes.
Well, but again, what I'm saying is that all these are nickel and diming the individual into spending more of their excess funding instead of putting it where it needs to be, which is into happiness, a movie, going out to eat. Instead of putting it into something that is a day-to-day luxury item or into retirement for later, it's now going into the pockets of these large corporations that are doing nothing but just keeping us subservient through a migratory worker status. Basically, we work 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day, 20 hours a day, whatever it happens to be. We work these hours, and all we take home is an hour's worth. Period. And that's just barely enough.
Everything else is taken up.
Exactly. And so now we're literally down to the point where we're working ourselves to the bone, and we don't realize that we are literally migrant workers with no safety, no security, no fail safes. And if we do fail, then we go on to the welfare status, and fine, the government takes care of us, but now we're at the true disposal of the government.
Right, and we're getting bare minimum for something that we've worked all our whole lives for.
Right. My dad, in the 70s, he built my family's first house in 1976, 1977. He was making $33,000 a year. Built a wonderful house
money back then.
With him and his father. Didn't go into debt at all to build it. did it on $30,000 a year income, and my mother was not working.
Wow.
Could we do that now?
Absolutely not.
And that was 30 years ago.
The home that I live in is a nice old 60s brick home. My wife's grandmother had it built to their specs, and I don't know what it was then. It was probably about $50,000 then when they built it, and now it's probably worth $300,000 just because of the property that it sits on and whatnot. We're very lucky that we just have property taxes each year to pay. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's bought, it's paid for. It was left to her mother when her grandmother passed. So it's will be ours eventually, you know. And
just be careful that you don't get screwed out of it like everybody else does. They love those. Did you see the article about the woman that was paying property tax for 60 years on property she didn't own?
I just seen that.
Yeah, that's insane.
That was crazy, wasn't it?
And the only reason why she found out was because they wanted to fine her. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's totally insane.
It does. It seriously gets insane. And I think that maybe is the optimal word to utilize where we are in our societal aspects now is literally mentally insane. And I don't know if you guys have ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but there's a little
awesome book.
But there's a little brief, and I sent actually all 5 books to Pete, but there's a story in one of them. I think it's Restaurant at the End of the Universe. This individual built a house that was an insane asylum inside out. So when you walked up to the front door of the insane asylum, it had a placard that said, "Thank you for visiting. Come again soon." Okay? So that was on the outside of the house. You
Right,
walk
so
into the house.
everything inside was actually sane, and everything on the outside was insanity.
Right. And so they asked him, and I forget his name. It was like Bobo Brox the Wise or something like that. Anyways, it was some weird name. But anyways, but they asked the guy why he built the house the way he built it, and his response was very simple. He looked at him and he said, "One day I was at a restaurant and I picked out a packet of toothpicks, and on the packet of toothpicks was instructions: remove from packaging, put between lips, moisten, wedge between teeth until food is dislodged, remove." His response was, "Any society that feels the need to put directions on toothpicks is beyond help and needs to be committed. Hopefully they will get well soon."
I agree with that.
Tell me we're not there.
We are totally there. Absolutely, 100%. You know, I see directions on things. I'm like, why? Why would they need to put directions on this? Like,
Right.
Don't people know what this is for? That's like
Why?
That's like putting directions on a toothbrush. You know?
Why did we get rid of darts? Lawn darts. Lawn darts was the best Darwinian play toy ever. If you die as a child from a lawn dart, just saying.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there. Gonna let it sit.
Do not throw at other people. Yeah.
Come on, Damon. You had to have run around with Roman candles as a kid.
I've ran around with them as an adult too.
Oh my God, no, absolutely. And it's much fun.
Yes, we have shot each other with them.
But that, I mean, we had childhood that was bumps, bruises, broken bones, scrapes. It made us better and stronger.
We did it purposely.
And we loved it. Are you
Yeah.
kidding?
Absolutely.
And I don't think I can ever remember one kid that was abducted out of my neighborhood.
I once lied about being abducted.
Okay.
No lie. That's not a lie at all.
I'm not going to go down that way.
They're looking at the chat. And Jim's right. Frivolous lawsuits, like the one of McDonald's.
No, I had the police looking for a phantom ghost.
Oh, you're an asshole.
I eventually told the truth. I really did. I told the truth eventually, but yeah, I was just trying to get out of trouble.
No, we all have little stunts like that. Hell, I had the running joke that I used to tell my mother. I was on a 4-year statute of limitations for anything that I did. About my 25th or 26th year, I told her something that I did at West Point when I was right around 19, 20 years old. And the horrified look on my mother's face when I told her some of the antics that I pulled taught me that maybe she didn't need to know everything.
No, parents definitely don't need to know everything.
No. College Music Fest was not, CMJ used to be like Billboard Records. CMJ used to throw an annual music festival in New York City, and we'd go down for 7 nights, 8 days, and it was just one long, really long party.
Was that
yeah?
Was that in Bethel or?
That was downtown. That was downtown New York City. It was the entire island. We used to get a Bible about this thick, and it had everything from oh my God, CBGBs to oh God, I can't even think of some of the damn venues. But every music label on the planet would go there, and they would sponsor. Like Sony Music had an annual party called the Puke Fest. They would get 70 kegs and like 700 pizzas, and then have 7 or 8 bands play all night long. And it was just literally pizzas, beer, and music. And by the end of it, and it was all free. Everything was free. Once you had your little golden ID badge, and you get in, and it was all for college music, because back then in the early 90s, college music was how bands got known. So yeah, it was. And point of it is Mom did not need to know some of the antics that we pulled there, and I didn't realize that till after I saw the horrified look on her face. Anyways, point. Sorry. I'm sorry. I completely taken over the conversation. What would you like to talk about?
It's good. It's good conversation, and I want content like this. This is again. I want this to be in the spirit of Pete and Deb and their show. I want it to be in that spirit, and that's what they do. And that's what I want this to be about. I don't want it to be about me. I want it to be a group effort. I want it to be exactly what Pete would want.
Well, but now wait a minute. It is your show, and in due honor your show, you have to remember that you're the host. You control the narrative of what rabbit hole we're running down. Okay, whether it be chemtrails, or whether it be GMOs, or whether it be the white rabbit
in the world,
whatever it happens to be. But you have to start us on that path, and let us help you down that path. So always remember that the host does have the controlling factor of the show. Don't let your guests run wild. Point example. Don't let your guests run wild. It's your show.
I just see your chat's down right now, and your show's down right now. So hey, I'll
No. That is not an excuse, because I want it down right now. I had got more sleep last night than I have in 2 months.
I'll bet. I absolutely will bet.
So there's no apologies needed for that. Right now, that I value every minute that it's down, only for the fact that I can focus on other things. So please don't. No, I'm enjoying the fact that You have started off something. Lynx has started off something. Eric and Mike started off something that spun off of Eric. We're trying to get Jeff on his own. I think even Robin is talking about one. So it's awesome to see this just kind of becoming. You remember the old Pump Up the Volume with Christian Slater?
Yeah, I do.
Scott, do you see it open up now? He is the one that started that. If you look at it this way, he is the computer, and these new stations that's popping up is the backup. We're the backup drive for the main computer.
Yes, Leland, beautifully said. Beautifully said. Absolutely, and I love it. And Leland, you said you were thinking about starting up one of your own. I don't think he picked.
He said, you think you're going to start one of your own?
Well, I already got my camera. I told you I'm going down and getting the camera and the microphone. Of course I am.
Awesome.
And it's all from Pete. Pete is the one that's driving me to do this.
Awesome.
Damien last night. I was just a hermit back crawled in the hole. And when I started to see this happen, and then I seen my boy get murdered, my ass popped out of the hole. Look at it as in this way that everybody can relate to. You just fucking woke up a bear that was in hibernation early. And you don't do that. That fucking bear is going to come out of that hole just as fucking mad as hell. But I'm mad with my voice. Just like you heard Mike's last week. I love the truth, but I just slammed him like a goddamn sledgehammer with it. People needs to just grow some balls and speak up for the truth.
One second, Leon. Okay, Karen. Okay. Damien, is she wanting you to read it, or is she wanting me to read it?
I think she wanted both of us to read it.
Okay. As everybody in the chat room sees, our nose stuck at the monitor trying to focus on it.
Now, I don't have the chat room, guys, so I can't tell you, I can't read it with you guys.
Oh, you don't have a chat?
I'm on my wife's iPad mini. It doesn't allow me to get the chat room, too.
Okay, Karen says, something I want to share with Damon and Scott, everyone really, not to get off their subject, but it was awesome from LaVoy Finicum. One Cowboys Witness at hashtag Liberty Rising on Facebook. 1 month ago, 1 month ago today, we lost one of the most courageous, loving, honest, godlike, freedom-fighting, people-serving men I've ever met in my life. He has made a movement in our homes, in our country, and around the world. We will continue daily to tell his story and continue daily to tell his. We will continue to tell his story daily. His mission, until justice is served and our Constitution is followed by not only the people, but by our government. I believe I speak on behalf of my entire family when I say we are so proud of the people in this country that have stood up and said enough is enough. We will stand united on March 5th, hand in hand across this nation, and even those who reach out around the world. We love and appreciate every single one of you. I have spoken to many of you personally on the phone or through messages. I know my uncle's proud of you. I know my uncle is proud of his nation for standing together and continuously educating ourselves and others daily. Please remember to stand peacefully while speaking the truth He was a gentleman with a stern plan. I love you, Uncle. Hashtag my uncle, my hero. Hashtag we the people. Hashtag stand united. And hashtag liberty and justice for all. I hope I did that justice. Thank you, Karen.
Yes, thank you, Karen. That was that was beautiful.
And it's very, very true, too.
It really is.
Yes, it is. The boy was an awesome man.
And it's about time that people start. I just kind of a little spat with. And by the way, I have no fear anymore. I think I've gotten through to Carol. She knows I'm going down there on First Avenue. She knows what I'm doing. And that's what I said. We've got such a perfect relationship. I do what I want to do. She does what she wants to do. If she wants to get a new dog, sure, go ahead and get a new dog if you want a new dog. Do you want a new car? Go ahead and get a new car. I don't care. You do what you want to do that makes you happy. And she takes that the same way that with me. She said, you're your own mind. If that's what you want to do, you go down and do that. Because I told her already, I said, don't expect me to be doing nothing on the 5th. Because I've got all day planned. I'm going down that First Avenue, and I'm going to sit there all day long. I said, I can't, because I don't have no bank account. And all I had was a loadable Visa card from Walmart. And when I seen all this stuff starting to go down, I kept that card with $1,500 in it, just to carry around. You know, I never spent it, but when I seen all this stuff starting to go down, I spent all that money. I drained that damn card and I cut the son of a bitch up and canceled it. And I'm just a cash only now, because when they click that button, everybody that's got money in the bank and on electronic, it's going to be gone. The only thing you're going to have is what you have. And I started stocking up right there. And by God, that's what I said. I can't send a donation, and I'm not going to hassle you guys to fill out a money order, you know, and send it out to you and then make you guys go cash it.
Yeah.
So I'm doing what I can do here, what I feel I can do for Leroy and Pete and all them ones that's sitting in jail, is wake these dumb sons of bitches up. And I figured with the bigger the better, a 4x8 sheet of plywood on the busiest highway in town, and leave that son of a bitch with a nice pretty truck, sit there all day long. And if the truck doesn't get noticed, the sign will, because it's going to be right up on top of the truck. And my sideboards on my pickup is 8 feet high. So if you go up another 4 foot from that, that's 12 foot standing up in the air, and it's going to be standing all day long on First Avenue. And she said, I don't care. You're your own person. You go do what you want to do. And that's the way everybody should be. No fight with each other, and just get along, you know. Because everybody is their own person.
Well, that's the way we were intended to be in the first place.
That's right. That's why we have fingerprints. Everybody is different. Nobody is the same. So we have to get together through our differences. Otherwise, nothing's ever going to change if we just keep bickering at each other all the time. That's what's coming back to that. 2 heads are better than one. If you got one head to solve a problem, you're going to have a hell of a lot easier time doing it with 2 heads.
Well, you know, that all started in the 80s, well, late 80s, early 90s with mainstream media. And did you notice that there was a time in which mainstream media had pundits that actually came on and talked, not yelled? They actually discussed things, and it wasn't always one-sided, or it wasn't just 2 talking heads yelling at each other. Look at the old show, Crossfire.
I was going to say Walter Cronkite.
Walter Cronkite. But you used to have media broadcasts in which it was actually providing you information, and it was giving you multiple sides of the story without yelling and screaming and creating a diversiveness. And what you just stated, Leland, is exactly the topic and why they don't want us to do it, because it is easy to focus on our differences. The difference that I have a different fingerprint than you do. Oh, God, bloody hell, I can't like you. It's easy to focus on the fact that you're a redhead, I'm a blonde, or you're a brunette and I'm a blonde, or I'm bald and you have hair, or I'm blue-eyed and you're green-eyed. It's easy to focus on differences. It's harder to actually get to know one another and to say, hey, why is it that you see something this way and I see something this way? I listened to say again?
I said, because we're different, but that shouldn't diversify, you know?
Well, no. Well, that wasn't exactly the point I was getting at. It was that around the early 90s was when they started to create the social divide to ensure that
started to focus on our differences instead of the things that make us human and
right.
bring us together.
Exactly, because they don't want us to stand together. They don't want us to take the time to get to know each other and find out that, hey, you might be pro-gun, you might be anti-gun, but at the end of the day, we are both humans. We both go to work. We both pay the same taxes. We both live in the same town. Our kids go to the same soccer game. We're basically the same people. We just have 3 or 4 opposing views that really don't matter that much.
And they used to focus, news used to focus on the good things. They would cover fairs or they would cover what have you, but really and truly, they didn't focus on the bad in society. And now it seems like everything that they report is bad. I mean, I hardly ever see anything on mainstream media. Not that I watch it much, but I hardly ever see anything on mainstream media anymore that really is contributing to the good things that our society brings.
Well, you never do see it, actually. When I was in news, I was working for a regional news station in D.C. So we had Baltimore, we had Maryland, Virginia, and D.C. That was our region, and it was community oriented. And I enjoyed that in the fact that we promoted community-oriented news. Basically, if you, the viewer, could not implement it into your daily life, we didn't care about it. And I really like that in that regards. And the VP of News was pretty adamant about it. He didn't care if it was a triple homicide in D.C., which at the time was the murder capital of the world. He didn't care about that. He cared, and he asked. He said, is this a story that is going to impact the commuter, their kids, their produce, their day? Is it going to impact their life in any way? If it doesn't, it does not get airtime.
Well, definitely, even the bad stuff impacts us greatly.
Well, no, it does. It does. But a triple homicide at 3 o'clock in the morning that has no impact and is cleared and gone by the time that the commute starts is a footnote, and was a footnote on our broadcast.
Right, and that's just not the case anymore.
Well, no, I know, and I agree, but I'm saying that's the mindset that news should be taking. Is it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead. Because when you wake up in the morning and you're off and away to work, you want to know about the school systems. Are schools running on time, especially in the Northeast? Commute, fuel prices, taxation. You want to know about things that are going to impact you and on your daily basis type thing. And it's not going to be about the mass shooting in Detroit or the mass shooting here or this or that. It's not about the glitz and the glamour and the doom and gloom news. It was literally about things that mattered to you on a daily basis.
Right.
And that I think is the disconnect between where news was and where news is gone. And I don't even know if it's even cold news anymore. Just regurgitation of bad shit. When was the last time you saw a happy-go-lucky piece on the 5 o'clock national news?
I can't even tell you.
I can't either.
I watch CNN every now and then, and you know, the last few months, the only thing they focus on is the political parties. That is all they have focused on for months now. And I'm so sick of seeing political parties. It's not funny.
Yeah, but Damien, that's been going on for 2 years.
Well, yeah, but my point is that that's what they want people to focus on. So that's what the news is portraying. You know, they do not focus on things that the people want anymore. They focus on what they want.
Right. When's the last time you heard something on the news about what's going on over there in the Middle East?
That the last time I heard anything about the news on that was about 2008.
That Middle East is about ready to explode right now.
Oh, I keep track of that crap. That's something that weighs really heavy on my mind.
And it's funny, Al-Qaeda, I just saw a note that Al-Qaeda signed on with Saudi Arabia against one of the battles over there. And the funniest part about it is Al-Qaeda used to not allow anybody inside their organization that was from Saudi Arabia.
Right, but now they're working together to destroy a bigger enemy. So,
right.
Yep.
Now, the way that I kind of feel it, the federal government created them. The only reason they created them is because they couldn't get enough American people on their side to do what their agenda is to be.
Well, the Taliban originally was created by CIA and our military to combat Russia back in the 80s. And the Taliban was weaponized and monetized by our U.S. government in order to combat Russia because they were going to be our ally. And then when they found out how crooked we were, then they turned against us. So that's where that lies. And then you have organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and we're funding those people. I don't care what our government says. We are fucking funding them. We were funding them before Barack Obama got into office. So, and now we're totally apeshit over funding them now.
Well, it's all about proxy wars. The United States we picked this up a long time ago, and I can't even think of when the first time we started a proxy war, but we are all literally, okay, I see Damon talk. Are you talking?
No.
Okay, weird. Oh, man, my system must really be delayed. I saw your image pop up, and I'm like, okay, I see you talking, but I don't hear anything, and it's a little creepy. But we are all about proxy wars. We're not about getting our hands specifically, obviously dirty. That's why we have lots of spec ops. That's why we have lots of mercenaries. Why we get these other governments to get trained by our special forces to battle our wars, because we always want to have our hands clean. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in, as you said, Afghanistan. We did it in oh God, everywhere in South America. There isn't a country in South America we haven't had our hands in.
Right.
And the whole concept of it is 90% of it, CIA-wise, has always been about the drug trade. Afghanistan, opium.
Absolutely. And do we burn their opium?
No.
Down? Hell no.
Nope.
No.
Nope. Oh, and the Soviets didn't like
That's a lot of money we're bringing in.
Soviets liked vodka. Soviets did not like opium, for the record.
Yeah. Soviets don't really do drugs except for maybe marijuana. And their drug is vodka. Period. They love their vodka.
Good vodka. I had a buddy of mine at Westwood. Oh my God.
Mexico likes their tequila.
Only good tequila. Mexico doesn't like that dirt tequila. That yellow tequila, that's not good tequila.
Mm-mm. Agave.
Yeah,
Agave
clear tequila is good tequila. And if it's not clear, they're not really going to drink it.
I had a.
They live on the streets.
I was an officer basic with this little short, and I'm a little guy. I'm 5'7", but there was this little short guy that was with me in officer basic. His name was Lieutenant Don Rocco, and we used to call him Don Rocco, or his name was DJ Rocco, and we used to call him Don Rocco because he was Italian. And but the kicker of it was he'd come into the bar, and we'd be drinking. We were in Kentucky at Fort Knox, and Maker's Mark and Jim Beam and Jack Daniels were all right there, and Maker's Mark was cheap as hell. And
so
he'd come
you must have served in the Army then, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, yeah, I was a tanker, and he'd come in with his mug of vodka, and usually he was drinking tequila sunrise, or not tequila sunrise, screwdrivers. He was usually drinking screwdrivers, and he would laugh. He says, "Whiskey dirty, it's brown. You must go clean booze." And he always, dude, for the life of me, he drank like a freaking fish out of water, and I never saw that man hungover. So maybe there's something there, or maybe it's just the Italian blood that he was able to drink anything he wanted to, and it never impacted him. But good man. He was with Pennsylvania. He was actually a reservist with one of the Pennsylvania units out there, and great guys, really good guys. So don't underestimate those reservists and those National Guard guys. They mean well, and they're pretty stand-up guys, at least for my.
No, and actually, I learned a lot about military function while I was on my walk. Like, I shit you not, I met with tens of thousands of troops while I was out. So I learned all about units, and I learned all about. I learned everything about the military, mostly Army. I ran into a lot of Army personnel. So, and I've even been to a Vietnam veterans reunion, and that was just the cream of the crop right there. And the National Guard units are oftentimes deployed more than regular Army.
They were. They still are, because they don't have the same rules and regulations.
Right. Well, they're supposed to be. National Guard is supposed to be for the defense of this country. It's not supposed to be deployed to other countries, and they get sent out often for longer tours and more often than regular Army actually does, in my understanding of things.
Well, it's kind of like having a contractor.
To get to the whole point of the matter, all of the wars that's ever been fought, what have they been fought for?
Money, power.
The Rothschilds and the bigwigs and the central banks and the IMF, so they could all make more money. It had nothing to do with anything but that.
Right.
Just because they throw this up in your face, well, this is a bad guy that's coming to kill us. We got to go get them first. And it ain't about that. It's about going into their country, stealing their money, and all the time, we don't get no money. It's all the banks, that all that military equipment, all that food, all that training, all that money that, well, we got to take that from the American people so we can bust them even farther. All the time, they all get richer.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what it's all been about. All the time is money. Follow that money.
Good men have died over that money.
Yes.
That money has blood on it.
It just really sickens me.
So where are we headed next?
I say we talk about FEMA camps because they're on the agenda.
Interesting concept. So you want to look at the United Nations General Council briefing from this last fall. They are all about Agenda 21 and what they have retermed Agenda 21 as sustainable development. Sustainable development is what you're going to start hearing more and more and more of. In fact, they're actually starting to promote it in this presidential election. But the
sustainable development is just another term for continuation of government.
No. Sustainable development is Agenda 21. Agenda 21 is the overall. Agenda 21 is literally the reacquisition of society, the world, resources. It is relocating. It is taking over. It's what is spawning the BLM and Forest Service land grabs. It is what is restructuring the globe on a whole. It is what the United Nations is implementing throughout the world to promote vaccinations, to promote reacquisition of lands, to limit and control small arms, to ensure that the nations are dissolved, and I mean the denational what is it called when you get rid of when you're a nation part, when you're, oh my God, my coffee stopped working. To basically dissolve the borders between the different separate nations and create the 10 global regions.
That is is it G10? No. It is along those lines. I've been up too long too, so
it's basically the elites in plan with where they want to see this planet eventually. And there's a lot of different things, but this last UN General Council meeting, and it's all laid out just crystal clear. I spent the months of August and September digging through their memorandums and everything that was online, and it's all straight from their pages. And it's absolutely scary, even to the point of taking small arms and ensuring that there are post-manufacturer tracking devices or locking mechanisms on there. Now, you've seen the science fiction. We're going to go back to sci-fi here real quick. You remember in the movie Idiocracy? You ever see that one?
I don't know.
Okay, Idiocracy.
Oh, yes. Is that Michael Moore?
Yeah. No. Michael, that was Comedy Central, and somebody in the chat room help me. Idiocracy had.
Oh, you know what? I do remember that. Yes, I do.
It was basically the army private that was cryogenically frozen for 500 years and then woke up, and society was complete and total moron. Society was a moron.
Yes.
And he had a below average IQ and turned out to be the smartest guy on the planet and became president. Anyways, point of it, if you haven't seen it, I watch it on an annual basis, and one of my buddies reminded me tonight that it's time for me to rewatch it. But there's actually, and I'm going to link it over here so that you can relink it, because I know that I'm not a moderator and I don't want to be. Fucking don't want to be. I'm serious. I have one chat room. No, I'm going to link this over to you. And this
one chat room.
One chat room. That's it. That's all I got time for. No, I mean that in all love and respect, but it's kind of like having 4 wives. I never understood polygamy for the simple aspect that as a guy, I have a hard enough time ensuring satisfaction of one woman, ensuring that I am taking care of all of her naggy issues. Why the hell would I want 3?
No.
Right. In addition, can you imagine the amount of drama that comes with having multiple wives? Holy crap. Now, I told him to take the trash out. I told him to fold the laundry. I told him to take the trash out. I told him to fold the laundry. Holy crap.
That would make as much sense as a woman having 3 husbands.
And you wonder why more. Actually, that makes sense, because then she gets to nag at 3 different men, and those 3 different men only get 1/3 the nagging.
Oh, you know what? That actually does make sense when you put it that way.
Okay, so that article that I linked you, if you want to repost that, that is actually to the top 10 things that Idiocracy predicted would happen and has sadly already occurred.
I think I'm going to save that, actually.
And the beautiful thing about it is I need to do just this real quick, and I apologize because I watched this and I just giggled. Okay, you guys are watching, and
roll camera, roll anchor. It's about time. Life was F and easy. Now there's fresh and easy. Give you extra time. You get more hours in your hectic day when you shop for food the F and easy way. We don't use ingredients you can't pronounce, like polysaccharide, evaporated, lactocrap assorted. You gain lots of time, but you won't gain an ounce from the riboflavin, glycerated, thyroid fatty acid. It's about time. Life was this F and easy. Now there's fresh and easy. It's about saving time when you get your food the F and easy way. You'll get those extra hours in your day to play.
all I have to say is ow my balls. I literally, when I saw that, I'm like, holy crap, we have literally gotten to, and Fresh and Easy, I don't know if you guys have it where you are. Fresh and Easy is actually the upscale restaurant, grocery market that caters to professionals that are either single or married with no kids. And basically it's designed for an individual or a couple that really doesn't have the time to prep food. So a lot of their things are manufactured, not manufactured, but packaged. Packaged. Right. Well, it's packaged in, no, it's not on a budget. You pay for it. But it's packaged. My sister, the little snot, shops there a lot. And so like you go in and there would be a container that it would be like something you'd buy a steak in. Okay. But inside the container was everything that you would need to just cut the package, throw in the slow cooker, and now you've got beef stew. Literally no preparation at all whatsoever. Just take, dump, and you have beef stew. But it's organic. So it's marketed from that point of view. So Fresh and Easy is one of those upscale grocery stores that you pay for the convenience. But for
it's kind of like out here we have Publix, and they have those types of meals, you know, already made stuff where you just throw it in, and it cooks on its own.
Double the price though.
Oh, yeah, it's very expensive.
because I'm very familiar with Publix. We used to have them out in South Carolina where I lived before here. But yeah, I know exactly
That's
what you're
where I
talking about.
live, South Carolina.
So to see Fresh and Easy create a advertisement that is literally F and easy, making a pun off fucking easy.
Right.
Really? So yeah, just scroll through the article and tell me. I mean, you know. Oh, but anyways, to the point is during a scene in the film, our main characters are on the run from the law when suddenly their car is shut down remotely by the police. While starting your car remotely isn't exactly new technology, authorities and loan companies being able to shut delinquent automobiles down is something that didn't become common practice until after Idiocracy's release. While this could be seen as an evolution of sorts for society, glass half empty types could argue that such technology wouldn't have even been necessary if so many of us weren't such deadbeats in the first place.
Makes sense.
Or that Idiocracy, they didn't get the idea from the movie Idiocracy to begin with. So
They just implemented it into the movie after they had already figured out how to do it.
No, other way around. The movie, the technology was around, but they didn't utilize it for deadbeats until after the movie came out.
Wow.
The movie preceded the implementation.
That's amazing. I can't believe that. But again, that's our world.
Oh, Michelle G's in the chat room. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
She has had a rough day, and she is getting on a plane to go to Burns here very shortly, or Portland. So,
yay!
Everybody wish her a wonderfully safe and happy trip. And she has only one requirement from my point of view, and that is to give Deb a big hug and a kiss for me.
Is she going to the court date?
She is.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you, Michelle.
So we were talking about globalization, the United Nations, Agenda 21. The implementation. So right after the United Nations General Council meeting back in September and October of this past year, we immediately saw something that was rolled out that has not been mentioned once in mainstream media since. It was brought out, but then immediately forgotten, and that was the Strong City Network. Strong City Network is a coalition of major cities like Phoenix and DC and New York and Portland and Washington, Seattle, Hong Kong and Europe. Or Europe, did I say Europe? Great Britain. These, did I say Great Britain? Good God, my coffee has stopped working. London,
UK,
London and Paris and you know, these major cities are all getting together. What they're doing is they're implementing United Nations officers inside their police departments.
Well, that's not very smart.
Not really constitutional either.
Well, the UN doesn't belong on American soil anyway. We all know there's already UN troops here, but they're hiding in places like Michigan. And
did you see the call though about voter fraud in, I want to say it was either Utah or Nevada? They were actually calling for third-party UN officials to come in and ensure voter accuracy in that state. And I'll have to find the article for you.
Oh,
they were
really
actually calling for the United Nations to come in to ensure that we maintained a fair and accurate vote.
Yeah, that sure sounds not right.
No, that wouldn't be. Sorry.
We're going to make sure you vote for who we want you to vote for.
Right, absolutely. Well, not only that, but you know, you actually look and get to the point that if we, a first world country, cannot ensure our own fair and balanced, and I hate to utilize Fox's catchphrase, but if we can't ensure our own fair and balanced voting system, but yet we're going into other countries to ensure theirs, the fuck is wrong with this picture?
First off, our voting isn't fair and balanced in the first place because we have electoral vote. The people's vote doesn't fucking matter anymore.
Well, we are on the Electoral College. Now, the Electoral College made sense years and years and years ago when we were horse and buggy and you couldn't get everybody to cast a ballot in a centralized area. But nowadays,
everyone has a car, everyone goes to vote, and I don't vote. I'll tell you right now, I don't vote. I don't see a point in voting because my vote doesn't matter. So I don't go to the polls. And right now, we only really have a logical choice anyway, because all the rest of them are insane. And there's only one that's not a politician, and they've already got their own money, and that's the way that I see it personally, you know. And but besides that point, they're going to vote for who they want to vote for, and ultimately, the person that's going to get the presidency is who picks the president. The president is a chosen individual. And
oh, absolutely.
we found that out in the last election, or in the first of the last elections. So
well, here's the question though. Before we get into the actual election, tell me your gut reaction. Is Trump real, or is he a ticking time bomb?
That's kind of a mix, I think. Honestly, I think that he tries to convey himself in a manner that the people want. Yes, I do. I think that in some ways he's absolutely real. And in some ways, I think that that's just the businessman trying to make his presentation.
Okay, I can applaud and respect that perspective and opinion on Trump. I'd like to respectfully offer this. In Trump's 60 some odd years, he is business tycoon.
Absolutely.
He has owned real estate in the Northeast, well, throughout the world, but primarily in the Northeast, New Jersey and New York.
Big money areas. Yes.
One of the most corrupt areas to own real estate.
Which, you know, you have to wonder in that also, how much eminent domain did the man have?
Sure.
You know?
Oh, absolutely, and he's a big supporter of that. Now, here's what I'm getting at though: is follow the numbers here. So, Trump is a businessman first and foremost. He's a self-made man. Self-made with his dad. Anyways,
yeah, but he expounded that quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I don't
could have lost it all, and he didn't. He did choose wisely, and he is a shrewd businessman. He is.
He is a true businessman. And what is a true businessman looks at the bottom line first and foremost. Period. Right. Okay? They will do what is in their power
that looks
to make
like Scotch
better. Right?
Right. Is that Scotch, Scott?
Actually, that's Makers.
Oh, nice.
So he is a businessman, and that as a business-oriented individual, he is looking at his investors, his profit margin, before anything else. Okay?
Exactly.
As a president, he is the investor. He has made that very well known. Okay? So with that being said, let's evaluate him and him alone. As a president, he invested in his own campaign. He is his own business, and he is taking office individually. So yes, that means he cannot be bought, but at the same time, it means he owes nobody anything.
Exactly, which is a good thing.
Well, including the American public.
No, because the only way that he's going to get the presidency is by, well, we know that it's the electoral college, but popular vote does matter in the eyes of the electoral college. So it's a, like I said, it's a mixed bag.
Okay, but let's keep on down the rabbit hole with Trump. Okay, so we're looking at him, and we're seeing that he is doing what is necessary to get himself elected on the forefront of it, on the precipice of him.
Yes.
But at the same time, he's a known Clinton supporter. He's donated to their campaigns, both campaigns.
But I think that was to further his agenda as a businessman.
Tomatoes, tomatoes. But just go with it, okay?
All right.
So you're looking at the fact that he is giving to the other side. He is in the Northeast. He is a New Yorker, as he so says. Which, in fact, whether he is a businessman or not, tends to make him more of a lefty swinging individual.
Right.
Now, in the original Bush-Clinton in the 90s, do you remember that little bitty individual that came out and caused the whole skunk works in the election in 92?
Say what now?
Do you remember the individual that came out and taught them a lesson in 1991 campaign between Bush and Clinton?
Ron Paul? Was that Ron Paul?
Ross Perot.
Ross Perot. That's it. I knew it started with the R.
The little old bald man with his graphs that bored everybody to tears.
Yes.
Well, the Clintons and the Bushes learned the Clintons specifically learned something very valuable from that election cycle. It was the first time that they had a major third-party candidate that came in and started stealing votes. It started swinging the popular vote. Well, they learned from that, and we're seeing it again. But this time, it's not a third party that is an uncontrollable force. This time, it is one that starts off on the Republican side. And if Trump has hinted at it a couple of times that if he doesn't win, he'll just flip over and become an independent. His whole goal and his whole mission, and call it a conspiracy theory, his whole mission is to be that insider that gets in there, and he is the ringer. He is the boxer that works his way up through really easy matches, gets to the final bout, and has a glass jaw.
I can agree with that.
Or say Jeb Bush or Ted Cruz or somebody beats him out in the primaries. Then what he does is he jumps back over. He's already done the damage. He is already just attacked, and he's a freaking pit bull.
Oh, he is. He totally annihilated all of them.
He doesn't care. He's not a politician. He's not going at it as a politician, as a tactful campaigner trying to win people over. He's going at it as a bulldog trying to attack his opponents.
Yep.
He's not trying to win votes. He's trying to take votes from others. And that's an entire dichotomy of campaigning.
Yeah, but it's working.
Well, it's working for now. And it's only working for now because there's nobody on that side that is worth anything. I mean, literally, if there was one individual that was on that side that had a backbone and a set of balls Trump wouldn't be able to pull this off. But he is. And it's working. So we have two options here. If he loses out in the primaries and he'll flip over to being an independent, and he will just take the votes from the Republican Party. If he doesn't, and this is what looks like it's forecasted, is he's going to get the primary votes. They're going to go into the general election, and we're going to get a month or 2 months out of the November election, and he is going to implode and just hand it to Hillary. He'll do a Howard Dean concept.
He'll pull Hillary.
He'll pull Hillary.
Hillary did. That's what Hillary did for Barack Obama in the first election.
True, and I do recall that. But I think that's the ploy, is that
she had the votes. She would have beat him had she continued.
Because look at what Trump gains out of this. Okay, Trump gains some major political power if he loses. Okay, so he loses and he puts Hillary or Sanders. He put both of them.
Sanders, Bernie.
They're both horrible. But let's say he's working for the Hillary campaign. He puts Hillary in the office. She is now literally in his debt forever.
Right.
As a businessman, can you ask for a better golden key?
Someone who's corrupt and running the presidency? No, absolutely not.
So let me ask you this. Would you rather have the golden key and still be your businessman and have your plush office and live in your golden laid New York apartment complex, or win the election and have the responsibilities of the president? Which would you rather have?
See, the only responsibilities that the president actually takes on is the responsibility to accept and acknowledge the repercussions of bad decisions.
They get run through the ringers. You can see it with every president that's been in the last 40 years. They age. It's not a fun job. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, that's from being awake and go all the time.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that they have any real true
no
buying power.
I guess what you're missing. I guess I'm not making the point clear. Okay, if you had the choice, would you rather continue your life and now have a key to the Oval Office without the responsibilities, but reap the rewards?
Oh no, I absolutely get what you're saying. Yeah, that would be in Trump's best interest, actually, because
I'd rather have my buddy in the office doing my bidding than actually being in the office doing and having to do the bidding.
Right.
Absolutely. And I just don't see Trump being that type. I don't see Trump being the guy that wants to be there, because that would really inhibit his lifestyle. He couldn't get divorced and married so many times.
That's true.
And he would have to give up his daytime TV gigs.
I think those are done anyway, really.
Oh, by the way, we gotta get you off of smoking and on to vaping.
I don't know about vaping. I don't know.
Okay. Rule number 1. First and foremost, this is a vape unit. Those little bitty e-cigs, they're pathetic, they're worthless, and they don't do a goddamn thing. And I think I have one. Maybe I chunked them all out.
I know. I've had an e-cig. They suck.
They're worthless. I bought a half dozen different products and brands, and I tried them all, and I'm like, I just kept going back to smoking. So I'm buying these products and still paying for cigarettes. It was worthless. Right. I was at a party about a year ago. My sister threw a party, and this guy comes in with this big old vape unit. Actually, it was this one here, and I looked at him and I said, what the hell is that thing? And he gave me the Crash Course 101 on tanks, vaping, and just, I mean, it was an awesome party in the regards that he just literally filled me with every piece of information I could want to know as a beginner. And I looked at him and I said, well, you have a number of them. How much would you sell this for? And he laid out a price, and I took it home, and he hooked me up with some juice, and I had it sitting there on my counter, and this was Saturday night, and I woke up Sunday morning, and I had the pack of cigarettes sitting there, and I had the vape unit sitting there. And I had the choice. Pick up the vape, pick up the smoke. And I just kept picking up the vape, and it just tasted so much better, and it had better flavor. It had better just satisfaction overall. The cloud was just more satisfying.
I see the clouds you blow out.
It was just so much more satisfying. And the kicker was, and so the pack of cigarettes, I still have it around here somewhere. I used to be sitting over there. And when I relocated everything back over here by the window for the summer, I moved the pack of cigarettes, but it's still around here somewhere. Anyways, the joke of it is that's the same pack that I've had a year ago. I have had one cigarette in the last year, and that was at the NFL Cardinals game. And that's because they don't allow vaping in the NFL, fuckers. But I lit
cigarettes.
They'll right. And I got kicked out of the game. I had to go and march 5 miles after I got kicked out of the Cardinals game. And it was a pregame, and I didn't realize that vaping wasn't allowed. So I had one of these others, just smaller units that I could pocket. And he looks at me and goes, "That's an incendiary device." And I looked at him and I said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Okay, so let's start off. And it was a Richard Grieco, Ron Jeremy looking dude. I mean, just straight out of the 70s. Anyways, and I looked at him and I said, "Okay, so you understand what these things are?" He says, "Yeah, don't talk down to me." And I'm like, I'm not talking down to you. I'm trying to make sure that you understand what this actually is. And so we get into this discussion. And this was already after I'd gone through 3 sheriffs and a bunch of other people, and I'd gotten escorted out. And I was waiting for the NFL manager to come down. And I said, "Okay, so why is it again you are not allowing this in there?" And he goes, "It's an incendiary device." Okay. Obviously, again, you don't understand what this fucking thing is. This is a warmer. This is a battery, period. It doesn't burn. And he goes, "Yes, it is. It's an incendiary device, and it could be explosive," and blah, 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 blah. I looked at him and I said, "All right, I'm Old Army."
Try to explode it.
Oh, and I don't even have a lighter around here anymore. But I looked at him, and I did have a lighter in my pocket. I pulled it out, and I looked at him and I said, "Okay, if I was given the choice between burning a thing down with this lighter or with this device, I would choose the lighter. But you will let this in with a flammable cigarette, and this is a problem." And it was
can make a bomb out of a lighter.
Even the sheriff by that point was just dying. He was literally dying. And I looked at him and I said, "All right, so I don't have keys to the car. My sister's inside. I'm not leaving it, and I am not throwing out this $100 device. So what are my options?" He goes, "Call a cab." I'm like, "Would you like to call one for me?" "No, you ought to do that on your own."
What a bastard.
Fucker. So anyways, so I the last time I did take a cigarette in as an emergency device, kind of one of those things. And I went and I lit it in, I took 3 puffs and I threw it away. It was after 7 months of vaping, it tasted like freaking dog shit. It was the worst flavor I've ever had. My lungs have never been clearer. I can taste things again. I don't even go to my steakhouse anymore because I've realized that their steak sucks now. So,
I usually don't buy steaks outside of my home. Because I smoke my steaks. So I don't know all their flavorings and stuff that they throw on there and try to make it all fancy. I just like a fucking steak. So
Oh, absolutely. But it does. Your taste buds, your flavors, your senses just become more alive. And I will say, and I smoked for 22 years.
I might have to try it then.
Well, I'll tell you this: if it is anything other than this selling factor, what I would spend on 1 month of smoking, I can buy a year and a half worth of juice.
Wow.
I have not bought a single dollar's worth of juice. I get a coil. I don't get a tank or a battery mod or something just because I want something new. But basics, I'll get a coil for this every 2 months, and it's about $5.
And I noticed you vape a lot, so.
Oh, it's the adult pacifier. Are you kidding? And I don't feel like I need it at work. At work, it was literally every 2 hours I needed a cigarette. Now I can go 4, 6 hours. I don't need it. You're training your body off it. You're still getting the nicotine you want, but it's not a craving. It's more of a, I'd like a beer, but I know I can't drink at work, so therefore I'm going to wait till happy hour.
That's really awesome. That would be an awesome feeling. Honestly, it would.
Well, I would be more than happy, and this goes to the chat room as well. Anybody that wants assistance with that, I am more than happy to provide any and all. I'd love to see anybody flip over. Oh, these little rugrats that are behind me, they're actually the reason why I quit and flipped over. I live in a very small, confined space in the living room, and I noticed that when I was moved in here, and after about the first year and a half, 2 years, they actually started coughing, and it was very noticeable. And I knew it was from me smoking indoors. And I said, okay, I gotta stop for them at the very least. And if this is what it's doing to them, then I gotta be considerate because they're responsible for me, or I'm responsible for them, and they're pretty much my life. And the kicker of it is now I can vape indoor 24/7, and they don't give a crap. It does not bother them. It does not impact them at all whatsoever. And funny thing is when I am vaping, they kind of come over and sniff it. It's like, ooh, Daddy, peanut butter. I like peanut butter.
If for only the reason that, my wife's not a smoker, my mother-in-law is, but if for only the reason of being able to quit, that would be fantastic. I mean, I've been smoking 26 years. I'm going on 27 years smoking. I started smoking when I was 14. So, I mean, it would be really beneficial. And I've tried quitting with patches and lozenges and all that, and it's extremely difficult.
But with vaping, flipping to vaping, you're not quitting smoking. You're just changing your modality.
Right.
You're just changing how you're getting your nicotine. And the kicker of it is I can even show you where to buy the materials to mix your own juice, to do it for pennies on the dollar. That $60 or $70 that you're spending on cigarettes for a month, you can buy enough materials to mix your own specific flavor and of juice at your own nicotine content.
That would be awesome.
And the awesome part of it is it's completely tailored to you and your flavors. I quit smoking in 24 hours. And I didn't quit smoke. I didn't quit nicotine. I just changed how my nicotine was introduced. So it's kind of like going from hot coffee to iced coffee. You're just changing how you're getting your nicotine. No withdrawals, no cravings, nothing. You pick the right device, the right
Best of all, you get rid of like 450 carcinogens.
Exactly. I know exactly what is in mine, and my juice is pharmaceutical grade. And no, that is not meaning that it is a drug. nicotine is like caffeine on the human body.
Yes, it is.
No difference.
It's
It is
a
all,
stick-
it's
and
all it's all the crap that the tobacco industry adds to it. That's the problem. That's where the carcinogens have. Nicotine is nothing but a neurostimulant that gets the mind opened up. And if you've noticed, all conspiracy theorists smoke. All of them.
Yeah, but I'm not a theorist. I believe in those conspiracies.
Oh, I'm a factist. But no, I mean, have you ever met somebody that was awakened that was not a smoker or had been a smoker?
No,
Why?
because the central part of the brain that smoking helps induce is shut off.
And so imbibing nicotine and allowing it to be that neurostimulant creates pathways, synapses pathways in your mind that were not there for a normal average individual that does not.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the difference between someone who has dropped LSD and who hasn't dropped LSD.
I can't speak to the LSD thing, but I see where you're going.
It opens neural pathways that were not open before, and those doors, however, do not shut. Once they are open, they remain open. They do not shut.
Right. And that's exactly it. It's creating that. It's opening up a part of your mind that was not opened up before. And I think that it specifically fights all of the toxins that the powers that be are putting into our system to try and dumb us down. Because
Right.
you can walk through Walmart and you look at these people and what they consider normalcy, what they consider a normal way to interact with somebody, you're looking at them going, are you a bloody moron? There are literally times when you can interact with an individual and the words that are coming out of their mouth just are incoherent.
They make absolutely no sense at all.
They don't make any sense at all. They're not exhibiting just human courtesy, let alone anything else. And it gets to the simple point that there's a reason why they've added carcinogens over the years. Why would tobacco companies specifically make their product more lethal?
To period.
To what?
To kill people. That's it. And to dumb them down.
No, not to dumb us down, but focus on the cigarette. Why would you specifically? If you were a car manufacturer, why would you start making your car more unsafe?
Oh, that's the simple. Forget. To kill. To
kill the driver.
Absolutely.
Okay. So if we utilize, because it's not for reoccurring sales. So there's only one reason why a tobacco manufacturer, a cigarette manufacturer, would actually make their product continually more and more dangerous, knowingly. Because, hey, in the 30s, everybody smoked.
Yeah, and there was no cancer.
In the 40s, everybody smoked. They gave cigarettes away in MREs.
Right.
And yet, the number of individuals that smoke now is a fraction of what smoked then. And as you said, the amount of cancer has skyrocketed. So there's got to be something else here. So if the tobacco manufacturers had a solid product in the 20s and the 30s, why would you change the product to make it more lethal if there wasn't some nefarious reason, right?
I agree with that, totally.
The reason is because they realized what nicotine does on the human mind, and they want to kill off that portion of the population.
It's the same with marijuana. Marijuana does specific things to your brain and to your neural pathways that don't come from other plants, like ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is another a mixture of natural herbs that opens up pathways in the brain. And each of these things opens up different neural pathways. So without, it goes without saying that they don't want us to live to be 120.
Well, it's not that they don't want us as a population to live to 120s. It's that they don't want those individuals that are awake and aware to live to be 120.
Right. Well, that's what I mean by us.
They want the sheep to live to be 120, and that's fine, because we got to have our migrant slaves, as we were talking about earlier in the show.
Right.
Okay. So back to this. We're going to get together offline, and I'm going to hook you up and show you where, depending on your budget and what you can do, I absolutely swear you get the right device, you will flip in 24 hours, guaranteed, or I'll buy the product off you.
Wow.
Guaranteed.
Okay.
Fucking guaranteed. Then we'll work on the juice mix and where you can get and how, and it's stupid simple. I got my flavors, and this is just my two common flavors that I have sitting over here. I have my nicotine solution, and I have my PG, and that's it. That's literally, or I'm sorry, my BG. That's literally the three ingredients that come in. It all comes from a pharmaceutical grade company, which what pharmaceutical grade company means is that it is not food grade, which is what, if you went to buy vape juice from a local vape store, it would be food grade solution, which would have more impurities.
Right.
Pharmaceutical grade is literally, if it says it is nicotine in a PG solution, which is petroleum glycol, if it is nicotine in a petroleum glycol solution, it is literally just nicotine and petroleum glycol. That's it. Everything that is in that juice you can find in your kitchen, you ingest on a daily basis, and is totally 100% clean. I get my flavoring, like this is New York style cheesecake. It is in a vegetable. Oh my God, yes. Actually, I like the rich and the savory, or the light and the fruity. Don't you guys making jokes about that? But what I like to do is utilize like cotton candy as a base, or cheesecake as a base. So if you, because they take flavors very well. So if you use cotton candy, then it kind of has a light sweet flavor, and then you can add on to it banana, orange sickle, strawberries, and get kind of that nice little fruit blend. You can add a bunch of others, but it acts really well as a base. Cheesecake is even better for savory. So like I'll add peanut butter, chocolate, maple syrup, and it's just,
oh my God.
Oh,
you vape like candy. You
vape on that for 2 days. You take a cigarette hit, and you're like, fucking get that shit away from me. Give me my cheesecake. I'm telling you, hands down. But it's all about the device. You've got to have the right tank, a good sub-ohm tank, and they're cheap as shit. You can get one for $15 for the tank, and a mod you can get roughly about the same. It's all about shopping, and I've spent the last year doing research on it and have all the nice little tricks and traits and sites to go to. So we'll get together offline.
How much are the coils?
Oh, well, this coil is a little bit more. This was one of the first tanks. This is the Aspire. This Aspire is one of the first sub-ohm tanks, and it is one of the best. They set the standard and the rules, and I've got 2 of these. This was my first non-Aspire tank, and I like it, but it's a little bit different. But this is about $20. The coils are about $2-3. You can get a pack of them for like 12 of 5. So the coils, but they'll last you depending on as to how high you vape. The wattage that you're vaping, you can vape at 20 watts or 50 watts or 100 watts, or this thing will go up to 200. But nobody vapes that high. It just the more wattage, the hotter and faster it vape. You could scald yourself. You don't want 20 to 30. Right. But a standard coil goes about 2 months, give or take. So you're looking at a year's worth of supply for $12-15 for the coil.
That's not bad at all.
Now you go over and you want to get more complicated, and this is where it gets more fun. You get something like this, which is what's called an RDA. And this little RDA unit that I don't use all that much because it's a lot of work to get in is phenomenal. It actually has 8 coils in there. The bore on it is insanely big, but I bought this for $13, and if I can get it off here.
So I'm sure you could probably incorporate like CBD oil in there.
Yeah, you can, but you'd want to use something like this, okay? And what this is, and this is really a neat little device, because what you do is you go down and you get your wire for like $1. You get 100 feet of wire, and you build your own little coils around here. And this is a used device, and I had some cheesecake in there, so it looks really dark. But the thing is you build your little coils, and you get your little Japanese cotton, which is about $2 for an entire. I bought it a year ago, and I still haven't even made a dent in it. And I use this a lot. But you build your coils, and this would be something that you would use that type of oil in. You wouldn't want to use oil in a regular tank. And the reason is the tanks aren't built for it. Those types of oils are a little bit more gummy, and you burn up the coils eventually, faster than you would with PG. But these coils, they're completely self-sufficient, and the amount of vape that comes out of these things, well, this is,
I can imagine.
This is 8 coils. This is 1 coil. So $13 for the Goliath, and you put that on a battery mod, and you are all set to go. So there's lots of different things, but it is very, very overwhelming. And if it wasn't for that guy sitting me down one day and kind of going through the basics, and that's kind of why I like to do this with others. I bought, 12 to 14 different people, little basic starter units that got them off and rolling, for the simple reason that I'm like, you gotta give it a shot. You gotta try it. You just gotta get pointed in the right direction. But Damien, we can. Sorry, I'm listening. I will say though, if there was any other reason, it would be monetary. The amount of money that I'm saving not smoking is amazing. And I will be right back.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit the head also.
Oh no, well, who's leading us?
Be right back, guys.
Leland, are you still there? Leland, we have so got to get you on Hangouts. I can barely hear you. A little better. Hold on, let me pull up the volume.
I got the phone about an inch and a half away from my mouth.
Do you have Hangouts on your phone? because you can install that on your phone and then utilize that to make calls and join us on the conference.
This is just an old throwaway phone.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm not an iPhoner. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Facebook. This is just more an emergency phone.
Okay.
That's what I said. I've got my speaker set up, my stereo system, my computer, and I've got speakers so far for the Google Hangout.
Yeah.
Because I just got a desktop computer with no camera and no mic. So I'm just on my throwaway cell phone.
You know, I'm betting there's a way. There used to be a way for us to utilize Hangouts as a phone. I bet you could call into one of us on Hangouts and we could link in the others and treat you like a Hangout member. Basically add you to the Hangout.
I'm gonna be up there on the screen with you here just shortly. As soon as I get a camera and a mic.
Yeah, I missed that. I apologize.
Okay. Well, here, I'll just type it in the chat.
Okay. Our host will be back momentarily. Please excuse the interruption in broadcast service. Now, from our sponsor, Soylent Green is People.
I see you're back.
I was giving an ad from our sponsor, Soylent Green is People. Please do buy Soylent Green and our new and improved Soylent Pink, which is puppies.
Right on. Brandy will like that. She loves her puppies.
All right. Now, when you go shopping, I'm going to link this over in sidebar. That is the link. Wait a minute. That the bottom link, not the second link. I'm sorry. Both of my links are together here. Hold on. L and.
No, I see it.
Okay. Yeah. Vaping cheap is that's kind of like the what they do is they just consolidate and they grab every sale that is just constantly running, and there are some wonderful ones. Actually, like for example, the TFV4 tank that I've got as my daily is there for $19, which is an amazing, actually, a really good price for that. But yeah, just I watch it on a daily basis just to see what comes across, and there are times when you can get just really butt cheap stuff off there. You know, everybody's got a sale going at some point, trying to get rid of excess merchandise.
Right, and that's awesome because that's a good thing for the consumer.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and with vaping, there's not a lot of restocking. So a lot of what it is I'm always looking for another mod, or I'm always looking for another tank, not because I need it, just because, you know, trying something. It's kind of like, you know, trying a different restaurant. It's not like you need another restaurant or you need another brand of coffee, but every once in a while, you know, it's nice to try something. And if you see something being given away for $10 that is a really good tank and it's on super secret Valentine's Day sale, like, oh fuck, you know, there's a
Happy Valentine's Day to me.
right, exactly. So and again, it is all about saving a dollar and insuring. And okay,
I'm hearing dings and sometimes it sounds like you live outside of an elevator.
I do actually.
Oh, really?
I live in an elevator. The puppies are really, really pissed too because it keeps going from second to third, second to third, second to third. And they really want to go potty and get off on the first floor. And by the way, those lazy bastards, I work on the 6th floor. Those lazy bastards that want to stop my elevator on the 2nd floor just to go to the 1st, they need to walk their ass to the 1st floor. It's only 2 flights of stairs. And most of them need to walk their ass down the 2 flights of stairs. No judgment. Just saying.
That's right.
All right. Do we have anything else that you would like to go over, or have we completely destroyed and gotten rid of your fan club?
I think we still have fans. There's 11 people still in the room.
I'm shocked. Go home. You people don't have a life.
No, I kept saying I have a second home, and it's it's in my computer. So,
well, I don't think it necessarily means.
I'm glad that it's not Facebook. I'm glad that it's a decent chat, And by the way, we haven't had any trolls yet. So
they haven't found it yet. Just wait. They'll come.
I am waiting.
If you build it, they will come.
I'm telling you, I am waiting for the trolls to come in because I have an army of wrenches.
And it's funny. You're probably just dying to utilize that too. The thing, and let's jump onto the chat room just real quick. The kicker of it is we've got a little internal drama, and I'm not going to get into the dirty laundry, but we've got a little bit of internal drama that's going on. And the kicker of it is that the moderators that I have working for me are and that are now, some of them are working for you.
And that's because I know them from you, and I appreciate them being here, and I know that they will look at things fairly. That's why I've asked if they would be mods.
No, I appreciate that. That wasn't what I was getting at. You know the way that I run a room. You know how we interact. You know what standards we set.
Yes.
And you go, and I like Mike Callahan, the Watchman, over to Watchman News. I like him. I know him personally. He's a decent guy. He's trying to do things for the right reason. He never really took any time, I don't think, to train his moderators. So it's kind of a free-for-all in that room. And the interesting thing is you don't really see any consistency with their moderators. And I've had at times both chat rooms, my chat room or Pete's chat. It's always Pete's chat room. I
understand what you meant.
I just manage it. But I've had Pete's chat room and I've had his chat room lined up side by side, and we would have 4 times the number of people in that chat room as he would have in his. And not once did a moderator, and I'm watching the scrolls, not once did a moderator have to berate, belittle, time out, nothing. It just, that chat room is trained. And not in a bad way, but in a way where, Damien, you know the rules of that room.
I do. And it's the rules are very, very simple. They're easy to understand. And really, that's the way that I'm gonna run mine, because I'm.
But is it a power trip? Have you ever felt that I utilized it as a power trip or trying to.
Absolutely not. It's simple. It's really just simple moral and ethical guidelines. That's all it comes down to, you know. And people want to come in and act stupid.
Speak your piece. You can say things in 1,000 different ways and get across the same message. I can tell you you are an interesting man that happens to have no hair. I can also say you're a strange weirdo with no hair. I can, and you see where I'm going. You can get across the same.
You could say bald fucking fuck, or
right, and you're still getting across the same message, but you're saying it in ways that I deal with college students on a daily basis. I do not. I'm very mindful of how I say things to individuals because I'm in a position where I have to be professional and very cognitive of what I say. And it's very much a lot phone work, and it's very defined by if I say the wrong thing at the wrong time, then I could cost the university thousands of dollars, because if I say the wrong thing and the phone and the call is recorded, then they can hold me to what I say.
Right, and you can ultimately lose your job because of it.
Exactly. And especially when we're dealing with Title IV federal funding from the Department of Education, we're if they come back and they audit the calls, if the Department of Education comes back and audit the calls, not only can I lose my job, but the school itself can lose their ability to issue Title IV federal funds. So there's a lot of different aspects that come into it, and being very, very cognizant of how I say things. I transition that over into the chat room as well. But it's not just this job either. It's literally being a human and being aware that I'm talking to Damien, another human. You and I can have a disagreement all day long, just like our founding fathers did. They had heated discussions, but at the end of the day, they still went out.
Yeah, they did it with tact.
They did it with tact, grace and tact, civility.
Have you been to the Capitol building?
Oh, yes.
You mentioned you lived in Washington, in the D.C. area.
Yes. Been there.
Yes, I've been to the Capitol, and actually I was given a guided tour at the Capitol, a private guided tour, and I found in the I can't remember the name of the room where the desks used to sit. Okay, and from one end of the room to the other end of the room, or to one side of the room where the rotunda is, they had they had their desks there, and they could whisper, and the person on the other side of the room could hear them. Did you know that?
Yeah, the acoustics.
Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing.
It really is, and that, but that open dialogue is exactly what. And yes, Jim, I was going to type to you. Yes, Jim, I did initially think you were a troll. I don't anymore, but I'm still on the fence, though. For the record, the ability though of politicians, of statesmen. And this is the defining line between a politician and a statesman. A statesman was an individual that we would elect to represent us, to go forth and be a statesman of our will and ideals. They would then transpose our concepts, what we as a population wanted and desired, to either the state Congress or the federal Congress. The idea of a statesman was never as a career. It was as a position, as a temporary position of honor to go and represent us.
Mind of the people, yes.
Right. It was not your job. It was just an added duty that you were honor bound to execute. so when we look at all these ideals that we used to have, and we transpose them into something as simple as a chat room, you look at and I'm just using Watchman, and again, I applaud Watchman. I adore Mike. He's a great guy, and he's shown nothing but love for Pete and Deb, and I support him. But if you look if you look at both chat rooms side by side, you can see the difference between a well organized and it's not just me. I have a great group of individuals that have volunteered to become statesmen.
You really have awesome mods.
They are wonderful individuals. They were handpicked, and not that is not putting a feather in my cap. It is that I chose individuals based on what they had to offer. And for example, Robin is one that when Mike decided to open up his chat room, I didn't want any addition. This was right in the middle of the initial arrest of Pete, and we were revamping, and we were trying to figure it out. And he said, "Do you want it?" And I'm like, "No, I can't have any additional responsibilities on top of." And I said, "But here's the girl you want to pick. She's up and active at the right time," because he was utilizing right around the early morning, not early morning, mid-morning time frame for his chat room, and he was just planning on doing it for the live show, for that 2-hour segment. I said, okay, well, because of what you're looking at, this is my mod that is usually on duty at that time, and she's capable, she's intelligent, she's tactful, and she's got a backbone. And I'm like, that's the individual that is who you want initially. Later on, pick who you want, but initially that's the person that you want. And Mike was like, cool. So he put her on. She hired some that are regulars, like Jay Grady, who Grady is doing an absolutely fabulous job over there. And I
probably.
Yeah. There's been a couple that she's hired that I've had my eye on that I hadn't. We've got a group, and I try to bring them on slowly. Because you bring too many on at one time, and training gets muddled. But she's brought on a couple, and she's gone through and she's trained, and they've got a good, effective unit over there. The trolls are very well contained, and I see them bringing over here, and it's nice. And I see new faces here. Leland is a mod here, who again, a great regular over here in the militia, and I think that's what I love seeing, is that when you go from our room over to Spitfires or Mike's or Jeff's or whoever it happens to be, but you see these common faces, and they're regulars over here in one room, but over here they've taken up a leadership position in the new room, and it's the continuation of ensuring that our ideas of how to maintain that civil discourse are just being transitioned throughout, and pretty soon.
Yes. Well, and I had several people in here last night, and we were talking, and they said, eventually trolls are going to come in here. I'm like, well, let's take care of that now, because I don't want to have to worry about it later. And I've been chatting in Pete's room for quite a while now, and so when they came over here, I know who has the ranch and whatnot over there, and so I asked last night. I'm like, do you mind if I make you a mod? Because and if you don't want to be a mod, you don't have to use the wrench. That's fine. But I choose you, Pikachu, because I know they're tactful, and I know from speaking with them and chatting with them and like 16 hours a day sometimes I've been in chat. So
At least.
yeah. So
But
so
you
I
get
picked them because I got a feel for who they are and for the type of decorum that they portray, and I I I enjoy who they are in the chat, you know,
Right.
and so they know what to expect out of the chat, and they know what to expect out of the people in the chat. So that's and I want our chat to be I want my chat to be the same as Pete's, you know, in that respect. I want it to be respectful. If people come in and say tarp tarp, no, you're getting booted, and I'm not going to give you a second chance.
And I think you're right with how you initially said that. I want our chat, and you as the host. You
Right,
as,
and
you
they're
as
my
the show, it's your room, it's your house, but you want it to feel like our chat.
yeah.
You want them to feel comfortable. You want them to feel happy. And if you keep it stupid simple and say, hey, be respectful of each other. If you can't keep it respectful, and if I have to figure out whether or not you're being respectful, that's the wrong answer.
Right. Exactly.
Individuals should be able to come in there and like you said, you've been in our chat room long enough that you've seen what a troll is. You've seen what the room is all about. You know exactly how it should be laid out. You've actually got more experience and knowledge to be able to set your own rules up and just freaking fly off the handle. You got it. So that is absolutely not the question. The infrastructure is the question though, and there's where you need to set up. And I'd recommend we're on Hangouts. Recommend having your mods set up their own Hangout. One mod channel.
Right.
That way they can communicate, the individuals that you specifically have assigned, know who your mods are, and watch them. Not in a bad way, just watch how they interact, because we've had experiences where mods come in and they get hired a little too quickly. Hired. I say hired. My God, I wish I was hired.
Appointed.
They promoted. Let's say promoted. They were promoted a little bit quicker than what we probably thought, and when they thought they were alone, they were a bit rougher than I would have liked them to be with individuals, especially in a very slow room. When you're in a room that has 8,000 people, that is insanity. I mean, just
I will bet.
that's insanity. And I
don't ever think that I'm going to have 8,000 followers. Never.
You never know. You never know. But it does, and it's not outside of the realm of possibility. But when you're in a high volume room, and even a couple of hundred, you have individuals that are just it's constantly flowing, and the amount of effort that it takes to literally pay attention and focus and read every line and ensure that nobody's slipping in there, it gets tedious. But the ability is, if you've got a simple rule that hey, we're talking about being respectful of each other, adding to the conversation, and you know, if you add don't cuss, that's fine, whatever it happens to be. But you interact and you integrate your guys into one military unit.
Right.
Then they're all on the same page. And the one thing that I do love about the mods and some of them that you got is that they're used to that, where we have one mod channel and they check in and they check out. Hey, I'm in, I'm on duty. Hey, I'm out, I'm off duty. That way, they're not posting it in the chat room. So the members, well, not
Have
the members,
no idea.
have no idea who's on and who's off. Because
I don't know quite how to set that stuff up yet, or if I should just allow the mods to do that.
No, you don't need to be, well, you can be for now until you get your show rolling. Once you get your show rolling, your show should be your focus. Allow whoever your lead mod is to run the mods, and that they should be two separate, distinct entities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And once your show is up and rolling, you're focused on show content, research, videos, whatever it is that you need to produce for your show, lining up your guests, doing this, doing that. You're focused on on-air content. It's just like in a newsroom. The producer of the show doesn't give a crap about finding the updated facts on the homicide down on 2nd and 3rd Street, or 2nd and E Street, or wherever it happens to be.
Right, that's his research assistant.
Well, that's the assignment desk. That's a newsroom is divided into 3 categories: news, production, and editing or producing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? You got the producer that has the editors, the writers, the anchors. It's the content portion. You have the directions, the directorial staff, which is the photographers, the camera guys, the gaff guys. It's all the how does it look on air. And then you have the news staff, which are the journalists that are out on scene, the photographers that are out on scene, the assignment editors, assignment managers.
Yeah.
So it's all divided. And if a producer were to yell at me, and I was on the news staff, if a producer were to yell at me and tell me how to do my job, I'd throw it back in their face and go, "You want your updates? Sorry, no." And that's kind of like, and that's the interaction with Pete myself, is I've kicked him out of the room a number of times, regularly, in fact, because Pete does not need to be focused on the trolls. He is the biggest troll on the planet. He does not, if he gets focused into that chat room, and he can dwell on that chat room all day long. If he's focused on the chat room,
that's why I stayed out of the Defend Your Base chat room, because, oh my God, for trolls. Oh my God. Like every other person was a troll in there.
Right. And so here's the thing. If Pete was focused on the chat room, is he focused on the news or the show or?
No, he's talking to that fucking troll.
Exactly. The trolls are my job. The trolls are the mod's job. That's segregation of duties. That's it.
I honestly think that that I have that I picked out good mods, good strong mods who are and I kind of laid it out last night. I'm like, look, if somebody comes in here and if they talk shit about Deb, Pete, Scott, Lavoy, anybody at the refuge, I don't even worry about talking to them. Just boot their ass.
Oh, no. Don't take me off that list. They're allowed to talk shit about me all they want. I got a thick skin.
I just don't want that in here. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I was being facetious, but I am serious. And in that regard, people can come in and talk about me all they want. That is not a problem. And you've seen it. I've played with trolls.
Talk about me, I will shoot right back at them. I don't care.
Absolutely. And that's part of the game. And you get to that point where it is you're creating a brand new channel, a brand new show, and an environment that is yours from the ground up.
Right.
The best way always to do it is to not necessarily utilize the framework that you see others use, but to take the best parts of what you've seen and incorporate it into your own system. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Absolutely. Because
I know there
be the same exactly,
Right.
Not
because I
content,
know.
people, not there's
Well,
gonna
well,
be
but I know for a fact that there are things that I've done and said that you have not agreed with. I know that. Your silence is key, and I accept that I am not perfect, nor am I all knowing, but at the same time, I do the best that I can, and as you do, as does Robin and Sherry and Michelle and Leland and everybody
I can't say there's anything I've disagreed with you on, I don't think.
oh poo.
And
But
if so, then it was very fleeting. Maybe I
it
don't
was
remember.
it was so nominal that you don't even remember, and that's fine. It doesn't bother me either way, because at the end of the day, we are all volunteers, all of us, you, me, the mods, we're all
We
volunteering.
volunteer our time in the effort to bring something bigger.
Exactly, because and this is your front porch, and I'm very honored to have experienced it with you on the eve of your fledgling show, and hope that pretty soon someday you're going to be knocking Alex Jones off of his pedestal. The beautiful thing about this is that when you take everything and it kind of snowballs in. So not only are we and I specifically mean we, you, everybody that's in the chat room now, what we're doing is we're taking what Pete kind of initiated, and we're spawning it off in so many different directions that I'm dumbfounded. Every day I wake up and there's somebody's doing something else just amazing. And Mike Shore is outstanding. He shot it out of the park. And it was just one day he called me up and he's, yeah, I'm starting my first show on Monday. I'm like, and I listened to his first show and I was like, dude, awesome. And I was at work. I so wanted to call in and give him a good hands up and applause. And his was just like a freaking turnkey. The minute he started to the chat room, to the mods, to all of it, it was like a turnkey. And if we could do that more and more, and you're an perfect example. You've started up a stream. You've had guests on. You've got your hangouts running to be able to bring us on so that we can all see each other. You've already got mods set up. Your room is controlled. Again, another turnkey operation. Now all you got to do is provide content. No pressure.
Right. I just have to find the right content.
So what is your content going to be?
I don't know. Honestly, I think it'd probably be like me, a whole myriad of shit.
Okay. So we're most of the best storytellers that I know of will tell you, and that's from authors to one of my best, actually one of my very best friends from West Point, big old boy, name's James Young, and he's now, God, he's got so many dozens of books on the market now, and I can't even remember how many. He is one of those that will tell you that when you're telling a story, when you're finding something to actually provide content on, you go with your background and you start with what you know. Because if you start with what you know, then anything you build onto that, you already have background information to provide and add service to it. So if you were you ever in the Army, military of any nature?
No, I'm a civilian.
Okay, civilian.
Everything I know about the military was pretty much learned while I was on the road. I honestly, the the first real contact that I had with any personnel on my journey was with a general. And I'm walking down, I was walking down Highway 50, going up towards I-80 from Carson City. And I'm walking down this long road. I haven't seen any traffic for a while. And this car passes me and pulls up in front of me and stops. And I'm thinking, oh, this guy wants to give me a ride. I'm not taking rides. Okay. When I set out originally, I was not going. I thought this is going to be simple because I started out in December of 2006, and the count.
Why did you start that again?
Huh?
What spawned this?
We had troops over in Iraq, and we hadn't entered Afghanistan yet, but we had a couple thousand deaths. We were almost at 3,000. In fact, January 1st of 2007 was we hit our 3,000 mark. So when I was probably about a week in, maybe not even a week in, maybe, but I watched the news and I was keeping up with the reports, and Congress was fighting about whether they were going to send our troops stuff that we already had. They had flak vests, but they needed additional armor in order to protect themselves. Okay, and we had already been in Iraq for a couple of years, and Congress was arguing about whether they were going to fund the fucking war. Jealous dogs.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Keep going. Fascinating story.
So Congress was fighting about whether they were going to fund our troops and send them the equipment that they needed to protect themselves, which included, shoulder pad, Kevlar, and they had pieces that fit onto the flak vest. So they were fighting about all this stuff, and it made me really mad to know that they'd send our guys over there and leave them defenseless. And I had this thought to walk a mile for each troop loss in Iraq. So I told my friends that I was going to do this. I told my family.
Damien, I raised my glass to you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, really.
Yeah. Thank you for your expression of loyalty and patriotism to our fellow brethren that gave it all. That is, dude, sir.
I was very happy to do it, and I really didn't have any clue the impact that it was going to have on me. Honestly, I thought, I would get this done in like 6 months. I have it done in like 6 months or even less. I thought, 20 miles a day, 30 miles a day, I'll be able to do this like simple, quick, and it turned out to be extremely arduous and time consuming and interactive and draining. So I was maybe a few days in, maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 days in maybe, and a story had been done on me like the day after I left, and I left from the Capitol building in Nevada. I met with the governor and everything before I did it, and I left out. It was 10 below zero the day I left, and I headed out in nothing. I had a sleeping bag with me. That's all I had, and a flag, and really, I was in tennis shoes and jeans, and really, I left with nothing. And so I started out on this long road, and I headed up Highway 50, and there was this little four-door car that pulled up ahead of me, and a gentleman stepped out. He was dressed in camis. You know, I didn't know what type of personnel he was or anything, but he asked me what I was doing with his flag, and I said, "Your flag? This is my flag, sir." And he asked what I was doing, and I told him that I was going to walk a mile for each troop death in Iraq. And he told me to get into the car, and I told him, I said, "I'm not taking rides. Like, I'm actually like walking." He said, "Well, you're going to take a ride." And I'll never forget, he told me, he said, "I outrank you. Get in the car." And he took me to breakfast, and I ordered. He told me, he said, "Order a steak." And said, I ordered a hamburger. And he said, "Well, why didn't you order a steak?" I said, I don't think I deserve a steak. You know, I don't feel like a steak. And anyway, we sat there and talked for a little while, and he got ready to go. And I said I was going to stay and drink my coffee, you know, and so he said, "Come out to the car with me." And I went out to the car with him, and he gave me I won't forget. He gave me $8, and he handed me his field jacket, and it still had his stars attached. And he said, "I'm making you an honorary general." And he was a field force advisor.
Do you remember his name?
Mm-hmm. Yep, General Ballard.
Say it again.
General Ballard.
I don't know that one. I'll have to look him up. Army?
Yes. United States Field Advisor.
I'll have to look him up. That.
When I was in Arkansas, I actually met somebody who served under him.
You know, I think you found the root of your show, at least for a year.
On my journey?
I bet you could tell a story every show, because I would definitely be enthralled by this pilgrimage.
I had logbooks. I had so much that incorporated everybody that I met and all the people that I came into contact with. And I mean, I met Vietnam vets, and they signed my book, and I don't have my books anymore, but I still remember everybody, you know.
But that, I think that is something that with your, how far did you get? I mean, how many miles did you actually do?
6,489.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I did a total of about 5 years over the course of between 2006 and now. So I did almost 4.5 years straight, and then I've done a few months each year since.
Wow. Sir, that is amazing. And the experiences that you have, I don't think there's anybody in this country that probably could equate the same. We live such sheltered nexus lives that, and I've traveled, and I cannot say any of my experiences, and I'm pretty happy with the amount of different experiences that I've had. But my God, man, that you're like Forrest Gump on crack.
Well, later in my journey, I did start taking rides and whatnot, but all those miles are straight up rucked miles. I had a ruck and a great big tall flag on a flagpole, and I counted all the miles that I walked. But anytime that I got into a car, I stopped counting my miles and didn't start counting my miles again until I started walking. So
right,
those are literally all walk miles.
Well, that was your own internal arm. That was you saying, you know what, I'm going to do this just to get from point A to point B, but the mile that I'm walking for this soldier.
No, it wasn't even just that. It was the whole interaction. Like most of the time, if it wasn't military or military family related, I did not take a ride.
Okay.
So if it wasn't,
and you're not challenging my point that that was about the honor of the mission that you were on.
Oh no, not at all. No, I'm not challenging that at all. My intention was to walk a mile for each one, but that proved to be such a difficult feat.
And the fact that you turned away every ride offer except for somebody that was in the military was actually adding respect to the fact that they were already paying that price, because there's nobody that knows the hardship of being in the military more so than the dependence of a soldier or a sailor or an airman.
Right. I've met with a lot of Gold Star families. I've met with, I've been to many bases. I've visited troops. Good Lord, I can't even tell you everything. I went to VA hospitals. I spoke at schools. I did so. It would take me years to even tell my whole story, because that's how melded into it my life was. You know.
So now
your houses.
Now you have a platform. You have an audience. You have a staff. Now's the time to get it out there. To start talking about it. Now's the time to go back to day one, the first day. What caused you to take that first step?
Oh, I even still have a copy of the memorandum, my mission statement, if you will. I still have a copy of. Well, it's on the internet, but I have a copy of it. In fact, I can send it to you. I'll send you a copy of it.
Please.
Or at least the wording.
I think that's your That's your hook. You've got a hell of a story to tell, and I'm just honored to be able to listen.
I was absolutely happy to do it, honestly. Oh no, what happened to it? I can get it again. That's not a problem.
And as look up just a second.
Oh,
Somebody's saying it's bedtime. Come on. She is my prima donna.
oh, here it is. I can send it to you right now, actually, because.
Please do.
Email.
I would so love to hear more stories about your travels. I do apologize if the Forrest Gump reference was.
Oh no! You know how many times I heard that? Oh my God! Like that's the only thing that people have to equate to that. Actually, you know.
Well, no, but they made, I always loved the movie because he was always out to do good, and his aspect was innocent on so many levels, and he never intended anybody wrong. Even though he was special mentally, he always ended up doing the right thing at the right times. And the kicker of it is that all of us would be so lucky to have a life that blessed and that varied, that we could see as many different things. And you
97 R, right?
Say again?
It is 0.97 R, right?
Point R?
There, okay. Good God Almighty.
So like West Pointer? So
Yes,
point,
yes, yes. I
point,
went to West Point too, as a matter of fact. I did.
Funny thing is I've had both of those email addresses for, God, 20 some odd years. The one that I gave you, and then my primary.
I had a silver dollar that was minted at West Point.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, I did.
It was a mint. At one point in time, a long time ago.
It should be. You should have gotten it just now.
I just did, actually.
So that is my mission statement. That's probably the most profound piece of literature I've ever written in my life.
You know what? I was a cavalry scout, and esprit de corps was what we lived for. Wearing the Stetsons and the boots, and U.S. cavalry has never lost its flair. And I read just one line. I popped up your statement, and one line caught my eye, and that was the only line that I read. And I'll read it. I'll read it after the show. But I believe morale has been forgotten. I can't agree with that one statement anymore. The morale of the troops, the morale of the society, the morale of the population, the morale of the world has been forgotten. We've forgotten what it means to be spirited about a cause. We're not brethren anymore. We're separated. and that
Right.
that's separation. Oh, the cops are cops. No, the cops are human. The politicians are politicians. No, the politicians are human. We have these issues with people, and we forget to walk in a man's boots, a mile in his shoes. We
I
forgot.
literally did. I walked in other people's boots, literally.
Man, I applaud you. I have a profoundly new respect for you, sir. Just more so than what I had just knowing you in the chat room. The stories that you can tell. I'm dying for. I will absolutely be into every show that I can possibly be in, just to listen to what new adventures you have, and I think you found where you need to lay the root of your show and build on it, and say, okay, we're talking about day 219. I was in Westchester, New Mexico, or wherever it happens to be, but focus it on, because you can do that. All right, and I'll give you this
Really
tip.
wish I could do days. I can
Well-
tell places and all that, and what area I was in and all that. I can do that. Absolutely.
Well, not that detailed, but to the specifics that you can actually pull out. Okay,
I could pull names and places and
wait a minute. When I used to be a competition foreign extemp speaker. So what foreign extemp is it's a form of competition speech in which what we would be given.
Can you hold that thought for just a minute?
Absolutely.
I gotta hit the head.
You broke the seal.
You're more than welcome to read that to the room if you like.
I would be happy to. So what he wrote me was, my name is Damian Maynard. I will be embarking on a 3,000-mile plus trip beginning at 12 noon on December 17th. The trip will begin on the steps of the State of Nevada Capitol building and ending at the White House lawn. And here is the reason. I believe that morale has been forgotten. Political beliefs aside, our military deserves to be remembered. I will walk 1 mile for each soldier that will never see their family again. Due to the war in Iraq, as the death toll rises, so will the miles that I intend to walk, for the dedication and livelihood that all of our young men and women give us. They deserve something back. This also goes for the thousands of American families who have lost loved ones to the Iraq War. They deserve to know that their deaths are not in vain, that someone grateful for what they gave, blood, sweat, tears in their lives. To those who have given their lives and families who have lost loved ones, I give my time and dedication, if for no other reason than to show gratitude for those who gave everything, even their lives. I hope to bring solace to people's homes and sense of peace to those who have none. I know this is not compensation for what has happened, but I pray it will not go unnoticed as the determination and perseverance of our military has. I do not wish to include my personal thoughts on this world, because the real issue is not the war, but the people involved in it. Thank you and good day.
I'm back.
It was well written, very well written.
Thank you.
I don't know how it was received by the chat room though. My communication skills have always lacked a little bit.
No, it's all right. I think from what I caught, you read all right. Pretty much captured how I felt, I think, at the time.
Well, you know, and it boils down, and I think that's I think that's where you need to focus on is that, and I wasn't meaning, you know, like day one, blah blah blah, day two, blah blah blah. I was meaning that you can actually, you've got enough varied experiences that you could start off. Oh wait, what I was getting at with the for extemp speech. So when I would write a speech, what we would be given was we would be given a topic. The war in Iraq is going to lead to an economic decline. That was the topic. And we had 30 minutes to literally write a speech that was 7 to 8 minutes long and based on the topic at hand. So we would review material and again, it was kind of a clusterfuck, pardon my French.
This literally came from my heart in about 10 minutes. This is exactly how I felt when I came to the conclusion that I was going to do what I was going to do.
Oh, and it was perfect. It was perfectly written. What I'm getting at is that what I would always utilize is Aesop's Fables. Are you familiar with Aesop?
With what?
Aesop's Fables.
Oh yeah, of course.
I carried around my mother gave me, when I really got into this, my mother gave me a hardback copy of Aesop's Fables. And I went through and I pulled out every moral of every fable. And I memorized and learned every moral that Aesop taught. And so anytime I ran into a foreign extemp speech, I would look at the topic of what the speech was about, it was supposed to be about, and I'd think, okay, what moral can I learn from this? What moral does this topic make me want to? And back in the 90s, it was right after the Soviet Union fell, literally right after the Soviet Union fell. And one of the topics was, does the fall of the Great Berlin Wall detract from or add to the relationship of the late Soviet Union and the United States? And I remember one of the fables that, and I remember this speech very well. And it was one where there was a fable, and I remember this, and I started flipping through, and I had them all cut out and inside this. So I had my hardback book, and then I had my cliff notes, and I started flipping, and I ran across the pot and the kettle in the ocean, and I started off the speech with telling the story of the pot and the kettle in the ocean. And if you've never read it, just go out there, Aesop's Fable, Pot and the Kettle. Anyways,
I'm sure I.
But the point was that I told this story of the pot and the kettle, and I got to the moral, and then I went into the speech of how the Soviet Union, or the late Soviet Union, and the United States are the pot and the kettle and the ocean, and they're beating up against each other. And then I went into how the aspects of the fall of the Soviet Union isn't necessarily good or bad, but it's a change in the doctrine and what we need to do. You know, it was to pull it out. And the reason why I bring that up is because with your experiences, you can actually look at world events and the experiences that you've had and start with telling a story that you had on the road and lead it into a dialogue for whoever you have on the show or whatever news you want to talk about. You see where I'm going?
Yes. Well, and you know, all of my experiences really changed me profoundly. It wasn't just meeting. I mean, I visited Walter Reed when I was in Washington, and I visited the Twin Towers. I really got to experience a great journey. But besides that, were all these places that, you know, like I tripped along, okay, and my trip wasn't planned per se. I mean, I picked a road and I went down it, but I didn't necessarily know what was down that road.
Wait a minute. Isn't that what everybody does on every day? We pick a road, whether it be employment, whether it be a spouse, whether it be a friend, whether it be a career choice, whether it be a dog, whether it be to hit the bar on the way home for happy hour after a very long work week, or whether it be to Little Caesars. We all pick a road. It's
Right.
the story that we've learned after we've chosen the road that tells the story of our life. And that's what I'm trying to get you to draw. That's what I'm trying to draw out of you. Is
Right.
that you have some freaking stories to tell.
What I was gonna say is those roads led me to some of the most patriotic places that our country holds, like West Point. I went to West Point, and it was on this road, and I didn't even know it was on this road. You know, I'm traveling through New York, and there it is, bam. And same thing with I went through Gettysburg, and I saw the field that they fought in, and I went to Philadelphia, and I wasn't making a point to go to these places. It's just where I ended up, and I went to, when I was in Philadelphia, I went to a couple of places, and I'm walking down the street, went down one of the main streets, and there's a bunch of people standing outside dressed in 1800s garb, you know, and it ended up being the Betsy Ross house. And like all these really important places that were meaningful to my trip, you know, that I hadn't even thought about. Just I came upon them, and it was really a profound experience. Not and the people that I met, and like I climbed into this one truck one day, and I can't remember. I think I was in Kentucky, and I'm walking down the road, and man, I was beat. And this guy stops, and he picks me up. He's in a pickup truck. He says, "Where are you headed?" I said, I'm just trying to find somewhere to eat, you know." And he says, "Climb in the truck," you know. So I put my bag in the back of his truck, and I get in the passenger seat, and people would always ask me where I was going and what I was doing and whatnot, kind of the Forrest Gump thing. And
And for the record, anytime we use this thereafter, that is not a derogatory term.
no, absolutely not. It really,
It's not, because why did Forrest run? And let's get that out in the open. Why did Forrest run?
Forrest ran because he was feeling something inside him that he didn't understand. And
Right.
like many people will not understand the story,
And
because
never,
they don't think on that deep of a level. But
right.
the reason that he left and ran was because he had so much love in his heart for this person, and he had given his all to this person, and she just up and left him after like the most momentous part of his entire life. So so he went on this journey of self-discovery that he didn't even know he was going on. And so in a lot of ways it kind of does relate to Forrest Gump in a roundabout type of way.
Well, it's synonymous, but it's not inclusive.
Right.
Your experience and his experience are entirely differently, but they're parallel.
Changeable in a way.
They're parallel in experiences, and you were set out on something that you didn't realize what you were going to experience either.
Absolutely.
As did he. And
it was the most profound experience in my entire life. And it changed me in ways that I can't even explain. It definitely shaped me and made me and molded me into the person that I am today.
And there's the selling point, and not selling point as in monetary. I give a crap about monetary. I'm more opening hearts and minds and educating and training and giving individuals that experience that unique individuals have experienced. One of my classmates, Leslie Stein, is a wonderful girl. She's Wonder Woman, and that's not a joke. She's literally Wonder Woman. She's a motivational speaker. She's a leadership trainer, and she's taken. She's a Apache. I think she flew Apaches. Anyways, she's a helicopter pilot from the Army. And what she did is she turned her leadership experience into how to motivate and build bonds between people and create that symbiotic leadership style of, it's not the boss and the command, it's literally leadership amongst ranks.
Yes.
And how it all flows together. And I applaud her. I adore her. I think she is phenomenal. And you listen to one of her speeches and you're just like, she's awesome. And she did with what you need to do, which was take her experience and she molded it into this product that is unique to you, unique to her, and makes something that affects and impacts others. Because you got more experiences you said you were on the road for 4 years?
Yeah, 4.5 years, almost continuous. Yeah.
You have more experience of this country than I probably, of anyone I've probably ever met. I've met a lot of sappy, sorry souls. So it is 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
The significant other is probably cranky at you for not being in bed by now. And we
No, she's not. As a matter of fact, she was listening until she fell asleep, I think. And she knows what this means to me, honestly, because she knows. I spent countless nights after Lavoy was killed and the others were jailed in chat all night long and half of the morning, and I'd go to sleep for a few hours and I'd be right back. And she knows that all of this is extremely important to me. So
we live this, and for those in the chat room that think this is a mild infatuation with us, this is not. This is how we fight the battle. And yes, I am in the comfort of my own home, and Damien is in the comfort of his own home. But when we set out, I work 16 hours a day to help and support Pete and Deb. I work 8 hours a day at my daytime job that pays me. So that being said, I haven't gotten more than 3 hours of sleep. The chat room has been down 2 days. I've gotten more sleep in the last 2 days than I have in the last month. And that's not a woe is me. That's not a martyr. That's not a victim. That's just literally that we have so much going on when we have chat rooms running and we have live streams broadcasting, because they're taking up 2 of my 3 screens. We're trying to affect and impart and continue to maintain the flow of information, as Damien is doing now, that Pete and Deb can't do when they're focused on he's in jail and she's trying to work with the attorneys, and we're trying to gather and scrape all the information that we can to them. So this is literally not a couch keyboard warrior type aspect. This is literally, we're just remote secretaries. Is that right? Or
sure.
Administrators. Remote supporters, because it gets to the point where we're last night the chat room was down, and I literally spent till about 3 o'clock in the morning scraping video off, cutting it, and then packaging it off for Deb. And it was literally nothing just but finding and listening old video that pertained to what they were looking for, and cutting it up and then dicing it off. And it's this isn't easy. This isn't fun. Being a moderator in a room is, be kind to your moderators, because some of them are working a whole lot more than what you see just by being in a room. And being a show host, as Damien is not easier even still, because they're creating content to throw out for you guys to listen to. So be respectful, be energetic, be polite, and be engaging. I think that's the most important thing, is be engaging. Damien, you have always been engaging. You've always been open and friendly, and an individual that I've always wanted to talk to. There's never been a point that I felt you were an individual that I needed to question or be concerned about. And now I'm listening to you tonight, and I've learned more in the last 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Hell, I don't even know how long we've been on the air.
Yes, I've been on since 10 o'clock. I've been on.
But I will tell you that in the hours that we've been on, and I've learned more and more and more about you, I have an absolute, utter, total respect for what you've done and where you've been. And I've got to say, and this is for the record, quote me on it. Very few people, I will say, have had a more varied life than I have. And it's not bragging. That's just saying I've bounced around the world and back again.
Right.
A lot of my classmates have, a lot of my military guys have, but as a civilian, as a straight civilian, you dwarf all of us in your overall experience of the world. I am thoroughly impressed, and my heart is out to you, man. So take that for what it's worth.
I do, and you know, I really, I do appreciate that, Scott. I mean, I really got a lot of flack for being out there sometimes, because people would be like, "You're not changing anything. You're not making a difference. You're not. What are you really doing?" Like, and I even had people, you know, like I had some death threats when I was on the road. I had people offer to give me bus tickets home. I
Wait,
had.
Wait a minute. Wait. Back up. Death threats?
Yeah, definitely. Because I don't know why. I don't know what reason they had to do that, but nonetheless, yeah. And I wore a flak vest for quite a while. And the flak vest that I got. See, the people that I met were so varied, and so I I'm I am so honored to have met the people that I met on my journey. The guy who gave me the flak vest lives in.
Wait a minute. Back up. Okay. You're one guy. You don't have a herd of people like Forrest Gump did behind him.
No, not at all.
You were one guy. You were out just making your own personal protest to the Iraq War.
It was a support thing. It was in support of all those troops that were over there fighting for what we're supposed to believe in, and our government was screwing them.
Okay, and being that, and you were denying anybody to give you a trip, a ride, unless they were military. You were basically living on your own dime to do this, and people were threatening you.
Yeah.
They just said it for me. That is fucked. That is fucked the hell up. I'm sorry.
Now, if I could get into my old account at MySpace, I could show you that. I mean, it was messed up, but it didn't dissuade me from doing what I was doing. It just drove me to push harder, because I'm obviously doing something. You know, if things like that were happening, then there was a reason for it, you know. And like I said, I carried a machete on me for a good portion of my trip, and that was, you know, I had to build fires and whatnot. I lived off the land a lot of time. In the desert, when I was walking through the desert, there was a cop for the first like 2 weeks that I was on I-80 coming out of Nevada. He brought me an MRE every night, brought me water, because it was below zero, so I couldn't carry water with me. And so he would bring me water, and he would bring me an MRE, and he eventually, I talked to some reporters or something, and the fire department brought me an extra sleeping bag and a backpack, And I mean, I ate cactus in the desert in Wyoming, and it was it was very it was really difficult. And the further I progressed in my trip, you know, things got a little bit easier, but again, they got a little bit harder because my weight, I got a lot more weight in my backpack. Things were given to me. I had coins, and I had medals, and I had patches and pins and equipment, and I still have my Molly pack because I was going to go back out again. But I have a Molly 2. I've got the 4-piece sleep unit. I've got several other pieces of equipment that are military issue. They can military personnel. And, I don't have my flak vest anymore, but when I was in Michigan, I was invited to a veteran's home, and he had served in Somalia during the Black Hawk Down incident. So he had an extra flak vest, and he gave me his flak vest. And I've met so many people. I've met a Hill 847 survivor from Vietnam. I've met people that were at the Battle of the Bulge. I have met so many people that had direct impact on my journey and how I was able to survive due to them. You know, without some of the equipment that I had, I never would have survived. I really wouldn't have. So
Okay, so let's bring this back into here, because I am thoroughly impressed. And I don't say that lightly. What you need to do is truly figure out what you want to do with this channel, and you don't have input. It's his channel. Sorry. But you really need to just kick back, have a scotch, and think about what you want to do.
I do need to have a scotch. However, I ran out. So
Seriously?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, bloody hell. And I go, you know what? And all you people in the chat room that bitch about me having a drink on air, this is the second. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. I have had 2 over the course of 8 hours.
I got a bottle of Glenlivet for Christmas.
Oh, I love Glenlivet. But
yeah, my wife bought it for me.
No, I actually I had a Marine buddy that back in 1999, right around there, I got a roommate, and he was a Marine, a former Marine, Dan Winters. Oh man, he was balls to the wall type of guy. But anyways, he got me into scotch. Stop. He got me into scotch, and I had never drank scotch. I was always a bourbon guy. And that was actually kind of that paycheck thing. When we got paid, we'd go out and we'd get a nice bottle of scotch, and it had to be in the cardboard. You know, it had to be in the container. And so we'd put the containers on the top of the counter, and we do 1 knuckle of scotch a night. And that was kind of our happy hour, or, you know, we weren't making anything, but it was kind of just our one little relaxation for the evening. And but we always try to do a different type of scotch. And Glenlivet was always the best thing that I ever ran across. Now, what I was getting at, though, is you have got a hell of a story to tell. You got to figure out how you want to do it. And you got to figure out how you want to incorporate, if you want to incorporate it into the channel. So
I have
you're
no problem doing it. None whatsoever.
well, no, I'm saying you got kind of a nexus in stories, and you should have written a book 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
I
could have started the book while I was still on the road, but that's hard to do.
But you should have done it 10 years ago. You didn't do it. That's fine. Not a big deal. But whether or not you wish to incorporate it into this channel, that's an entirely different thing. I think it's a nice hook, line, and sinker with flow of thought, but that doesn't mean that it has to be that way. You've got some different varying points that you can pull off of. You've got good on-screen presence. You've got very good dialect. You got salesmanship. Now, how you utilize it, that's all on you. No, and Big Dog, didn't I kick you out of the other room? I like pumping people up. Interesting. So, am I drunk or am I pumping people up?
I don't know, but I'm going to go take my last bit of, I have a little bit of Tennessee honey left, so.
Oh, that's actually not a bad one. The Jim Beam honey is not so good. It's very syrupy. So if you ever get the chance to try that, no.
No, I'll stick with my JD honey.
Oh, right, Daywalker. Are you over yourself yet? Not you, Damien.
No, I know what you mean.
Oh, and Daywalker, this isn't my chat room, not my show. So if you get booted from here, you can't blame me. Just saying. And that is the way to take it. You set the standards, you set the line, and at the end of the day, you back your mods play.
Right.
Because that's the thing, and it's just like a military unit. I always ensured that my sergeants had a defense against the superior officers, and I always took the heat. My mods in my other room, if they do something, it is always at my directive. And that's the way it boils down, that the buck stops here. Who is
But
it?
if you respect my mods, then I will kick them myself. I will
Right.
totally boot them and buck them.
But it always boils down to the buck stops with the lead person, and your lead mod will be that buck stops here.
Right.
As long as the mods know that the lead mod will stand up for them.
Well, she's the only mod in here right now. So,
Oh, Beast, don't worry about Vsauce.
I know.
She's fine. But what I was saying was, as long as your other mods understand that the lead mod will stand up to even you about the defense of the actions that they take in the chat room, then
Right.
your mods feel empowered to actually do what they have to do. And that's the type of influence, because if they feel belittled by the trolls, or they feel afraid of you coming down on them and saying, why did you boot X, Y, and Z? Nothing's permanent. You can always unboot somebody, right?
Right.
Right. So nothing's permanent. It might be a little bit of butt hurt, but at the end of the day, what it boils down to is somebody was rude, somebody was disrespectful, or somebody was an asshole. Period. Daywalker.
Right.
And the point of it is that if your guys realize and understand that you, Damien, are going to support them with whatever action they feel is justified, use their gut feeling and say,
Oh,
hey,
yeah. My mods have the final say.
there you go.
Unless you're disrespecting my mods. If you disrespect my mods, I'll go in and kick you myself.
But that shouldn't be your job. That's not your job. And I'll say that specifically right here. That's their job.
Okay.
Their job is to say, hey, you crossed the line. You didn't cross the line.
Right. And she was being nice. And she was being courteous.
They can take it, and that is their job to take it. And that's the thing that most people don't understand, is when you get that little wrench on there, and you have a couple hundred people in there, those guys are no longer speaking as individuals. They're speaking as the face of you.
Right.
So they have to understand that even though they might disagree with you as a host, they still are an appendage of the show. So they have
Exactly.
to be very careful in what they say and very tactful in what they say. But no, everybody's being polite. At least I'm not seeing anybody. Except Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage is a shit, though.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Are you planning on continuing on and just going into the wee hours of the morning? Planning on closing up shop? Well, I think we effectively lost him, and nope, there he is, all pixelated and really wiki. You're really pixelated. I can't hear a word you're saying. I still can't hear you. Nope. Can't hear you. Are you? Try. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Let me. What they say and very tactful in what they say. But no, everybody's being polite. At least I'm not seeing anybody. Except Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage is a shit
Oh, yeah.
All right. Are you planning on continuing on and just going into the wee hours of the morning? Well, I think we effectively lost him. And are you planning on continuing on and just going into the wee? All right. So I'm seeing. Well, I think we effectively lost him. And are you planning on continuing on and just going into the wee? All right, so I'm seeing. Well, I think we effectively lost him. Damien, what do you see? Yes, you should be able to. Okay, and what we're doing now is we are resetting Damien, and we're going to see what occurs. Hopefully, it won't be a complete and total disaster. But you never know. You seriously never know. With this group.
Okay, is that better?
There we go! See, it was not a complete and total disaster as I predicted. Woohoo! Sorry. Yes.
I just had to refresh.
No, much better. You went black, and I told them a joke about your mother and a midget.
My mom's Mormon.
So, your mother and multiple midgets.
Right. She probably wouldn't like that joke.
No. You know, it's funny, Damien. I actually did stand-up comedy for a number of years back in Tulsa, in right around 98 to 2000-ish. And the kicker of it is I came back to Tulsa. My sister was graduating from college. She drugged me back home to go to her graduation. The night before her graduation, I called my buddy that used to be my stand-up comedy partner, and he goes, "Dude, we're going to Stillwater." And I'm like,
Stillwater, Florida?
Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, okay.
Home of OSU, Oklahoma State University.
Yeah,
And
I know what OSU is.
And so I get in the back of this Bronco. All right, so it is my old buddies that I used to do stand-up with, and I'm in the back of this Bronco, and I ride 70 miles to Stillwater. And I'm asking them, I'm like, what the hell are we doing? And they're like, oh, we got the old traveling. What we used to do is we would practice our comedy, and we just go to random bars and say, hey, you got a microphone? And either the bar owner would say yes or no, and we just move on. The traveling pack of caravan comedians. Anyways, so they developed over the years that I was away. And we arrived in Stillwater, and here's the kicker. We arrived not only at Stillwater, at a bar. My sister was throwing her freaking graduation party at this bar. So I walk in there, and the bar, and so Cade Baker, the guy that was my partner, he's walking up to the bar owner and he's introducing himself, and it's a big event. The place is packed. And my sister runs over and she goes, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And I'm completely blown away. And I introduced myself to the bar owner, and we're standing there. We're just shooting the shit. Cade runs over and introduces himself as the MC for the night, and that the traveling comedian caravan comedy tour is playing, and that all the way from DC, Scott Scheller is going to be headlining. And I'm like, you fucking asshole.
Put you up in front of everybody on blast.
Talk about being ambushed and blindsided. What's going on in the chat room? Yes, OSU is not Ohio State University. Just for the record. I don't like Oklahoma State University. I am an OU fan. But
Oklahoma U. They kicked LSU's ass.
OU is a decent school.
Yeah, they really are. They're good at ball.
Well, not ball. I was looking at academia. You know, I actually got a ROTC scholarship for Air Force down there to go meteorological engineering, and I should have taken it. I could have been a weather guy.
Yeah. I went to BSU for a semester. Free.
Oh, wait. What is that? Bastards got the good shit. Oh. But I'm not a JD fan. It's not that it's good and it's not got taste. It's just it's got a bit of a bite. I think we lost him. All right, everybody hands up that we sacrifice Damien to the survival island. Hands up.
No, I didn't go away. I'm here. I just got some Mai Tai too. Okay.
Nope. You have no control over the hands up. Yep. You have been voted to Survival Island to battle against 70 Cubby on the survival course.
Wow.
Did you see that? Did you see that guy that kid primitive survival tactics building just everything from just scratch and mud?
Oh, are you talking about a YouTube video?
Yes.
And he did a hut with a
yes. That
shit.
kid. Holy crap! Everybody.
I can do that shit.
Yes. Everybody can do that shit. Literally. And I'm not being facetious. Everybody can do that shit. That is literally basic primitive survival skills that everybody needs to watch and focus on. Because the skill set is literally base knowledge. Taking mud, utilizing crushed rock, and building a structure. Anybody can fucking do that, and everybody needs to watch it. Wow.
Yes, Cubby, but they were blurred.
But
why would they put naked people on TV and blur out the parts?
Temptation. One of the things, though, is that what you'll see in a lot of these survivor shows and all these shows.
Poison ivy. You get a rash.
Nothing that a little aloe vera cream can't fix.
Do
But
it.
but you know what I love that he did was build clay pots to boil water out of mud.
Yep. You can
And that is
build so many things out of nature. It's not
oh
funny.
you want to watch his homemade sling video. That was awesome.
You eat poison ivy.
All right, but you're not allowed to play in the chat room too long. You want to get a collar on.
A collar.
Yeah?
I don't have a leash though.
Well, you had Leland on.
No, I think Leland went to bed.
No. I mean, how did you have Leland on?
Oh, yeah.
Ask Vsauce if she wants to come on.
You want to come on, BB? I'm gonna smoke before she calls, if she calls. No.
Let's see. Oh, don't want that.
It would be awesome. Oh, hold on. I didn't hear. Hello. Yes.
Well, you know
It's be soft.
you know she's on Hangouts.
How are you, BB?
Hey, Dean.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
Hi, Scott.
Hi, sweetheart.
It's kind of cold out here in South Carolina.
It's kind of cool around that time.
Damien, she is on Hangouts. You could just link her the link.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
I muted my computer.
You're what?
I muted my computer.
You muted your computer.
Yeah. I muted the live stream and, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So that way we don't have feedback.
Well, you can call on Hangouts if you want.
No, this is here right now.
Okay.
You know.
Yes, so no echo, no feedback.
Right.
Now and then, if I want to go have a cigarette.
Yeah, I just did
Go have
that.
a cigarette.
And I had my phone on vibrate.
We all we all
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. It's actually a really good night.
You guys are really doing good last night too.
Me and Leland talked all night last night.
Yes, you and yes, dear.
I went back to listen to it today a little bit before I got back on so that I could look at it, and I readjusted the screen so that light above me won't be shining in the screen, and tried to figure out a couple other little things that were glitches in the system. So hopefully
Well,
we
that's
ran.
that's what we were doing last night.
Yep.
We're getting all the bugs worked out for you.
Yep.
You know? Finding out that when you went outside, you couldn't shut the door because the door was metal and it was interfering with your connection.
Yeah, it's that. But Tesla, you know what? Tesla was a freaking genius. Tesla is the reason that we have Bluetooth.
Oh.
Well, like with my house here, it's got metal siding on it, so my Wi-Fi works great in it. But if I take my laptop outside, I don't have no connection.
Yeah, my house is brick, so I know exactly what you mean.
So, how you doing, Scott?
Are you there, Scott?
I am. She's a little bit muffled.
A little bit muffled, I'm sorry.
Better now.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Next time we bring you on, definitely gotta drag you into Hangouts. It makes it a little bit easier for the guests and all to interact.
Okay, can I just do a call on the Hangout then, or
Yeah,
I don't really feel like being on a video today?
Yeah,
you can do that.
yeah, you can. What you can do is Damien can link you or cut and paste the Hangout like you did with me. And basically, what you do is you click on it, and it initiates the live call. You don't have to use the camera. You can just use the call, and it basically utilizes through Wi-Fi, and the call is a lot clearer. And unlike Gabo and Spiro or whoever were on with Sentinel bitching about Hangouts.
It just means I can't sneak out to my cubbyhole and have a cigarette. With you, then nobody's gonna hear me because my computer don't go there. I don't move my laptop. I broke a wire in it years ago, and I'm just limping along with it because of this stuff. But it's the only one I could afford at the time, and I can't afford to replace it yet. So. My one dog's got allergies. Right, we have to give him great tea. Okay. Back. I'm getting this guy. How you like to tell my little girl last night? I'm an old, slow person. She was giving me a hard time about being so much older than her.
Why will it not? It's not copying. You may have to call me.
All right, copy it over to me.
I'm trying to copy it, but it won't copy at all.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Hang on. Let me see if this works. I just sent an invite to Vsauce.
Let's see where. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me on the computer?
Not
No, not yet.
you got to accept it.
I did. Just click the join video call.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I did not unload my camera. So, mine can hear me. That's all I care about.
That's fine.
You got it. Yeah, you got to accept the little notification.
Yep.
There you go.
There she is.
There she is. Okay.
Now you have feedback. Okay, I turned you off because you're on our Hangout.
And click the unmute button. Go ahead. Unmute.
Whoa, how did my? Okay.
Don't ask me. I didn't do it.
My letters turned out like really big. What are you doing?
Don't ask. There's blood.
It's my cat.
There's
my
not
cat.
working.
There
Yes.
we go.
I'm new. I'm learning.
No, you're ahead of the game. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you guys fine.
Good deal.
Awesome. We can hear you perfectly. So that's where you need to express and when you bring people on, try to bring them into the Hangout group. And all you got to do is go over to your original Hangout window, that little pop-up doohickey, and where it says it has the little people icon. Hold on one second. Let me show that. And share. All right. So as you're seeing it, if you go over to this little icon here, click Add, then you can add people there, and they get the little notification.
Yeah, I was gonna add her, but my when I punched her name in, it didn't do it.
It's okay. There's actually a few people that are moderators in my room that, for some strange, effed up reason,
Yes, I can hear you.
we have somehow been disassociated from each other, and we have no idea how. But like Mike Soror, I can't add Mike to a chat hangout. It has to be done vicariously through somebody else.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. But now, what we have experienced, and be aware of this, Hangouts is susceptible to hacking.
Fake tampering.
We have actually experienced it a couple of times on calls where people would somehow hack into a Hangout, and next thing you know is you're getting these random individuals that are cussing you out, and you're like, who the fuck are you, and how did you get in here?
Right.
Hi, Vsauce.
Hi.
So, what is new on your end tonight? Are we having coffee or are we having bourbon? Because at this point in time, I'm in the bourbon mood, not the coffee mood.
I
Well,
have a Mai Tai.
you guys can drink what you want. I drink coffee. I don't drink alcohol. I'm sorry. And it's my morning.
I think it's all morning across the board.
No, I just got up.
Oh.
No, I haven't gone to bed yet. I'm heading that way.
Yes, it's Scott's evening where the dog's putting to bed, and it's my morning.
Dogs are here. They're already. Well, one has already put herself to bed. Yep, she's already gone to bed. I have a prima donna, and her little kingdom is the master bedroom, and that's like her little space, and everybody else kind of hangs out here. Don't ask me why, but she is a prima donna, and well, princesses will do what princesses do.
Yeah, I have a friend that's a princess. That's his nickname.
His nickname?
Yes, he is a total princess.
So where are we going with the topic tonight? What are we on, or are we going to?
We're on like topic number 10. Where are we? I don't know. Give me an idea. Where are we going?
This is your show. I'm just along for the ride.
We all have to have ideas sometimes.
Ideals early in the morning right away. Okay, let's see.
That's my best time to have ideas, by the way, when I first wake up. When my brain's going a million miles an hour.
Ask the room. What would they like?
Oh, yeah. Topic, guys?
Edward Snowden, your thoughts?
Edward Snowden.
Interesting, actually, because we haven't heard hide nor hair from him in quite a while.
That's very true.
I really truly loved his Citizen 4 movie. It was dry as all hell, but it has some really good points. But what I do find interesting is that nobody's heard hide nor hair from him in about 9 months, give or take.
Maybe they assassinated him.
Yeah, could, or if the conspiracy theory is accurate, that he was just a plant and doing his job. Skylar Barbeau. As far as I know, Skylar Barbeau is still in custody and still being held for the same asinine charge that he was picked up for. And I'm sorry for that, because Skylar got completely lost in the mix with Burns, Oregon, and I really am sorry for that because he is a good patriot. Perpetual motion machine. Well, that's a great concept. There are a few topics out there. A lot have been debunked. There's a couple that are plausible, but I think we are not going to get to a perpetual motion machine until we figure out how to grasp the universal energy that is out there. And Nikola Tesla was on it, but of course he was a paranoid schizophrenic that, not schizophrenic, that's bad. He was paranoid and didn't like to allow anyone to know his knowledge or information. So we're probably going to have to redevelop it through another means. Now, whether or not the powers that be have perpetual motion, entirely different. No, the feds can get into iPhones. But we're just going to leave it at that. And seriously, guys, what that is that, all right, so with the NSA and the CIA and all the crap that's come out the last couple of years with Palantir and all the different hacking that the agencies were doing, this is their ability to actually come back out and say, you know what, Apple, you're going to be the bad guy this time because you have a system that is so secure, it's going to take a court order to break it. Yeah. No. What it is it's literally a scapegoat, and Apple is saying, you know what, we're going to take this one on the chin because we're big enough and we can survive this. And, oh yeah, by the way, it makes us look good. Just like BlackBerry a few years ago. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Well, I'm wondering about if the government makes that forest out there back to state property. Doesn't that kind of hurt the case against the guys?
It shouldn't.
Wait, say that again?
They're talking about the government giving that land out there, that forest out there, back to the state.
How would that hurt the guys?
No. The bad guys.
Oh, yes, no, it would absolutely our guy.
No, our guys. Wouldn't it make it like that? Their charges against them would not exist then?
Well, it's kind of like being arrested for possession of marijuana, and then all of a sudden your state legalizes marijuana.
Yeah.
It basically the same thing. Oh, you were arrested for possession of marijuana? Yeah, okay, well, we can't hold you anymore.
You know, it's like, first of all, they're only, the government's only supposed to have the 10 miles around the White House and only for ports and stuff like that. Not for what those guys want that land for, and not how they took it.
Right. And well, that's literally what it boils down to. It's kind of like pro-lifers getting arrested for protesting an abortion clinic, and then the Supreme Court comes out and says, "Oh, Roe v. Wade was a bad idea. We're going to rescind it, and abortion is no longer legal." Well, if you were arrested for protesting something that is no longer legal, then
they can't make it retroactive.
Well, they can. They can. If you violated a law that is no longer an active, chargeable law, then an appeal can be made and sought thereafter.
Yes, but they can't. What I mean is they can't continue to they can't continue to prosecute somebody on a law that's been changed.
Oh no, you're right. They cannot continue to prosecute, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it impacts those that are already in jail. Oh, I see what you're saying, because our guys are in the in between stage. They have not been convicted of anything.
That's right. Well, they haven't even been formally charged. They're holding them on no fucking charges.
Yeah. Monday should be interesting.
I mean, literally, the feds are grabbing at thin air.
Well, not just that, but they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot because the guys proved they left, not the guys, not our guys, but the other guys, left those explosives, didn't take care of those artifacts, and didn't take care of the property. So they're trying to say now that, like, those explosives were our guys' and stuff. No, they weren't. If you go back and look at Pete's stuff, it's all documented on when they found it in there.
Right. No, they. I know that the the people that were running the refuge weren't taking care of anything. In fact, they mismanaged artifacts, which is against the law.
Plus, they want to keep that area for the lawyers to take their sweet time to go out and check it out.
Right.
So I don't understand. I mean, 1 + 1 here don't add up, because it's like that judge said. They're not going to be able to drag this out for till whenever. Those guys have the rights to have a faster speedy
trial. Yep.
But these attorneys are playing games. Did we lose Scott?
No. I'm still here. I do apologize. Even at 3 o'clock in the morning, I still get requests. Sorry. What were we talking about?
The mismanagement of
the mishandling on them guys, on the way that the things are being done to supposedly make the case against our guys. I mean,
actually a countersuit by Burns, Oregon, a countersuit by Harney County, a countersuit by the state of Oregon should be prosecuted against the BLM utilizing the video footage that Pete Santilli recorded upon the inspection of Malheur Refuge.
Right.
The Native American tribes should countersue.
Oh yeah, because that's their artifacts. Man, I've camped in several places where you couldn't even go in certain areas because of the artifacts that are there.
Right. And that's actually something that needs to be brought out, is that the BLM is not only just land grabbing. They're destroying priceless
Native American artifacts. Yes.
Sorry, that's international now. When did the Bureau of Land Management become State Department?
They're not.
Right. So if a Native American individual that was out there that is listening to this broadcast were to say, oh, maybe we want our shit back,
Yep.
Right. I mean, I've camped on Native American lands in the Modoc Forest in California, in Colorado. So, I mean, there's a lot of sacred land that's under federal jurisdiction.
Well, it's not just necessarily under federal jurisdiction, and that's
Not even no, I didn't mean federal jurisdiction, but that is it's open public land. Like national forests are public land. So they can't close that off to the public even if they wanted to. They try to make us sign a permit every year to camp on national forest lands, which is illegal. They can't force you to make to sign a permit for something when no permits are needed for national forest lands.
Well, no, wait a minute. And I want to be realistic about this. I don't have a problem with paying a monetary value to go and camp on federal land. I don't have a problem with signing a permit, which is basically nothing more than a legal waiver that you camp on these lands, and anything that happens to you is on your own. That's basically
trying to make us do this as a group of people, and we're not a group of people. We are all individuals going there to camp. So,
but it's basically a waiver of your
rights. It's a waiver of your rights to
not your rights. It's a waiver of their responsibility. And that's why they get you to sign those permits, is because it's waiving them of any
wrongdoing,
any legal wrongdoing. Of if you get mauled by a bear on their property, they're not liable. That's basically what those damn permits are all about. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you guys a little secret. Okay, this is a true story. DNR out here, which is, the Department of Natural Resources.
Right.
They had two cases back to back, and the same judge. And the first case, they said that the person hit their deer and they had to replace it, and they won. The next case was right after, and the guy was suing them to fix his car, and the deer hit his car, so they needed to fix it. The DNR said, no, we're not responsible. That's not our deer. He said, the judge went, wait a minute. It was your deer back there that you wanted replaced. Now you're saying that deer is not your deer? He goes, it can't be both ways. And you know what? That guy won. They had to fix that guy's car.
Good.
Yeah, because it happened within their land.
No, it was their animal.
Well, but they're animals. Well, wait a minute. Are we talking about BLM, DNR, wildlife, and
it's wildlife natural
refuge
resources. DNR, Department of Natural Resources. These wild animals are theirs, but yet
I was being facetious. Are we talking about the animals that BLM? Never mind. No, and that is a valid, viable point. You can have these things both ways, but
right.
when we're actually boiling it back down to, oh my God, my coffee has literally stopped working. Oh wait, I haven't had a cup of coffee since 12 hours ago.
Yeah, but your whiskey's working.
I literally have not had it. I've only had two. This is my third, and I haven't attacked it yet.
That looks like a good cup of glass right there.
It is. Oh, bloody hell, are you kidding? But it is mostly water. I do 50-50. I know that is a bane on whiskey, but I do 50-50. Anyways, what we're getting at with this whole whole concept is that back to what we were discussing with the ancient Indian artifacts, is that the BLM is the Bureau of Land Management.
Management, yes.
They're not archaeologists. They're not historians.
That's exactly what I was going to point out. They have absolutely no business with those artifacts.
They don't. If they had them in their possession, they should have turned them over to a college, a university, a museum, back to the people, back to the tribes. If they didn't know which tribe it belonged to, they could easily get a Native American representative out there to identify which tribe they belong to and return them back. We are in the 21st century. This is not rocket science.
Not only that, they're supposed to return them back to the tribes.
Yes,
They are. So, being the fact that they didn't, that in itself would be a crime. And not only is that a crime not to return the artifacts, it's an international crime. Subject to the Geneva Convention.
Really?
Think about it.
I was not aware of that.
The Native American population is a nation unto itself. It is outside the United States.
That it is. But it's managed by the United States.
No. It is
Absolutely.
not.
All tribal officers are federal officers. Did you know that?
Deputized. But they're still independent. It would just be like it would.
But they're under the direction of the federal government. So all reservations are under federal management.
Who started the reservations?
Again, I again go back to every nation under the Indian nations are separate and distinct. Whether they have a officer or are managed does not make it constitutional. The Indian nations are separate and distinct.
That's very true.
Now, if we have artifacts that were attained outside of proper acquisition, God forbid they were attained during the Indian Wars,
which they very well may have been in Oregon.
agreed, then those could be actual war crimes that we're... Never mind. You see where I'm going.
Right. They don't want it to come out. They want to keep it covered up.
Exactly. And the only way to do that is to lock down Burns and arrest everybody that was there. Oh wow! Wait, did that happen?
And absolutely, you would be right in that instance. If it happened during the Indian Wars, it would absolutely fall under the Geneva Convention.
But even if it didn't, even if it was something that transpired, the United States of America is not the dominating factor in negotiations with the American Indians. The Indian nations are a separate nation amongst themselves.
Right.
We have outlined standard operating procedures with how to interact with them. But they police their own forces. They have their own sheriffs. They have their own government. They have their own lands. And a federal officer cannot walk on that property and have any type of jurisdiction. They are their own people. We have just berated them and belittled them and starved them so much and pushed them on the worst freaking real estate imaginable that we have turned them into poverty-stricken drunks.
Yep. And that is all our doing.
War crimes, right there.
We took their fertile lands and put them on dry, barren land and expected them to thrive.
No, they just want to kill them off.
We moved them from the plush lands of Florida. We moved them from the plush lands of Arkansas and Nevada and you name it. We have
Idaho.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait for it. Wait for it. The entire North American continent was theirs.
Yes.
All of it.
South Dakota, New Mexico, Arizona.
No. All of it.
What I'm saying is we took the most beautiful parts of the land and forced them to the most barren parts of the land.
Why?
And said, hey, you can have this.
Why one of them, why a single individual from the Native American tribes did not go to the United Nations and say, yo, got a problem here. Even 2 years ago, 10 years ago, what statute of limitations on genocide is when
run out.
What is the statute of limitations on genocide? What is the statute of limitations on? Oh, wait a minute. What are we doing? What are we doing right now?
According to the Geneva Convention, there is absolutely no statute of limitations on genocide.
What are we doing in Syria right now? We're telling Assad he's got to get out because he is killing and decimating his own population.
We did that to Saddam Hussein.
Oh, we hung him, right?
No, they hung him. We turned them over to him, or turned him over to his people, and they did it.
Oh,
so fall on him.
Libya, right? Libya. What did we do? What did we do to that guy? We raped him in the ass.
I don't remember.
No, we raped him in the ass.
Well, he probably deserved it. I hope they used a dirty dildo and not a clean one.
Muammar Gaddafi bought a house for everybody in the country. Go back and look at Muammar Gaddafi. I mean, seriously, go back and look at him and what he did for his population.
Right.
The reason why we did not like him was because he wanted to create a gold dinar. Get off the petrodollar.
Well, legally, our money's not supposed to be dollars. It's supposed to be gold or silver coins. Just saying. Any money that isn't gold or silver isn't legal tender in the United States. Legally.
No, you don't say.
Well, they stole all the gold that was supposedly in the vault, so the dollar
There's absolutely no gold in that vault.
They didn't. It's not stolen. It's just reacquisition, and
yes.
it's been relocated to where the rightful holders are, and wherever the hell that happens to be, that's up to anybody's guess. But
well, we had like something like a couple of $1 billion worth of gold in the Twin Towers when they went down.
All gone. Bye-bye.
And that just disappeared somewhere.
Well, yeah, just all the underground vaults and that they had the gold in from all the different countries, and it's all gone except for a little bit that they keep showing to the other countries, saying, "Yeah, see, yours is still here."
Right.
So
Here's a
where
couple
did
of
they
gold
take it?
bars. We still have it. See, here's 2 bars right here.
Right.
Well, and you know the funny thing about it is, I work. My general budget is about $1 million, give or take, and I get audited on a weekly basis.
That's nice of them.
Well, no, this is fake currency that I get audited on, in the regards that it's all digital numbers.
Right.
So it's interesting that I get audited on a weekly basis with roughly $1 million, and we don't audit the Federal Reserve that has $19 trillion.
Wait, that's in debt money.
Right. But
Our money actually doesn't count for anything anymore. And,
no,
and print it at will.
it hasn't since 1930, 1928, 1931, when the Federal Reserve was created. No, our money hasn't meant squat. But I'm just getting to the point that I get my butt chewed on a weekly basis for $1 million portfolio, but yet a $19 trillion portfolio doesn't get touched. Every time we've tried to audit the Federal Reserve, it gets shot down in Congress.
Somebody's got a feedback going.
The only one I've got going is this one here, which is Hangout.
I turned my speaker down just a little bit. Hopefully that might have helped. I don't know.
It did.
I blame the dog.
I'm glad because all of mine are all one component, so I get no feedback. It's awesome.
How are yours all one component?
It's an all-in-one computer. It's a Dell all-in-one.
Oh, gotcha.
So it's actually touch screen. I can touch and pull up. I can.
Don't touch me.
Right in your forehead. I can zoom in on the video, which you can't do on a regular computer. You can't zoom in on the video, which I really love this computer. We picked it up a few days ago, and because my wife's other computer went out, so we got this one. It's got a dual quad core, stacked quad cores. So this thing is super fast, and that's probably why we don't have any buffering problems or anything like that.
Good.
It's perfect for streaming.
All right, kids. Well, it is 3:30 in the morning here, and I don't know how long my chat room is going to be down. I have a meeting with the producers tomorrow. I'd like to get to bed.
Well, let us know.
So, be nice to my mods.
He's nice.
Yes. Always.
You see the finger.
Oh.
You touch me.
The finger of.
Well, no,
it's the finger of doom.
But I think, oh, my shit just went wacky. I think I just got hacked again. But but the thing is that we're all in this together, whether we're moderators or members or moderators here and members there. God knows. Hey, I go to Mike's chat room, I go to Jeff's chat room, I go to Spitfires, I go to Lynx's, I go
Yep,
to
me too.
I am a member. I go to Watchmen. I am a member more than I am a moderator. And the thing that I always remember when I go into other people's chat rooms is I hold the same rules and the same. I treat their rules, their rooms, the same as I would my own, and I do not act any differently. And what I love is going in there
Tattoo.
and seeing Equine or Johnny Cage or Tattoo, love Tattoo.
You said you're a whore.
Seriously? Shout out. I'm a whore.
You're a room whore now.
So, but you know what?
You're cheating.
No, I love Tattoo.
Tattoo's funny as shit.
But the concept is that I go into other chat rooms and I respect the rules of the host, whoever the host happens to be. I love seeing my fellow e-militia scattered throughout all the chat rooms because they're spreading the word. They're creating the word. They're getting shows for other like-minded individuals, and it's just this ball effect, and it absolutely is awesome. But what I really adore is to be able to go into a room and I don't have to say a thing. They already know how to act. They know what is the right way to have civil discourse. They don't need moderators.
Yeah. And that's nice. That is really nice. For those, for those of us who actually treat each other with care, and I like to debate. So if there's a good debate, I'm in it. But as far as
debate is great. I was a really good debater. I will happily debate you all day long, and at the end, I will shake your hand. I might even kiss you on the cheek. Yeah, no, I won't. But I'll shake your hand at the end of the debate, and you know what? We can go out and have a beer.
Right.
That's what a debate is.
But the only reason that we need mods is because of people that come in and say, oh, Pete takes it up the ass, or blah, blah, blah. And you know what? I will boot one of those motherfuckers so fast, they won't even know they were in my chat room.
That's not the only reason. And remember, a moderator is by definition someone that moderates the tone of the conversation.
Yes.
Okay. So I moderate my moderators just as much as I moderate the tone of the room. It's all about the dialogue. There are times when even the best of people can get heated and overexcited and bring emotion into the context. There are many times when, Damien, you might get hot on a topic and you will roll through it and just you've had a bad day, you're just hot, and you might say something that is not normal for you.
That usually doesn't happen, though. On the normal, that wouldn't happen.
Damien, I'm using you as an example.
Right. No, I understand, but
But
for me,
and,
that's not a normal. But
but
uh,
I'm,
but,
I'm,
but that has happened. I'm not going to exclude
go,
it.
go with it. Go with it. Go with it. All right, fine. Bob. I'm using Bob as an example. Bob is a, all right. I've known Bob for 2 years. Bob's had a bad day. He's come into the chat room, and he's normally a very soft-spoken, very intelligent, very engaging guy. He's had a bad day. His wife just bitched him out. It's a rough fucking day, and he's coming in here and he's blowing off steam. It's my job and the moderator's job to look and evaluate and say, Bob's not a troll. Bob's having a bad day. Bob, hey, man, how you doing? Moderate the flow of the conversation. That is literally the definition of a moderator. To pull emotions back a bit, calm somebody down, de-escalate the situation, and allow everybody to have a good evening. That's literally the definition. It's not to control speech. It's not to boot people. It's not to push one agenda or another. It's literally to make sure that everybody is back into a confined space of dialogue in which everybody can feel comfortable.
Yes.
That's a moderator. To moderate the flow of the chat.
Okay.
That's it. Nothing more. And if you think that's easy, try it.
Yes, we know. It doesn't always work, but we do our best.
My cat's mad at me. I have all the doors closed.
My dogs are mad at me. They're sleeping on me. This one, oh wait a minute, no, this one is free of charge. I will ship her in a box, 2 weeks shipping.
I'll take her.
Anybody? Anybody?
I'll take her.
You will not.
I would. I love dogs.
Oh, are you kidding?
I love animals.
Oh no, this one is Daddy's little girl.
I see that.
Yeah.
She's an older dog too, I can tell.
Now, Damien, do you realize how big the box would have to be? Because you'd have Scott and all the other dogs and her and all of Scott's stuff.
Right.
We could do that, including the car. I gotta have a car.
We have an extra room anyway.
This one is literally Daddy's little girl. She. Don't look at me like that.
It's like I was fucking sleeping.
Like, right? Okay. Okay. So we've literally been on the air for 7 hours. So we've got to pack up and fill it out.
Yeah, it's gonna cut me anyway. It said I had 30 minutes left about 10 minutes ago. So.
What do you mean it said you had 30 minutes left?
It said I had. It gave me a time.
What is it?
I got a little bubble on my screen. It said 30 minutes. Your feed is going to end in 30 minutes, is what it said.
Is that your what are you using for an encoder?
What do you mean? It says the max when I set up my when I set up my feed, it says the max is 8 hours. So
we'll work on that tomorrow.
All right.
Whatever you're using as an encoder, and the encoder is whatever you're utilizing to take our feed, our pictures, and transport them over to the live feed.
Okay. So, do you want me to send you my number so that we can talk tomorrow or whatever?
He's got your number too.
We'll talk tomorrow. I've obviously got your number.
Okay.
So what it is so like when I don't know how to describe this. I'm gonna have to. I'll take a picture of the layout.
All right.
But the concept of it is you have an encoder that takes the input, regurgitates it, and spreads it out over the internet.
Okay.
And that's your encoder is limited to an 8 to whatever basis. My encoder is limited to a 24-hour spectrum. So remember when I go in there and I say I've got to reset the feed?
Yes.
Okay, that's because I've gotten to a point where my encoder says, okay, I am done, I can't encode anymore, fuck you, and you're cut off. So I go in and I reset the feed, I repopulate it, and broadcast it back out, and that gives me another 24-hour spectrum with which to work.
So when Pete was at the refuge, did you have to reset every 24 hours or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, if you think being a mod for Pete is easy,
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
No, but it has been, and it's the labor of love. None of us get paid a damn dollar. We're all in this for the better good, and just for a knowledge. And here's the thing. I went to work today. I had 3 students that I talked to that were all 3 unique, wonderful students. Straight A students, utilizing alternative funding methods, meaning tuition reimbursement, scholarships, grants, whatever. But they were 3 of the 50 students I talked to today. Those 3 students were the ones that I went to work for today. Those were the 3 students that I changed the course of their life today to help them out and to give them a leg up. Everybody else, fuck it. With regards to you, Damien, based off Tattoo, everybody that is in here that is here for the right reason, there's 10 people watching this show. Actually, the 7 people besides the people that are on air that are watching this show at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Right? And it is 6 o'clock here. It's 5:45.
It's going on 5 o'clock here, guys.
My dog doesn't count.
Yes, she does.
He's literally, oh, she's literally pissed. You can't tell it, but she is fighting.
Oh yeah, she's so fighting.
Oh, you don't see the glare.
I
So
see
anyway.
the glare. When the fuck are we going to bed?
So the point that I'm getting at is that what we do on a daily basis, and all of us, and you guys are going to start seeing it more and more and more. That this is going to start taking more of your time, more of your energy, and more of your attention away from real world schematics. Due to, and it is 4 a.m., so I'm going to just fucking say this. Internal drama, an individual emailed me and said, chat room's down and you are blocked. My initial response was, woohoo! The individual is an idiot and has absolutely no power or say in anything. But my initial response to him was, dude, are you saying that because you think that it is going to hurt me? Because you have absolutely no idea how much life I will reclaim, how much sanity I will reclaim, and how much money I will reclaim. So I'm not sure if you're trying to tease me or insult me. But at the end of the day, I work for Pete.
We know that.
And until Pete gets out of jail, that is the only man, and Deb is the only woman that I answer to. So,
and you know, I have to say something right there, and I'm sorry, I have to interject, but you know, with Pete being in jail, and I feel Deb is in the same place. Deb is in the same place that Pete is, because without Pete, she is just not herself, and I love Deb and I love Pete, and you know they are freaking truth warriors. They are awesome, and without Pete there, Deb is like Deb is just as lost as any of us without that chat. You know what I mean?
Look, let me clarify that just a minute. Deb, Pete is without question our rabble rouser. You went to what you saw West Point. West Point is formidable, right?
Yes.
I mean, it is.
Yes, it is. And I heard all about how West Point was a fortress that helped stop the British from entering into that area.
West Point has created and forged our military officers, our greatest military officers.
Absolutely.
For generations. We have.
I even got to go to the cathedral.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, I want to hear that story.
I was allowed to go into the cathedral and hear the organ play, and oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, I want to hear that story in a minute, but I want to keep on track with the thought.
Yes.
So what West Point does, it creates leaders of character, leaders of honor, leaders of dedication to the Constitution.
And pillow fight kids.
Our cheerleaders are called rabble rousers.
Rebel, rebel, rebel.
They are still West Point cadets. They will still become West Point officers.
Yes.
But they are the rabble rousers. Those individuals that are in the little tight skirts and the tight thingies that the boys wear, they are exactly the same potential as the cadets in the stands. But they're the cheerleaders. Pete is the cheerleader. He is the rabble rouser. We all have the same potential as Pete. but he is the one that is out there screaming his heart out. Deb is the one right next to him doing the same thing.
Yes.
And she's not lost. She's absolutely not lost. She's actually very, very. She's more focused now, and I talk to her on a multiple daily basis. She's not lost.
I didn't mean that in that context.
No. You're fine. You're fine. I heard what you meant. I'm stating it for the record. She's not lost in a directionless pattern. What she is lost in the regards of having one defined focal point. When it was her and Pete on the air, it was the show.
Yes.
Next show. And they could laser fire all the way through without Pete and Pete being behind bars. And now she has to deal with Sergeant Mo, which Sergeant Mo is an absolute blessing. Ken is a blessing.
Awesome.
Ken is a blessing. Michelle will be out there soon. Blessing. We have Lance Mac. Mac will be out there. We have so many patriots, militia, that will be out there. The reason why she is lost right now is because she has lawyers to deal with, she has court cases to deal with, she has room and board to deal with, she has transportation.
I know. I understand that. That's why I said what I said about if this is a success and I go the route of YouTube, go PayPal, whatever the fuck it is, then it's going towards this cause, and I don't want it. I don't care about money. I don't want it. I want to help Pete and Deb. So, and I hope everyone understands that when they hear me say that. You know, I want to help Deb because I know what kind of position she's in right now, and I know that she can't afford everything that she's going through. You know?
Well, let's boil that down. I personally hear you. I believe you. And I heard absolutely no dishonesty in your voice. So, in that regards, anybody else, and I've probably known you longer than anybody else in the chat room, anyone that questions your honor, tell them to come talk to me. With regards to what Deb and Pete are going through financially, their Facebook page has gone from 600,000 passes a week down to about, I think it's 120. 20 seconds. $175,000. So being that they are not getting, they've dropped by 3/4 of the amount of pass-through they had a month ago. So being that drastic drop, they're not getting the residual revenue that is coming in from the Facebook page, not the Facebook, that doesn't pay. The YouTube, you know, meaning that they're getting the same monetary value that's coming back through the YouTube page.
Right.
So if they were struggling before Burns,
they're really struggling now.
Yes. And I've personally given every chance I can, and I work for them. So if anybody needs a reason to give, I give 16 hours a day to Pete and Deb of my own free time, without question, without any bitch or complaint. I ask, but I can do more, and then I give money, and then I go back to my day job.
Right. I know that, Scott. I really know how hard you work. I was here when you were doing like 16, 20 hours a day and hardly getting any sleep. I don't even know if you slept at all.
That wasn't meant for you. That was meant for them. And I love. This is the reason why we do it. We do it for everybody that comes into our chat room, everybody that pays attention and watches these speak. This is the reason why we do it. Because we have people we love that are in jail and suffering, people that are outside of jail and suffering. We do it because we know that the truth is infectious. It's absolutely infectious.
It is. And all we have to do is reach people with it and infect them with the truth.
And it spreads.
Yes, it absolutely does. As with anything, if you can make one poignant point with somebody, that is an incubator for the infection.
I'm talking to a guy that is a point proof positive of what incubation does. You've been with us for a couple of months.
Like in the chat, solid, yeah.
And I'm sitting here in your live stream chatting with you.
But like you said,
no. Leave it there.
This is just like the header says. It's just an arm of the network. That's it. That's all it is.
You don't undersell yourself. What I'm saying is you're exactly proof positive of what an infectious truth will do. You stayed with us for a couple months, you got arrested, you got to spur up your ass, and you started a live stream, and I'm now chatting with you on your live stream.
I know, and that's so miraculous and awesome to me.
That's what these guys need to be doing.
Most will not.
We can't fix most people. We can just fix those who want to be fixed.
That's right.
And that's the bottom line. Pete will get out. Deb is happy. We will recover. And this network that we are creating is stronger than the freaking Death Star. Without the vent hole.
Right.
The vent hole's bad.
We're going to end here in a minute, so I'm probably going to head to bed. I know you are. And,
oh my God. It's 4 o'clock and this was supposed to be my night off. I was actually saying I wanted to have sex and talk with some chick and go to bed at like a decent hour.
It is a decent hour.
When I get back up, I'll start the feed again, and we'll be off again. And my wife has to go to work probably about 2 or 3, and then she's off Sunday, so I'll probably be live all of Sunday unless Spitfire or Mike or Lynx gets back on, or you're back on by then. So when my wife gets off tomorrow night, I'll be right here all over again. So anyone that's here, anyone that wants to come back, we're almost at 20 people, and it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. And I really appreciate everyone being here. Scott, I'm so fucking glad that you were here, and it really is an